Chapter 310. 8 Arms Devil General. The enormous red eye traveled through 2 worlds as it stared at the paradise below. "Don't look at it!" someone hollered. However, it was too late. Once a normal person peered into the eye, an illusion overcame their senses. They heard a sound they couldn't comprehend, a sound they shouldn't hear. Their rationality was reduced to pieces, and an unknown fear shot into their hearts. They turned into maniacs and started running around aimlessly. Miserable screams filled the surroundings. This scene made everyone's blood turn cold. Those that heard the reminder lowered their heads in time and stopped looking at the red eye. Wang Ting felt his mind getting invaded too. A powerful and brutal pressure penetrated his consciousness. Somewhere deep in his mind, a profound spiritual power entrenched like a dragon gushed out. Emperor Realm's spiritual power. It crushed the savage mental pressure and forced it out of his mind. The confusion in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he regained his senses. The eye was probably too far away, so the spiritual power that invaded Wang Ting's consciousness was greatly crippled by the doors of the different worlds. If not, with Wang Ting's ability, he wouldn't be able to drive out that metal pressure. "Are you all right?" Gorlin asked worriedly. "I'm fine." Wang Ting shook his head. He still had lingering fears. Gorlin looked at him and saw that he wasn't affected. "It looks like I underestimated you." "Master, what's that?" Wang Ting asked. "It should be a devil god," Gorlin said grimly. "Devil god? God?" Wang Ting was appalled. "Will this formidable presence travel through the worlds?" "No. The dimensional rift will take its shape soon. Based on the terrifying power of the devil god, a dimensional rift this size isn't strong enough to hold its body." However, Gorlin paused for a moment. Wang Ting had just managed to sigh in relief when his heart jumped to his throat again. "Devil generals may come down," Gorlin finished his sentence. "Devil generals?" Wang Ting was puzzled. "Devil generals are like our general stage martial warriors. However, they are dark apparitions, so it's extremely difficult to deal with them," Gorlin replied. At this moment, the immense mental pressure on his mind disappeared. Wang Ting looked up. He suddenly saw a few large attribute bubbles floating down slowly from the sky. Emperor Realm Spirit *53 Emperor Realm Spirit *36 Emperor Realm Spirit *42 Emperor Realm Spirit Attribute. Wang Ting was shocked and was left speechless in wonder. The spirit dissipated by the eye was already in the Emperor Realm state. Even more, the value was so high. Spirit. Emperor Realm, 135/1000, Wang Ting took a deep breath. This was a huge gain. But it wasn't the time to think about all these. After the enormous eye disappeared, numerous black shadows started appearing from the depth of the dimensional rift. Within a few seconds, the shadows filled up the sky above them. They gave off an intense dark aura as they traveled through the different worlds to reach their city. Roar! Bloodthirsty howls rang out continuously. The black shadows plunged down from the sky. Defense array activated. A shout rang out. Amid a dazzling light, multiple circular light bubbles enveloped the city. It looked like a huge eggshell. Bang, bang, bang. The black shadows shot down from the sky and crashed into the defense arrays. Loud thuds shook the eardrums of the people inside the array. More and more black shadows were falling from the sky. They congregated outside the walls of Yang City and launched a fierce attack. Wang Ting followed Gorlin to the top of the city wall. A large number of troops were gathered here. They aimed the force cannons and fired at the dark apparitions swarming towards them in large numbers. There were all types of dark apparitions, including vampires with wings on their backs, huge and tall giant devils, and low-class dark apparitions with no consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. They collided into the protective shield viciously, disregarding the harm it caused to them. Muffled booms echoed in the air. The defense array was weakening continuously. The attacks of the force cannons never stopped. The dark apparitions that got hit exploded and died. However, there were way too many of them. The damage caused by the force cannons was like the ripples on the surface of the lake. It wasn't of much help. Suddenly, a gigantic figure strode out of the dimensional rift. An eerie aura engulfed the city. The people standing on the city wall also sensed the powerful existence dawning on the city. They looked up simultaneously. The figure was at least 3 meters tall. It carried an enormous black weapon that looked like a blade and a sword on its back. All the muscles on its body were bulging. It gave off an impenetrable texture like granite. There were 8 thick arms growing on its back. It was petrifying. Its head was decorated with horns, and its face looked hideous. It instilled fear in people through a single glance. 8 Arms Devil General. Lord Yang and Gorlin called out in alarm when they saw this figure. 8 Arms Devil General. Wang Ting repeated the name. He felt that the name described the devil very well. He felt gloomy. It wasn't hard to tell that this presence above his head was extremely daunting. Its opponents were the bosses in the city. He didn't dare to fight it. A hint of impatience flashed past the dark-colored face of the 8 Arms Devil General when it saw that its subordinates were unable to break the defense of Yang City. It spurted one word at them. Useless. Wang Ting couldn't understand the word, though. From his point of view, the language spoken by the 8 Arms Devil General was highly foreign. It sounded sinister and rough. The 8 Arms Devil General took out the gigantic weapon behind its back and slashed it below him. A crescent black blade glow flew out immediately. Boom! Crack, crack, crack! Fissures started appearing on the defense array. Finally, with a loud crack, a huge hole was created. Dark apparitions charged towards the city wall through the hole. Let me deal with him. Lord Yang looked grim. He rose into the air and charged towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Count me in. Principal Yang stepped on the ground and shot out like an arrow leaving its bowstring. He dashed towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Be careful. Don't force yourself. Gorlin shook his head and reminded Wang Ting before turning into a rainbow and shooting into the sky. The top 3 formidable warriors of Yang City went to welcome the 8 Arms Devil General. A fierce fight ensued immediately. This was the battle between generals. The frightening impact of their conflict astounded the onlookers. Kill! Some dark apparition had climbed up the city walls by now. After loud yells, they started their massacre. This was the beginning of a horrifying and tragic war. It was bloody and chaotic. This is a disaster. Wang Ting looked at this scene and suddenly understood what the 2 worlds were defending against. Once the human race got defeated, both Earth and Xingwu continent would turn into debris. They would become a living hell. Roar! A black shadow pounced on Wang Ting from behind. It was a low-class dark apparition. It was savage and had no consciousness. It only knew how to kill. A battle sword appeared in Wang Ting's hand. His expression was cold as he turned around and chopped the dark apparition into 2. A line of fiery red sword glow slashed its body. On the other side, Dongfang Yu, Yi Kaiqing, Wan Feifeng, and the other young talents were fighting with the enemies too. This was a critical moment, but the younger generation of warriors didn't back down. They charged to the front line courageously. Kill! Wang Ting's gaze was firm. He held his battle sword and turned into the god of death as he headed towards the area with the most dark apparitions. One sword, one head. Kill, kill, kill. If darkness dawns, I will clear a bloody path of hope. Chapter 3:11. Flaming Wings, Annihilating the Enemy in the Air. Yang City. The vast and prosperous city was plunged into a desperate situation. The tall and towering city walls were unable to defend against the countless dark apparitions outside. Ripples appeared continuously on the protective shield as a massive number of dark apparitions attacked it. Thin cracks had already appeared on some parts of the shield. Many runemasters were scattered across Yang City, maintaining the operation of the defense array. They would patch up the thin lines on the shield immediately. The Lu and Su families were Rune elite families. They sent their elites to protect the defense arrays. Su Lingxian, Su Lingyun, and Lu Xinghui were standing on the city walls at this moment. As renowned talents, they were stronger than normal runmasters. They were another batch of fresh troops. However, a huge crack had formed at a certain part of the shield. This crack was impossible to repair in time. The dark apparitions used it as their passageway to charge into Yang City. This crack was cut by a single slash from the 8 arms Devil General. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions occurred in the sky without stopping. The 4 boss-level figures turned into rays of glaring light as they collided and flew back repeatedly. Every collision caused the air around them to erupt. The airwaves from their battle formed waves and waves of circular force impacts, spreading out with them in the center. It was unnerving. Below them, martial warriors from the different factions in Yang City were fighting at close quarters with the dark apparitions. The Yang City Academy, the various elite families, and the different troops and armies were all participating in the bitter struggle for their lives. The battle was tragic, and humans were collapsing every moment. The scary image of dark apparitions was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. They were difficult to handle and even harder to kill. They were a nightmare to human martial warriors. Fortunately, the human race had grasped the dark apparitions' weakness. Once they stabbed the hearts and chopped off their heads, they would die. The dark apparitions didn't gain any advantage once the humans focused on one point to attack. The most irritating thing was, the dark apparitions had one special trait: assimilation. The heavily injured human martial warriors were easily contaminated by dark force. Once their mentality was affected, they would turn into emotionless killing machines. Just like the low-level dark apparitions. As more and more human martial warriors and dark apparitions died, huge numbers of attribute bubbles floated on the battleground. Fire Force *3 Earth Force *4 Dark Force *3 Spirit *2 Water Force *5 Dark Force *8 While killing the dark apparitions, Wang Ting released his spiritual power and let it roam around the battlefield, collecting all the attribute bubbles. Fortunately, his spiritual power had reached the Emperor realm. If not, his spiritual power would be exhausted after using it for too long. It wouldn't be able to sustain the long hours of usage like now. Even the dark apparitions would drop spirit attribute. These helped him to replenish his spiritual power and prevented it from drying up. The dark apparitions had probably sensed his power, so 5 dark apparitions charged towards him simultaneously. Be careful! Someone reminded him from his side. It was Dongfang Yu from the Yang City Academy. Go away! Wang Ting glared at the dark apparitions and slashed them with his sword. The fiery red flaming sword blade chopped the heads of the dark apparitions off directly. They were dead. Dongfang Yu was stunned. Even she would find it strenuous to handle the attacks of 5 dark apparitions at the same time. However, Wang Ting had killed them with a single strike. How powerful was this fellow? She suddenly remembered how he had exchanged a punch with the 6-star soldier level Yao Hongshou in the banquet. She was astounded. Wang Ting turned to look at Dongfang Yu, who had reminded him just now. Suddenly, his gaze froze and he shot out abruptly. He stabbed the heart of a dark apparition with his sword. This dark apparition had dashed toward Dongfang Yu from behind when she was in a daze. It wanted to kill her. Although the low-level dark apparitions didn't have a consciousness, they remained sharp and keen. They knew how to grab every opportunity and were extremely hard to handle. Don't space out! Wang Ting retrieved his battle sword from the dark apparition's chest as he shouted at Dongfang Yu. Blood flowed down the sword. He turned around and charged headfirst into another cluster of dark apparitions. I was reprimanded by that fellow. Dongfang Yu regained her senses and smiled bitterly. She was number 10 on the gifted ranking. She had reached the peak of the 4-star soldier level and had an extremely strong battle ability. She once even killed a 5-star soldier level formidable warrior. She wasn't a pretty but useless young lady. After a second of inattentiveness, her gaze turned sharp, and she continued her massacre. Wang Ting didn't know how many attribute bubbles he had picked in this conflict. He only knew that he was getting stronger and stronger. There was a steady stream of force in his body, exciting him more and more as he fought. He seemed to have been possessed by the god of war and the god of death. Other people needed Dan medicine to replenish their force, but he didn't. Wherever he went, a huge cluster of dark apparitions would fall. The human martial warriors around him were struck dumb with bewilderment. But they were invigorated too. Why is he so strong? Yi Kaiqing was the second most powerful student in the Yang City Academy, only behind Dongfang Yu. He wanted to compete with Wang Ting during the banquet, but when he saw this scene, he was left speechless. He felt bitter in his heart. They weren't on the same level. Suddenly, a figure flew down from the sky and headed straight for Wang Ting. This was a high-level dark apparition with a pair of wings made of flesh on its back. It held a long spear in its hand, wielding it as fast as lightning. An icy black glow was shimmering on the tip of the long spear. It was aimed at Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting turned serious. He waved his sword and used 30% of his 9th-level sword presence to destroy the black glow. The vampire dark apparition quickly soared into the sky once its attack failed. It waved its wings and turned into a series of lingering shadows as it flashed around Wang Ting, looking for an opportunity to strike again. An eerie smile appeared at the edge of its lips, its gaze filled with contempt. It seemed elated to see Wang Ting so helpless. Suddenly, its eyes turned wide open. A pair of fiery red wings appeared behind Wang Ting's back. He turned into a scorching red ray of light as he flew towards the vampire dark apparition. 5-star soldier level. Yi Kaiqing blurted out. He turned numb. Only the top 3 in the gifted ranking had reached the 5-star soldier level. Those youths were all more than 20 years old. Wang Ting was only 17, but he had already reached the 5-star soldier level. Oh my god, it was scary. The vampire dark apparition's eyes also widened in surprise. However, it was at 5-star soldier level 2, so it immediately regained its composure. Its eyes turned scarlet red, and a sinister glow appeared in them. It shone straight into Wang Ting's eyes. This was one of the talents of the vampire race, bewitch. You're looking for death. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. His eyes turned into a similar shade of scarlet. He was extremely skilled in his bewitch skill. With the help of his Emperor Realm's spiritual power, Wang Ting welcomed the attack of this vampire. How is that possible? The vampire was flabbergasted when it saw the familiar glow in Wang Ting's eyes. It was in disbelief. The next instant, confusion appeared on its face. It froze in midair. A blade glow stabbed out and penetrated its heart. Chapter 312. The killing intent of a nobody towards a giant that could hold the sky. A 5-star soldier-level vampire dark apparition had died under Wang Ting's sword. It was unbelievable. The vampire had complex emotions in the split second before it died. If it woke up from its confusion, you could see many emotions on its face. Stunned, dumbfounded, disbelief. It was difficult to imagine how so many expressions could appear on its face in an instant. However, that wasn't important. The main thing was, it got killed by the proudest talent of their race, bewitch. How funny was that? How ironic was that? Bang! After this ridiculous thought flashed past its mind, the vampire lost its vitality and slammed on the ground heavily. Spirit *30 Dark Force *65 Intermediate Stage Dark Talent *10 Wang Ting picked up all the attributes it dropped. He didn't give them a second glance, though, as he set his eyes on another dark apparition. Yi Kaiqing had witnessed this scene personally. His throat turned dry, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was mind-blown. He couldn't calm down even after a long time. Roar. A roar was sounded beside his ear. He shuddered and evaded the attack haphazardly. Then, he turned and killed the dark apparition that had pounced on him. F***K. Am not made of mud. Once Yi Kaiqing got stimulated by Wang Ting, the viciousness hidden in his heart was ignited. He fought with the dark apparition with a distorted expression. Wang Ting placed his hands behind his wings and glanced at Yi Kaiqing from the sky. The guy was powerful enough to handle his opponent alone. Wang Ting stopped looking at him, turned, and scanned the battlefield. His hair had grown long after staying on the Xingwu continent for so many days. The thick long black hair swayed in the wind as killing intent engulfed his body. It was impossible to look at him in the eye. After Li Rongxue settled the civilians of the city, she brought her men back to the city walls and participated in the battle. She was at the 4-star soldier level, so normal low-level dark apparitions weren't able to hurt her. Wan Feifeng was not far away from Su Lingxian. The runmasters were all being protected by the martial warriors as they did their jobs. Wan Feifeng was in charge of Su Lingxian. This lady was similarly at the 4-star soldier level. She was much stronger than her younger brothers. Wan Feiping and Wan Feiyu were some distance away from her. The 3 siblings were kept close to one another so that they could take care of each other. No one could escape in a situation like this, but every family had some selfishness. It was only natural that they hoped nothing would happen to their younger generations. The same scene was happening everywhere. Although every family wanted to keep their bloodline running, the situation didn't allow them to. Who could remain unscathed in such dire circumstances? Many young people lay in pools of blood. Death was everywhere. Wang Ting floated down from the sky when he saw Su Lingxian. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just consumed too much power." Su Lingxian shook her head. Her face was pale. "Get some rest. You shouldn't force yourself." Wang Ting killed a dark apparition that came close. "All right." Su Lingxian understood Wang Ting's combat ability. With him protecting her, she felt at ease. She threw a spiritual dan in her mouth and sat down cross-legged to recover her strength. Wang Ting surveyed the surroundings. The progress of the battle was tragic. If things went out of hand, he would listen to Gorlin's will and bring Su Lingxian away. The runmasters were upholding the defense array, but under the violent attacks of the dark apparitions, more and more cracks had appeared on the shield. The dark apparitions swarmed into the city and started another round of massacre. In the sky, the 8-arms Devil General was fighting Lord Yang, Gorlin, and Principal Yang alone. All his 8 thick arms were holding weapons. There were swords, blades, axes, spears. The black weapon that looked like a blade and a sword was exceptionally conspicuous. He forced the 3 human martial warriors back and laughed. "You won't be able to hold on for long." His voice was deafening. It spread throughout the city and caused many human martial warriors to shudder. They all felt despair creeping into their hearts. What the F***K? This 8-arms Devil General can speak the human language? Wang Ting looked up and shouted in surprise. Li Rongxue, Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, Yi Kaiqing, the other humans around him, the 8-arms Devil General, everyone felt like fainting when they looked at the astonished Wang Ting. "My dear, can't you see what situation we are in? Can you take notice of what's more important? Yang City is facing a crisis. Who cares if he can speak the human language? Wait, this isn't about whether he can speak the human language or not. We are not able to resist their attacks anymore." Wang Ting's voice was a little loud, so the people in the sky could hear him too. Gorlin felt the corners of his lips twitching. His disciple's thoughts were truly different from a normal person. He pretended like he didn't know this young man. "Ha ha ha, Gorlin, your disciple is interesting." Principal Yang burst out laughing. "He's just a little cheeky." Lord Yang was speechless. However, after Wang Ting's casual remark, the pressure on everyone's heart dissipated a little. Since Wang Ting wasn't afraid of this 8 arms devil general and even dared to tease it, they suddenly felt that it wasn't so terrifying anymore. They had 3 mighty martial warriors guarding the city. Moreover, the reinforcements would also arrive soon. There was still hope. They just had to grit their teeth and hold on. The veins on the 8 arms devil general's face jumped. He stared at Wang Ting with his blood-red eyes and said coldly, "Young man from the human race, you're amazing." As it spoke, it threw its long spear at him abruptly. No one expected it to attack Wang Ting. "Move!" Gorlin's expression changed as his spiritual power shot out to prevent the spear from hitting Wang Ting. Despicable! Lord Yang and Principal Yang were infuriated. The 8 arms devil general actually attempted to kill a human talent right under their eyes. Below, Su Lingxian, Li Rongxue and the others turned pale. They stared at the spear in fear as it shot towards Wang Ting with an indomitable aura. Wang Ting was shocked too. He didn't expect the 8 arms devil general to attack him. However, his reaction was swift. Spiritual power surged out as he stared at the spear gravely. It formed a barrier to stop the spear's assault. Everyone saw the battle spear pausing for a split second. However, it was still pushing forward steadily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking its path. This was a furious strike from a general stage formidable warrior. You could imagine how terrifying the attack was. Sweat dripped down Wang Ting's forehead. He had exhausted much of his spiritual power as he frantically blocked the battle spear. All of this happened within a few seconds. Thereafter, Gorlin's spiritual power caught up and formed a force to pull the spear back. The battle spear finally stopped moving due to these 2 forces. Clang! It dropped to the ground. Pant! Wang Ting took in a massive gulp of air. He could feel the lingering fear in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at the 8 arms devil general. Suddenly, he smiled. "I'll keep this long spear." He held the long spear in his hand. There was one more sentence he didn't say. He would let it suffer its retribution one day. The blood-red pupils of the 8 arms devil general flickered. It had sensed killing intent from Wang Ting's gaze. A nobody wanted to kill a giant that could hold the sky? Ha ha ha, interesting. This is really interesting. The 8 arms devil general laughed out loud. It looked at Wang Ting and replied, "I'll remember you." Chapter 313, Probing Death in the Eye. "I'll remember you." This sentence reverberated in the city like thunder. Everyone felt worried for Wang Ting. He might not get any good sleep after he got remembered by a general stage formidable warrior. They looked at Wang Ting involuntarily. His expression was calm though. He didn't seem to take it to heart. Don't. Why does a male animal like you need to remember me? I wouldn't mind if you were a beauty." "Oh right, are there female dark apparitions?" Never mind. Even if there are, they must be as ugly as you," Wang Ting countered. Everyone, they were speechless. Their minds were trembling. They stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. He almost died a moment ago, but he still dared to humiliate the 8 arms devil general. He called it an animal and even said it was ugly. He was probing death in the eye. But he helped them to vent their frustrations. They felt refreshed for some reason. They looked up at the black face of the 8 arms devil general. Although they couldn't glean anything, it must be furious. Anger was probably burning in its heart. Li Rongxue and Su Lingxian wanted to stop him. He had angered the devil once, and he was doing it again. Did he think that he was too old? You must have never experienced real despair before. The 8 arms devil general's cold voice sounded. "Once I capture the city, I'll tear you into pieces, bit by bit. I'm so scared." Wang Ting shrunk his body and pretended to look frightened. However, he smiled and continued, "Let's wait for you to capture the city first." His words, his tone, why did it sound so infuriating? Boom. The 8 arms devil general was at the brink of exploding in anger. It took a step forward and wanted to squash this little human brat who humiliated it. Your opponent is us. Lord Yang and Principal Yang almost blew their top. They were already enraged when the 8 Arms Devil General had attacked Wang Ting in front of them just now. Now it wanted to do the same thing again. It didn't put them in its eyes at all. Lord Yang, Principal Yang, hold him first, Gorlin said coldly. Speaking of anger, Gorlin was definitely more furious than the other two. Wang Ting was his disciple. What the 8 Arms Devil General did was unforgivable. Lord Yang and Principal Yang knew what Gorlin wanted to do. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded grimly. Okay, we'll try our best to gain more time for you. The 8 Arms Devil General looked at Gorlin involuntarily. However, Lord Yang and Principal Yang charged towards it, and the three of them were engaged in an intense battle. What's Master planning to do? Wang Ting looked up in confusion. He saw Gorlin leaving the battleground of the 3 powerful warriors and sitting cross-legged in the air. A terrifying and powerful spiritual power surged out of his mind. Master wants to form an array. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He understood what was happening. Wisps of spiritual kinesis spread throughout the air. They seemed to be outlining an image, and runes started glowing in the sky. I wonder what array Master is making. Su Lingxian wondered aloud in confusion. She seemed a little excited. No matter what array it is, it needs time. Wang Ting looked grave. He wasn't as optimistic. They were evenly matched when the 3 of them fought with the 8 Arms Devil General together. With only 2 left, he didn't know if they could keep it away for long. At the same time, more and more dark apparitions were charging into Yang City. The human martial warriors couldn't handle it anymore. The situation was getting from worse to worse. Wang Ting frowned as he looked into the distance. I wonder when the reinforcements will arrive? Senior brother, go and help them. The princess can't fight them back anymore, Su Lingxian suddenly said agitatedly. Wang Ting turned around. Indeed, Li Rongxue was showing signs of exhaustion. There were many dark apparitions around them, and they couldn't ward them off. Okay. Stay here. Don't run around. He shouted at Su Lingxian before dashing towards Li Rongxue and her subordinate. He held his sword in his right hand, while another battle blade appeared in his left hand. He was attacking with both hands. Sword and blade glows intertwined with each other and formed a huge web, enveloping the dark apparitions around him. In an instant, numerous dark apparitions were killed. Li Rongxue and her men were shocked. He knows blade skills too. Leave this to me, Wang Ting said without turning his head. He charged into the cluster of dark apparitions. 1 blade and 1 sword. The aura of the blade and the sword slashed through the groups of dark apparitions. It was invincible. Wan Feiyu and Wan Feiping were flabbergasted. They blurted without thinking, is this fellow human? Suddenly, they felt fortunate that they didn't continue to pester Wang Ting. Who could afford to offend a monster like him? Wan Feifeng wiped her cold sweat secretly, feeling a little guilty in her heart. She wanted to take revenge for her younger brothers, but now, she felt that she needed to think about it carefully. Peace was precious, after all. Furthermore, her younger brothers were at fault in the first place. She was a reasonable person. She wouldn't confuse right and wrong. Yes, her stupid brothers hadn't been educated for a long time and kept causing trouble outside. If they managed to survive this battle, she would take care of them properly. Wan Feiping and Wan Feiyu suddenly felt a chill down their back. They had a bad feeling. They looked around them in confusion, wondering where this sudden chill came from. Wang Ting was fighting with all his might. With the blade and the sword in his hands, he cut apart many dark apparitions like chopping carrot. The dark apparitions kept getting thrown back. They were either stabbed in their hearts or had their heads slammed. Swoosh. Suddenly, he heard a soft sound. Wang Ting suddenly felt a piercing pain on his back near his heart. The malicious intent caused his head to turn numb. It's too late. The sneak attack had caught him off guard. Even with his speed, he wouldn't be able to evade it at this distance. Oh right. In this life-or-death situation, many thoughts flashed past his mind. He had an idea. Space talent. Instantly, the space around Wang Ting started distorting. Slash. A pitch-black blade pierced through Wang Ting's heart. Die. A sinister voice was heard at the same time. Li Rongxue and Su Lingxuan's expressions changed. Their hearts scrunched up as they stared at this scene in a daze. However, the next moment the figure dissipated slowly. The attacker was dumbstruck. Boom! A powerful flaming sword glow struck the attacker's body and sent him back flying like a cannonball. Bang! Splurt! The attacker smashed on the ground heavily. His back was mangled, and his entire body was engulfed in flames. Blood spurted out of his mouth. It's you. You aren't dead? Wang Ting's figure slowly appeared again. He was shocked when he saw the attacker's appearance. It was Yao Hongshou. However, his appearance had changed tremendously. Dark green veins were bulging on his skin, along with black patterns. His entire body was covered with dark force. He wasn't a human anymore. This was assimilation. Chapter 314. Bullshit, I only killed one. Assimilation. Someone shouted the word directly. Everyone was thunderstruck as they looked at Yao Hongshou's face. At the same time, looks of disdain flashed in their eyes. They didn't even bother hiding their contempt. Dark apparitions were condemned by all humans, much less a human who had voluntarily turned into a dark apparition. This was even more atrocious. He was a traitor. He was born a human, yet he gave up his position in the human race. He turned himself into a dark apparition and allowed himself to fall into the abyss. They still remembered that he was the one who called the dark apparitions. He was the reason for this disaster befalling Yang City. Everyone glared at him, wanting to peel his skin and eat his flesh. Are you surprised? A sound came out of Yao Hongshou's mouth. He was shimmering in black light. The black glow swallowed the flames on his body, and his wounds started healing. Black smoke rose from his body. He's fine. Wang Ting squinted when he saw this scene. He didn't hold back when he attacked him just now. However, Yao Hongshou was able to recuperate so quickly. He mustn't underestimate his healing ability after he was assimilated. I'm curious about how you evaded my attack just now. Yao Hongshou crawled up from the ground and said, Do you want to know? Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at him. He smiled. I'm not telling you. Yao Hongshou. I'll make sure you can't smile soon, you brat. No one can save you today. I'll tear you into pieces to avenge my sons. His gaze was hostile, and his expression was sinister. Don't spout nonsense. What do you mean by sons? I only killed one of them. Wang Ting was furious as though he got framed. He would admit it if he did it, but if he didn't, he would never be framed. He was Wang Ting, a person with principles. Only... Yao Hongshou trembled in anger. I know that you helped that bitch Li Rongxue to kill my son, Yao Yu. You have a part to play too. I'll kill you first before killing that bitch. Wang Ting felt a little awkward upon getting exposed. He scratched his head and replied sincerely, Actually, you might not be able to kill me. I admit that you're a talent and you're not weak. You're able to withstand my attack. It was surprising. But do you think that that was my true power? If those old fellows hadn't protected you, you wouldn't be standing here. Yao Hongshou mocked him. He clenched his fist and felt the surging energy in his body. He then said in a mesmerized tone, What's more, I have become more powerful now. Wang Ting squinted slightly. He had to admit that Yao Hongshou became stronger after he turned into a dark apparition. He didn't notice him when Yao Hongshou hid in the dark and attacked him secretly. Without his space talent, he would be seriously injured from the attack. Yao Hongshou. At this moment, a few angry hollers came from the sky. The sound of air breaking came directly after. A few figures flew over from afar. They were the family heads of Yang City. They yelled at Yao Hongshou indignantly. Yao Hongshou, how dare you appear again? You're a sinner. Ha ha. Yao Hongshou lowered his head and gave a sinister laugh. Then, he looked up abruptly. His expression was hideous, and there was a red light glimmering in his eyes. Is it really my fault? Since you didn't give me a chance, I'll make you suffer too. You will all accompany my son in death. Angry howls came out from his mouth. He had turned into a maniac, looking like a devil. Everyone's expression was ugly. They felt a chill rising in their heart when they saw his crazed look. Your Yao family is also in Yang City. You attracted the dark apparitions here. They won't be able to escape if Yang City collapses. The family head of the Wan family bellowed angrily. The Yao family lives where I live. If I die, there's no need for the Yao family to exist, Yao Hongshou said with a cold smile. Everyone was speechless. Maniac! Yao Hongshou had turned crazy. He was beyond hope. Kill him together. A few powerful warriors looked at one another and started attacking. They executed their force battle techniques and aimed them at Yao Hongshou. I have turned into a dark apparition. You're not my match anymore. Yao Hongshou was extremely arrogant. He stepped in the air and destroyed all the attack. Then, his hands turned into sharp claws, with black glows shining around them. He clawed at his opponent. The martial warriors shuttled back and forth in the air. When their forces collided, they gave off loud explosions. Wang Ting spread his flaming wings behind him. He held his battle sword in his hand and darted into the battlefield. It was a heated battle. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the others had also noticed the situation here. From afar, they could only see the figures colliding continuously in midair. Every attack was earth-shattering, leaving their minds in a jumbled state. This is the battle between 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. If Wang Ting is able to join them, has his ability reached that stage already? They found it unbelievable. He was their peer, but he could already fight alongside the famous martial warriors. Compared to him, they suddenly felt extremely weak. Boom! A figure suddenly fell from the sky, smashing a large hole in the city wall. Everyone looked at the person carefully. It was Yao Hongshou. Right now, he was in a miserable state. He was injured, and blood was seeping out from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he smiled evilly. He flew up again, disregarding the fresh blood beside his lips. This bastard must be a cockroach. The other 6-star soldier-level martial warriors looked at one another in frustration. They didn't expect Yao Hongshou to be so difficult to deal with. They beat him again and again, but he recovered every single time. His recovery speed was astonishing. Wang Ting looked up. Gorlin's array was only halfway through. However, Lord Yang and Principal Yang were gradually retreating under the attacks of the 8 Arms Devil General. They were in a difficult position. Bang! The 8 Arms Devil General hit Principal Yang with its special weapon, the one that looked like a sword and a blade. There were weapons on every single hand, so it was hard to defend against them. Lord Yang threw an attack at the 8 Arms Devil General and made use of the recoil force to distance himself from the devil. He panted as he said to Principal Yang, "Old Yang, are you all right? Don't worry. I'm not dead yet." Principal Yang stopped in midair. He replied to Lord Yang indifferently as he wiped the blood off his lips. "You are not my match," said the 8 Arms Devil General. He then ignored them and turned to fly towards Gorlin. He could sense a hint of danger from this unfinished array. He mustn't let it be completed. Lord Yang and Principal Yang darted between Gorlin and the 8 Arms Devil General. "We're not done yet. Why are you running away? Get lost!" The 8 Arms Devil General raged. The sound wave swept through the air, making people dizzy from the vibration. They were scared witless. Why are you shouting? So what if you have a loud voice?" Principal Yang scoffed and blocked in front of Gorlin. He didn't budge an inch. "Nuisance. Let me kill you first." The 8 arms devil general glared at them and moved his 8 arms furiously. Amidst the black glow, it attacked with a thick dark force, looking like a tyrannical god of evil. Lord Yang and Principal Yang turned solemn. They looked at each other and executed their strongest battle technique to welcome the devil's renewed onslaught. Chapter 3:15 Yao Hongshou Must Die. Invincible Sword Presence. Wang Ting was worried about the battle between the 3 martial warriors and the 8 arms devil general. The situation wasn't optimistic. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yao Hongshou, who was fighting with the 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. His eyes became sharp and cold. I must deal with him quickly. Wang Ting held the battle sword in his hand and recalled all the abilities he possessed. He was searching for a way to kill Yao Hongshou. He couldn't recover infinitely. As long as he attacked his lethal point, he could destroy him, preventing him from recuperating again. He wondered if dark apparitions were able to resist the poison force of the demon lotus poison body? A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He moved and shifted away from the battlefield, circling around them instead. What is Wang Ting doing? Many people were paying attention to this intense fight. They hated Yao Hongshou bitterly and wanted to see him get killed on the spot. It would bring them great satisfaction. But Yao Hongshou was unexpectedly powerful. Despite surrounding him from all sides, they couldn't bring him down. This was when they saw Wang Ting leaving the team and circling outside the battleground. He didn't help them anymore. Was he afraid of going forward because he got scared by Yao Hongshou? He's looking for an opening and waiting for a chance, Dongfang Yu said as she fought with the dark apparitions around her. She saw through his intention at a glance. She was getting tired from killing the dark apparitions, but she soldiered on. The others were fighting dark apparitions too. However, they would glance at the sky occasionally. At the moment, 2 important battles were taking place. One was the battle with the 8 arms devil general. This was the most crucial battle. If someone died, the Yang city would fall too. After all, one general stage martial warrior was enough to influence a war. The other was Wang Ting's battle. Yao Hongshou must die. This was the thought in everyone's mind. If he lived, it would be unfair for the civilians of Yang City. I hope he succeeds. Li Rongxue prayed silently as she looked at Wang Ting's figure. She felt guilty in her heart. Yao Hongshou turned crazy because she had killed Yao Yu. That was why he wanted to destroy the entire Yang City. She felt that she was partly responsible and was unsettled. Yet, the main culprit Yao Hongshou was still at loose. Li Rongxue couldn't accept this. She must answer to the civilians of Yang City. Killing Yao Hongshou was the answer. She couldn't do it, so she could only place her hopes on Wang Ting. After all, that fellow wasn't an ordinary genius. Wang Ting was looking for Yao Hongshou's weakness so that he could land a lethal blow. It was impossible to kill Yao Hongshou with a normal attack. It had to be a full-force attack aimed at his weakness. There was only one chance. He must find the right moment. The other martial warriors fighting with Yao Hongshou understood Wang Ting's intention and helped him. They didn't belittle him because his stage was lower. They recognized his ability. This man was young, but he was competent. They mustn't judge him in a conventional way. He might really be able to kill Yao Hongshou in a single strike. Yao Hongshou glanced at Wang Ting, and an evil smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Brat, use all your attacks on me. After I kill these old fellows, you can also go to hell. Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He stared at Yao Hongshou's moving body intently. Force ran through his body and congregated at the tip of his sword, shining with a brilliant glow. This moment, the explosion of the 9th-level sword presence. Wang Ting raised his long sword. Clang! The sound of a sword leaving its sheath resounded in the area. A gigantic and fiery red sword glow shot into the air, seemingly piercing the sky. Raging flames rose from Wang Ting's body and enveloped half the sky in an instant. Heat waves soared straight to the horizon. Wisps of sword presence were instilled in the waves. The people below were struck dumb with astonishment. They stared at Wang Ting absent-mindedly. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Yao Hongshou felt as if his heart was entangled by a lethal sword aura. Once it fell on him, he would be drowned in this indomitable sword presence. He must hide. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Once Wang Ting pushed his sword forward, the fiery red sword glow shot out like an arrow. The sky and the earth were filled with sword aura. The boundless sword aura turned into a tornado. Yao Hongshou was in the center of the storm. His face was filled with bewilderment. He couldn't believe this. He didn't understand how Wang Ting was able to launch such a formidable attack. Yao Hongshou stood in a daze. His entire body was engulfed by a thick aura of death. Dark force gushed out frantically, and the black glow around him shimmered weakly, trying its best to protect its master. The sword aura solidified. In the end, Yao Hongshou couldn't withstand the attack. Sword wounds appeared on his body, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. He could also sense another force in this sword aura. This force was corroding the dark force in his body. What is this? Yao Hongshou's expression changed. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Poison force. This was only the start, though. A glaring sword glow suddenly appeared in thin air. As he was getting weaker, it penetrated through his heart. Yao Hongshou widened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head slowly and felt that his heart had shattered. Only crumbs were left in its original spot. The dawn of death. Endless darkness swallowed his consciousness. Without the defense of the dark force, his human body wasn't able to withstand the sword presence. It tore into pieces. Yao Hongshou died on the spot. No corpse was left. The sword presence dispersed slowly. There was dead silence. The sword presence also targeted the dark apparitions, so an empty area appeared after the attack dissipated. The human martial warriors stood on the ground in a stupor. Slurp. You could hear people swallowing their saliva. They had lost their ability to speak. Is he still a human? Ikaiching couldn't help but curse. All the eyes were focused on Wang Ting. He was still in his attacking posture. Crack. Suddenly, a crack sound was heard from the battle sword in his hand. It broke inch by inch under everyone's astonished gazes. Finally, only the sword hilt was left in his hand. Even the battle sword wasn't able to resist the frightening sword presence. This battle sword had followed Wang Ting for a long time. He didn't expect it to break today. The other 6-star soldier-level martial warriors had retreated when Wang Ting launched his attack. As they were closer to him, they had a deeper impression of the power of this sword presence. They weren't able to exert a sword presence this powerful. This young man was a monster. On the other side of the battlefield, the 8-arms devil general turned around and squinted slightly. A malicious look appeared in its eyes. This human must be killed. The morale of the humans was invigorated after Wang Ting killed Yao Hongshou. However, they were still at a disadvantage. Gorlin had also reached the crucial stage. His forehead was filled with perspiration, and his face was pale. Yet, he persevered. As long as the array got completed, the tides would turn. At this moment, a black glow flew out beside him and headed straight for Gorlin. Chapter 316. I'll take it from here. Gorlin was wholly focused on completing the array. A huge array was already taking form with him in the center. Numerous runes shimmered brightly, presenting a glamorous view. A vague sense of danger seeped out from the array. Even the 8-arms devil general felt uneasy, however. An evil smile had appeared at the edge of its lips. Suddenly, a black light flew towards Gorlin from the side. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of black lightning. Although Gorlin's attention was entirely on the array, his spiritual power had enveloped the array, so he noticed the black light the moment it entered his territory. However, it came at the speed of lightning and reached him in an instant. Gorlin's expression changed. He let loose a wisp of spiritual power to attack the black light. The black light stopped for a second before penetrating the wall formed by the spiritual power. It furiously slammed into Gorlin's arm. The black light finally revealed its true form. It was a glistening black snake. Once Gorlin got bitten on his arm, his face turned black, and his spiritual power suffered a backlash. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Gorlin, Principal Yang and Lord Yang noticed the situation at once. Their expressions changed. Ha ha ha! The 8 Arms Devil General laughed loudly. It was beyond elated for succeeding in its sneak attack. President Gorlin! Master Gorlin! Many people below noticed this sudden change too. They were enraged. The 8 Arms Devil General was despicable. How could it use such a shameless method? Everyone started feeling uneasy when Gorlin was poisoned. This meant that the array wasn't going to get completed. The human race immediately fell into an unfavorable situation. Master! Wang Ting also felt infuriated when he saw what happened. His eyes almost popped out in anger. He remembered how Gorlin had treated him during this period. He didn't mind his background and taught him everything he knew without reservation. He even spoke up and protected him when he was in trouble. It was a lie to say that Wang Ting wasn't grateful in his heart. Now that he was poisoned and injured, Wang Ting shot up without any hesitation. Gorlin was in the most dangerous state now. If someone attacked him suddenly, he wouldn't have the ability to resist. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Ting. Their 5-star soldier-level dark forces were surging, and they had black wings on their backs. They were clearly powerful. Move! Killing intent shot out of Wang Ting's eyes. He threw the dark apparitions back with a single punch. He didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill the dark apparitions quickly so that he could reinforce Gorlin. A look of contempt appeared on the dark apparitions' faces. They were high-level dark apparitions, talented and smart. Their bodies were impenetrable too. This young man's sword skill was formidable, no doubt, but his sword was already broken. He couldn't execute his sword skills anymore, yet he wanted to fight with them in close combat. He must be dreaming. But, the next second, their expressions changed slightly. Boom! A strong force smashed into their bodies. They were caught off guard. Wang Ting had received a physical skill scripture from Senior Ching Wu when he was in the military academy. It was called the Raging Bull skill. He had already reached the perfected stage after practicing it daily. Hence, his body was strong and his strength was extraordinary. After combining strength with force, the air around him started exploding. This was a display of its power. Once the dark apparitions were thrown back, blood spurted out of their mouths. They were flabbergasted. On the other side, Lord Yang and Principal Yang held back the 8 Arms Devil General with all their might so that it didn't have the energy to attack Gorlin. The 8 Arms Devil General's gaze turned cold. It ordered, "Kill him!" A figure flew over from afar and prepared to attack Gorlin. After Gorlin got poisoned, he hurriedly ate a spiritual Dan to maintain his consciousness. However, the spiritual Dan couldn't cure the poison completely. It could only slow down its invasion. He forcefully maintained the array while grabbing the poisonous snake with one hand. He noticed that it was dead. He wanted to throw it away, but upon thinking of something, he kept it in his space ring. He also noticed a dark apparition charging towards him, so he could only divert some spiritual power and used his fire force to attack his opponent with the arts of a divine spirit master. As for the array, he could barely maintain it at its current state. He didn't have the energy to complete it. Fireballs shot towards the attacker. The other party evaded in midair and kept getting closer to Gorlin. "Master!" Su Lingxian looked up at the sky anxiously, feeling frantic in her heart. She had followed Gorlin for the longest time, so they were like grandfather and granddaughter. Their relationship was closer than Wang Ting's. She turned around and looked at Wang Ting. "Senior brother, hurry!" Her heart had already jumped to her throat. Wang Ting dashed towards Gorlin once again. However, the two dark apparitions were like plasters sticking to him. They knew that they couldn't beat Wang Ting, so they didn't confront him head-on. Instead, they kept pestering and blocking his path. Wang Ting's expression turned cold. A battle blade appeared in his hand and he slashed at them. Blade presence bore down on the dark apparitions. The two dark apparitions dodged quickly when they saw Wang Ting's blade. They flew far away. However, at this moment, the space in front of them started distorting. A ray of glaring light appeared out of nowhere. It split into two sharp rays and pierced through the hearts of these two dark apparitions. The dark apparitions widened their eyes in shock. They lost their lives even before they understood what happened. Wang Ting didn't even bother picking up the attribute bubbles. He darted through them and charged straight forward. One Gorlin was in critical condition. He was seriously injured and couldn't resist his opponent's attack. He was struggling on the precipice of death. The dark apparition had a long spear in its hand, and its tip was shimmering with a poisonous glint. He assaulted Gorlin like a tempestuous storm. A flaming shield congregated in front of Gorlin. Boom! Under the enemy's attack, the flaming shield disintegrated instantly. Cracked little by little. "Old man, die!" The dark apparition finally arrived in front of Gorlin. It gave a hideous smile as it stabbed his long spear out. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were worried, but they couldn't break free. "You can't save him." The 8 Arms Devil General gave a delighted smile. The moment he finished speaking, an angry shout echoed in the air. It caused his expression to freeze instantly. "You're looking for death." A glaring blade glow chopped the sky into two. Pale white blade aura lit up half the night sky. The dark apparition's expression changed, and it flew back at high speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The powerful blade presence was locked on it. It followed it closely, unwilling to let go, and struck him from above. Boom! The blade aura filled up the entire sky. The blade glow cut the dark apparition from the head all the way to its toe. It was split into two. A cry of agony stopped abruptly. The two halves of the dark apparition fell to the ground along with a puddle of blood. "It's him! It's him again!" The smile on the 8 Arms Devil General's face was stuck there. Then, it disappeared, and his expression turned eerie. He was exasperated. Clenching his weapons tightly, veins popped out of his forehead and arms. How infuriating! Gorlin smiled when he saw the person who came. He couldn't maintain his posture anymore and fell to the ground. The uncompleted array was at the brink of breaking down. "Master!" Wang Ting held him up worriedly. "Quick, the array is going to crumble." A tinge of hope appeared in Gorlin's eyes as he spoke weakly. "Don't worry, Master, I'll take it from here." Wang Ting nodded seriously. Chapter 317 This man is frightening. He must be killed. Everyone was fighting their own battle on the battlefield. Powerful warriors against powerful apparitions and low-rank martial warriors against low-rank dark apparitions. 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star soldier-level martial warriors were considered high-rank martial warriors. Since they numbered a few, they were mostly targeted and pestered by the powerful dark apparitions. It was hard for them to break free. When Gorlin was attacked just now, 2 6-star soldier-level martial warriors tried their best before they freed themselves and were able to help him. Wang Ting passed Gorlin to the martial warriors who came. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the middle of the array. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. What is Wang Ting doing? He's Master Gorlin's disciple. Could he? While wondering aloud, their eyes widened in surprise. A thought appeared in their mind uncontrollably. He wants to complete the array on behalf of Master Gorlin. They swallowed their saliva involuntarily when this ridiculous notion popped up. During the battle just now, Wang Ting had already showcased his frightening martial arts cultivation. He had reached 5-star soldier level at a young age and was skilled in both blade and sword. He had slain an uncountable number of dark apparitions and even one 6-star soldier-level dark apparition. Last but not least, the assimilated Yao Hongshou had also died in his hands. There was nothing wrong with calling him a monster. Looking at him now, he seemed to be an exceptional runemaster too. If not, he wouldn't be able to take over Master Gorlin's high-level array. As Li Rongxue recovered her strength, she asked Su Lingxian curiously, "Lingxian, what level runemaster is he?" Su Lingyun and Lu Xinghui were maintaining the defense array not far away. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the other talents were also close to her. When they heard Lu Xinggui's question, they looked at Su Lingxian with curiosity in their eyes. Su Lingxian heaved a sigh of relief after Wang Ting saved Gorlin. When she saw Wang Ting wanting to replace Gorlin to complete the array, she was stunned too. She replied subconsciously when she heard Li Rongxue. In the past, he was an intermediate stage runemaster. He never took another test after that. However, Master says that he has improved at an exponential speed, so he might. Li Rongxue and the other gasped. Might what? Although Su Lingxian didn't finish her sentence, everyone could guess it. Wang Ting might have become an advanced stage runemaster. He might even be close to advancing to the master level. They never imagined that Wang Ting had already reached master level. That stage wasn't easy to reach. A genius like Wang Ting might achieve it in the future, but not now. He was too young. Even so, they were dumbstruck. How monstrous was this fellow? Lu Xinghui was talented in runes and was always called a genius. When he compared himself to Wang Ting, it was natural for him to get jealous. However, he was trembling in fright. What kind of presence was this? This fellow wasn't human. 2402:800:6118, AAA 7:743B, EDC 8:5C7F, 5891. His martial arts cultivation was exceptional. Even if it was his father, he might not be able to beat him. He mustn't provoke him in the future. If not, just thinking of the consequences caused Lu Xinghui to shiver. Scary. This was the right time to follow his heart. On the other hand, Su Lingyun had different emotions. She realized that her jealousy towards Su Lingxian was getting stronger. Why? They were both born in the Su family. Her father was the head of the family, and her status was higher than Su Lingxian. Yet, she always lost to her. Her beauty, her talent, none of them were better than Su Lingxian's. She was even accepted as Gorlin's disciple. The outstanding young man had a good relationship with her, while she couldn't find any ways to get close to him. Failure was making her go crazy. Dongfang Yu, Yi Kaiqing, and the other talents looked at Wang Ting with flickering gazes. They couldn't regain their composure for a while. Wang Ting didn't know how complicated everyone was feeling. He glanced at the 8 Arms Devil General with a smile at the corner of his lip. The smile was indifferent. He wasn't afraid of the 8 Arms Devil General. In fact, there was even a hint of provocation in his smile. It seemed a little evil. This little brat. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression turned distorted. He wanted to pounce on Wang Ting and punch him with all of his 8 arms. As a general stage formidable warrior in a high position, he was always respected and feared by the masses. No one dared to act so atrociously in front of him. But Lord Yang and Principal Yang were obstructing him with all their might. He couldn't break free from them. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were also astounded in their hearts. They felt that this fellow was full of surprises. They couldn't help but place their hopes on Wang Ting. Thus, they would never allow the past to repeat. The 2 6-star martial warriors placed Gorlin in a safe place and returned to the array. Young man, complete the array at ease. Well, guard you. Let's see who dares to disturb you, one of the martial warriors said. Wang Ting nodded, his expression turning grave. He had learned this array from Gorlin before, and he remembered all the structure and shapes of the runes. However, this was an advanced stage, 6-star array. Only master-level runemasters could create 6-star rune arrays. Still, its might was astonishing, able to kill a general stage martial warrior. It would be difficult for Wang Ting to set up this array alone based on his current cultivation. However, Gorlin had completed most of it. He just needed to carve the last portion of the runes. Yet, this last portion was the most crucial part. This array was from the inside out. The closer to the core, the more important the runes. The middle of this array was the core. The runes that formed the core needed to be extremely precise. A slight mistake could cause the entire array to disintegrate, and the efforts put in would go to waste. But Gorlin believed in him. Hence, Wang Ting couldn't disappoint him. Furthermore, they were facing a crisis. He must not and could not fail. It could be said that once this array was formed, the wheel of victory would spin to the human side. Wang Ting took a deep breath and turned serious. Boom! A thick spiritual power exploded from Wang Ting's mind. It surged out like a dragon roaring out from its den and soaring into the sky. Emperor Realm! Everyone was shocked. This spiritual power felt so real. It was spiritual kinesis. Wang Ting wasn't just an advanced stage runemaster, but he had also awakened the rare spiritual kinesis. How could they describe his talent? This monster must be the illegitimate child of God and Lady Luck, right? He was so powerful. The spiritual kinesis even felt as powerful as Gorlin's. The thought flashed in Lord Yang's and Principal Yang's minds. They were thunderstruck. Gorlin's disciple might surpass his master one day. The younger generations below felt bitter. Was this Wang Ting's real strength? Was he really a young man and not some ancient demon? On the other hand, malicious intent spread in the 8 Arms Devil General's heart. This young man was too terrifying. He must be killed. If not, he would become a massive threat to the Darkland in the future. Chapter 3:18. So anxious that they wanted to pee in the sky, a vast circular formation spun slowly, covering a large area. Lights glowed on the array, and a powerful spiritual power enveloped the formation. Runes were slowly carved in the core. A figure sat in the middle of the array with a grim expression. All his attention was on completing the formation, leaving him with no energy to care about the tragic battle outside. Eyes were the windows to one's soul, and there was a holy light shimmering in his eyes at the moment. This was a sign that he was using his spiritual kinesis to its extreme. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the defense array below. It shattered into small pieces and disintegrated into motes of light. The human martial warriors were shaken up. They were the first to suffer after the defense array was destroyed. Without its protection, a large number of dark apparitions would surge into the city. No one knew how many people would be killed. As expected, the dark apparitions that were blocked by the shield poured into the city like a dam had been broken. The pressure on the human race multiplied. Many martial warriors got surrounded by multiple dark apparitions and were bitten to death directly. "I'll go down and help." The 6-star soldier-level martial warriors guarding Wang Ting grieved when they saw the bitter scene unfold. The other person hesitated for a moment. Accidents might happen to Wang Ting if one of them left. Gorlin was an example. "Both of you can leave. I can handle it alone," Wang Ting suddenly said. "How can we do that? One of us has to stay behind at least," the martial warriors said. "Go!" Wang Ting glared at them. The martial warriors felt scared somehow under his stare. They felt as though they were facing a character like Gorlin. "No. If something happens to you, we'll be the sinners of the whole city." Nonetheless, the martial warriors remained firm in their stance. "I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry and go. If Yang City collapses, everything we've done so far will be useless." Wang Ting ignored them after he finished speaking. He continued focusing on the array, not daring to get distracted again. The loss of concentration just now had almost resulted in a mistake. The difficulty of this formation exceeded his expectations. The last sentence might have convinced the martial warriors. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded resolutely. "Be careful." In the next second, they charged down to help the defense. Time flew. Soon, the night was coming to an end. Many people had died in this battle, but the war still continued. The young generation of talents suffered heavy losses. Yi Kaiqing lost an arm, while Dongfang Yu was severely injured. Although people were protecting Li Rongxue, she was still seriously wounded. Leaning on her sword, she looked at the battlefield with a sorrowful expression. Only 2 Wan siblings were left. Wan Feipeng died. He died willingly to save his stupid younger brother. This might be the innate emotions of humans. They wouldn't be able to disregard the ties between their families. Wan Feiyu cried his heart out when his brother fell. He wanted to kill all the dark apparitions to take revenge for his brother, but he was helpless. He was brought to a safe location by his men. Wan Feifeng had turned mad from the massacre. She had a good relationship with her siblings since they were young. Yet, one of them died tonight. She believed it was her fault and felt regret and agony enshrouding her whole being. She could only kill more to numb her heart. Similar scenes happened everywhere. People were dying every second. This was an unfair fight to begin with. The dark apparitions came without any warning and had the advantage of numbers. On the other hand, the martial warriors in Yang City didn't have any time to prepare. They were at an extreme disadvantage. Some 6-star soldier-level martial warriors had also fallen in this cruel battle. They were boss-level characters no matter where they went, yet many of them lost their lives here. It was a massive loss for the human race. Wang Ting glanced down below and was deeply shocked. For some reason, sorrow poured out from the depth of his heart. The human race. The human race. There seemed to be a faraway voice screaming from the depth of his soul. It felt like a dream, but it felt real too. It was hard to describe. He closed his eyes and stopped looking at the tragic state below. Only the last bit of the formation was left. He mustn't get distracted now. Anyone who kills him will get 10,000 devil crystals. The 8 Arms Devil General suddenly shouted. As soon as his voice faded, malicious glints shone in the eyes of the dark apparitions. Immediately, some 5-star and 6-star dark apparitions shot up into the sky. Kill! Ha ha ha, die! The dark apparitions released all their attacks at Wang Ting 10,000 devil crystals. This was enough to turn the dark apparitions crazy. Shameless! Lord Yang and Principal Yang glared at the 8 Arms Devil General. Although they were injured and exhausted, they continued battling with the 8 Arms Devil General despite panting loudly. Stop them! The 2 of them shouted. The human martial warriors ignored the enemies they were fighting and rushed towards the dark apparitions to stop their attacks. However, a portion of the attacks still continued flying towards Wang Ting. Lord Yang and Principal Yang stared at Wang Ting intently. They couldn't free themselves and save him. This helplessness threw them into despair. Was Wang Ting going to follow Gorlin's footsteps? Were they going to fail after persevering for so long? Humph! The alarm in Wang Ting's heart ran as danger befell him. He snorted, and earth force flowed out of his body. It formed layers of shield around him. They were like walls and walls of bricks. All the attacks landed on the shield. The shields broke layer by layer, but in the end there were still 3 walls left. However, all the attacks had disappeared. Wang Ting remained unscathed. Earth force! Lord Yang and Principal Yang heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were amazed at the same time. They remembered that Wang Ting had executed fire force and metal force in the past. Now, he had displayed his earth force. 3 elements martial warrior. This was a great surprise. The youngsters below were almost numb now. How many trump cards did this fellow have? Again and again. There seemed to be no end to it. It stimulated their minds without stopping. The smiles on the dark apparitions' faces froze, and they felt infuriated. 10,000 devil crystals had just flown away. The 8 Arms Devil General had never felt so helpless towards a person. But he experienced it personally now. He could clearly feel his mentality breaking down. Why? Is this fellow my natural enemy sent from heaven? Kill him, kill him. If you don't kill him, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons to make candles. The 8 Arms Devil General raged. The dark apparitions were devastated and suddenly felt wronged. They initially wanted to kill Wang Ting for the 10,000 devil crystals, but now they would be turned into candles if they couldn't succeed. You should have said that earlier. Why didn't you say it before? We wouldn't have attacked him if you said it. What a loss. The dark apparitions felt hidden bitterness. They had no choice but to attack Wang Ting again. After all, if he didn't die, they would be turned into candles. However, the human martial warriors had arrived to stop the dark apparitions. The long-range attacks were blocked by Wang Ting's earth shield, so they couldn't even see him, much less kill him. For a moment, the dark apparitions felt so anxious that they wanted to pee. We will die. Let us kill him quickly. Move please, sob. Suddenly, a frightening aura erupted from the formation above them. The array was finished. Chapter 319 The 8 Universe Ablaze Dragon Araya strong sense of danger spread out from the formation above them. The array was finally completed. Success. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were elated. The humans below also let out relieved smiles. They started cheering. Senior brother succeeded. Su Lingxian was taking care of Gorlin. She shouted in happiness when she saw this scene. Unfortunately, Gorlin was unconscious, so he couldn't see this. He really succeeded. Li Rongxue muttered to herself. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the other martial warriors looked up. They seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Even people who had grudges against Wang Ting, like Wan Feiyu and Lu Xinghui, sincerely hoped that Wang Ting would succeed. Once their wish came true, their hearts were filled with gratitude. The shield formed by the earth force dispersed gradually in front of Wang Ting. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, and there were beads of perspirations on his forehead. His face was slightly pale, but all of this was unable to hide the brightness in his eyes. He looked up and stared at the 8 Arms Devil General. Their gazes collided in midair. Even though he was a general stage presence, Wang Ting was never afraid of him. At this moment, a few dark apparitions who came to kill Wang Ting for 10,000 devil crystals charged towards him while the human martial warriors were in a daze. They wanted to make use of this last chance to kill Wang Ting. Wang Ting had just finished laying a colossal formation. He must be at his weakest now. What were they waiting for? The 8 Arms Devil General's threat hung over them like the sword of Damocles. Based on his personality, he always meant what he said. If they didn't kill Wang Ting, they would really be turned into candles and lit up every day. Killing Wang Ting was their only path of escape. In a blink of an eye, 3 dark apparitions rushed into the array. Be careful! Lord Yang and the others shouted. They were furious, silently scolding the martial warriors in charge of stopping the dark apparitions for being too careless. How could they let the dark apparitions close in on Wang Ting after he succeeded? Damn it! The human martial warriors were also stunned. They turned and chased after the dark apparitions. However, Wang Ting smiled. With a single thought, the formation started spinning, and flames burst out in the array. The 3 dark apparitions only had time to scream in agony before they got burned into ashes. Lord Yang and the others heaved sighs of relief. The human martial warriors were shocked and hurriedly stopped outside the array. Although they were 6-star soldier-level martial warriors, they didn't dare to touch the array after seeing the dark apparitions dying with no chance of resisting. Please retreat further away, Wang Ting said calmly. The human martial warriors smiled awkwardly. They cupped their fists at Wang Ting to apologize for their carelessness. Then, they retreated far away. The 8 Arms Devil General felt his eyelids jumping when he saw the dark apparitions burning to cinders. He could feel that the array was life-threatening. He started withdrawing at once. You gave me a spear and asked your men to kill me multiple times. Now, I'll return the favor. Wang Ting glanced at him and spoke indifferently. A smile appeared on his face. You don't have the ability to kill me. The 8 Arms Devil General smiled hideously. His gaze was full of contempt, but in the depth of his eyes, there was a hint of seriousness. Wang Ting didn't want to reply. He raised his hand and pointed straight at him. The array started spinning violently, gathering the fire force at an astonishing speed. In the end, a fiery red whirlpool formed above Wang Ting's head. The bottom of the vortex was connected to the core of the array. Fire force kept pouring into the array without stopping. Raging flames rose from the middle of the array. They surged to the sky and transformed into a large fire dragon. The dragon raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Roar! Scorching heat spread through the air, and heat waves blanketed the entire city. This array was known as the 8 Dragons Ablaze Dragon Array. The 8 Arms Devil General felt the corners of his lips twitching and sped up his retreat. He couldn't handle the array. The 8 Arms Devil General felt that he was acting like a coward. Still, he tried to convince himself that it was just a strategic retreat. After this round of attack, he would definitely let the brat understand what despair felt like. What a powerful aura! Lord Yang and Principal Yang glanced at each other and quickly flew back. If they were implicated, they might burn their skins. Go! Wang Ting mouthed the word softly. The blazing giant dragon roared to the sky before charging towards the 8 Arms Devil General. The 8 Arms Devil General felt a scorching heat closing in on him from behind. He turned to take a look, and his heart jumped in fright. Once his life was on the line, his expression turned grim. A black glow lit up around his body. He clenched the weapon that looked like a blade and a sword and slashed an enormous black crescent in the air. He threw the attack at the giant flaming dragon. Boom! The huge black blade glow slammed furiously into the ablaze dragon, looking as though it was going to chop the dragon in half. A loud explosion shattered the windows below. The giant flaming dragon was cut into two. The 8 Arms Devil General was elated. However, the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. The two split flaming bodies merged and charged towards him instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole. The fiery storm devoured the 8 Arms Devil General, terrifying flames filling up half the sky. Lord Yang and Principal Yang staggered. They had to retreat again. This was the difference between a Master Stage Runemaster and an Advanced Stage Runemaster. Give a Master Stage Runemaster enough time, and he would be able to form an indomitable array. Even General Stage warriors wouldn't dare to face its power. The 8 Arms Devil General is dead? The people below questioned in disbelief. Even Lord Yang and Principal Yang weren't able to kill the 8 Arms Devil General together, but Wang Ting was able to force him into a corner with the array. If the 8 Arms Devil General was dead, this crisis would have ended, right? Unfortunately, at this moment, an angry roar resounded from within the flames, dashing their hopes. A hole was blasted in the sky of fire. A figure glowing with black light darted out. It was the 8 Arms Devil General. The black glow around him had dimmed a little. There were many burnt marks on his body, and he seemed a little bedraggled. Lord Yang and the others were appalled. This astonishing attack still couldn't kill the 8 Arms Devil General. He was indeed intimidating. Ha ha ha, little human, you can't do anything to me. The 8 Arms Devil General guffawed. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wang Ting had put him in such a precarious position. It was time to retaliate. Really? Wang Ting remained composed. He tilted his head and looked at him. The 8 Arms Devil General's heart almost leaped out of his chest when he saw Wang Ting's gaze. A bad premonition rose up in his heart. If one blazing dragon isn't enough, What about 3? Wang Ting smiled. He hooked his fingers, and the flames erupted again. 3 fiery dragons congregated in the sky. They weren't any smaller than the gigantic flaming dragon at the start. Roar, roar, roar. Flames burned the air as the dragons roared loudly. The 3 huge dragons spiraled above Wang Ting, like the stars twinkling around the bright moon. He looked like the son of fire. Chapter 320 The Fear of Being Dominated by Flames. The muscles on the 8 arms Devil General's face twitched furiously as he stared at the 3 blazing dragons in front of him. This is outrageous. How dare you torture me like this? I have my dignity too. You've forced my hand, brat. Let me show you the forbidden skill of our 8 arms devil race. The 8 arms Devil General's expression turned hideous. The moment he finished speaking, a thick purple-black glow oozed out of his skin. His scarlet-red eyes shone brightly. The next moment, all his muscles started squirming and his height increased. He became bigger and taller, giving people unprecedented pressure. At the same time, the power of his aura increased multiple times. Below his muscles, his veins popped out and throbbed viciously. They looked as though they would burst at any moment. Blood seeped out from the pores all over his body. It looked extremely terrifying. The 8 arms devil race had a forbidden skill that would exhaust their vitality. They would never use it unless they were in a critical condition. A mere 5-star soldier-level martial warrior forced me to use my forbidden skill. You should feel proud, the 8 arms Devil General said in a hoarse voice. No, this is the result of my master and me, as well as all the human martial warriors. Your defeat is just, Wang Ting replied. Humph. Ha ha, you think that you will win? The 8 arms Devil General let out a peal of laughter laced with contempt. Yes, you will lose today. Wang Ting nodded sincerely and said. The 8 arms Devil General was stunned. He felt that he couldn't communicate with this brat. If he continued, he would die from anger. You didn't lose to me alone. Rather, you lost to the entire human race. The dark apparitions will never understand the unity and fearlessness of the human race. Wang Ting looked at the human martial warriors fighting with the dark apparitions below and smiled emotionally. You're wrong. The human race will perish. The 8 arms Devil General grinned hideously as he also glanced at the battlefield below. Even if the human race perishes, you won't achieve a real victory, Wang Ting replied indifferently. What a joke. Death is the greatest failure. Everything you said is just an excuse for your failure. The 8 arms Devil General sneered. Wang Ting shook his head and remained silent. He felt that the devil couldn't understand what he was saying. Little brat, I hate you. The 8 arms Devil General flared up in anger. He seemed to have suffered great humiliation. He stopped talking nonsense and charged straight at Wang Ting. Wang Ting pointed at it, and the 3 giant dragons soared down. Boom! Scorching flames blazed into the sky. The clouds seemed to be burning, a testament to the array's might. He should be dead now, right? Everyone looked up at the flames in the sky. They were dumbstruck. Roar! An angry cry came from within the flames. The 8 arms Devil General dashed out with a black glow shimmering around his body. There were burnt marks on his body, and he was covered with blood. He uncontrollably vomited a mouthful of blood. He had suffered severe injuries under the array's assault. Everyone was shocked. The power of the 8 arms Devil General was beyond their imagination. Although he was injured, he still had the energy to continue fighting. Was it impossible to kill him? I've already said that you can't kill me. The 8 arms Devil General laughed. Oh, if 3 isn't enough, how about 6? Wang Ting replied in an unconcerned tone. He hooked his finger, and 6 flaming dragons formed in the air, looking down at the 8 arms Devil General. I% and at hashtag at and asterisk and hashtag asterisk. The 8 arms Devil General felt his heart was bleeding in frustration. "Come, Mr. Eight Arms, your fire dragon set meal has arrived." With a wave of Wang Ting's finger, the fire dragons bellowed and shot out. The Eight Arms Devil General, Lord Yang, Principal Yang, boom! Frightening flames swept towards the Eight Arms Devil General, drowning it in the sea of fire. Cries of agony came from within. No one knew if he was wailing in anger or pain. At that moment, thick black light exploded from the center of the flame. The Eight Arms Devil General was still putting up a resistance. Boom! A figure stumbled out in a disheveled state. The Devil General's body was drenched in blood, but the ruthlessness in his eyes didn't subside. He charged towards Wang Ting. Die! He slashed his weapons, and the black blade glows enveloped the young man. Be careful! Lord Yang and Principal Yang rushed over hurriedly. They didn't think that the Eight Arms Devil General would still be alive after Wang Ting used the power of the 6 dragons. He even had the energy to retaliate. You have a strong vitality. Wang Ting shook his head. After his sentence ended, instantly, 8 burning dragons rose into the air, protecting Wang Ting in the center. He wasn't the son of fire now. He was the king of flames. The Eight Arms Devil General felt suicidal. How was he supposed to fight? Tell me, how can I fight? He turned around and ran away without any hesitation. At the same time, he was furiously cursing in his heart. It felt extremely frustrating. Don't leave. My dear, this is the last time. There aren't any more dragons. You will win if you endure this round, Wang Ting shouted. He seemed to have found his conscience and realized that he was being outrageous. He shouldn't humiliate his opponent. He should give it some hope. It was the Eight Arms Devil General, after all. As a general stage devil, he needed to show his opponent some respect. Do you think I'm stupid? Why will I believe a bastard like you? The Eight Arms Devil General ran away frantically without turning his head. This human young lad was worse than him, a devil. Lord Yang and Principal Yang felt their lips twitching. Where did Gorlin find this disciple? He was wild, cheeky, and shameless. Did Gorlin teach him that? Gorlin seemed to be of a noble character and high prestige, but he was actually a shameless and evil old man under the virtuous exterior? Lu Xinghui and Wan Feiyu suddenly shivered. This was a vicious man they shouldn't offend. They decided that after this battle, if they managed to get out of it alive, they would kneel and apologize to Wang Ting, begging him for forgiveness. Intense and violent flames surged towards the Eight Arms Devil General from behind. He let out an ear-shattering scream of pain and was engulfed in the fire once again. That day, he experienced the fear of being dominated by flames. Boom! The 8 fire dragons were the ultimate attack of the 8 dragons ablaze dragon array. Its full-fledged attack was extremely terrifying. Lord Yang and Principal Yang wanted to help Wang Ting at first, but they immediately ran far away. This was scary. Indeed, they mustn't provoke a runemaster. Which general stage martial warrior would want to have a taste of this attack? Just as the Devil General was beating a hasty retreat, a tiger roar came from the west of the city. Thick smoke appeared on the horizon in the distance. A group of men seemed to be charging this way. It was the Crimson Tiger Troop. At the same time, a strange screech came from the west. Thick smoke rose from the ground on that side too. The Black Sparrow Troop was here. The citizens of Yang City cheered loudly after a moment of silence. Reinforcements are here. We are saved. The grounds in the north and south started shaking as more reinforcements arrived. The commotion was huge. This was the reinforcement from the Empire. 3 waves of reinforcements arrived simultaneously. At this moment, a hint of white appeared on the horizon. A faint morning glow lit up the sky. The sun was about to rise. Chapter 321 Seductive. As dawn arrived, the 3 reinforcements from the human race also reached the city. The Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop from Earth, as well as the troops of the Empire all, rushed over as soon as possible. The commander of the dark apparitions, the 8 Arms Devil General, was completely outgunned by the formation controlled by Wang Ting. He was submerged in flames, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The scale of the battle was tilting towards the human race. The morale of the human martial warriors was greatly boosted. They started cheering loudly. Kill! Kill all the dark apparitions and take revenge for our dead friends. We mustn't let them leave. Those that invaded our country must be annihilated. A surge of energy from who knew where burst out from the exhausted bodies of these martial warriors. They raised their weapons high and smashed them at the dark apparition nearest to them. They are finally here. Lord Yang and Principal Yang glanced at each other. They felt relieved. Then, they turned their gazes back at the roaring flames that lit up half the sky. Was the 8 Arms Devil General dead? Wang Ting looked at the thick smoke coming from 3 different directions. He felt more at ease. Since the reinforcements were here, the danger was almost gone. He retracted his gaze and looked at the burning fire. He frowned uncontrollably. He used his spiritual sight and noticed that the dark force in the flames still existed, even though it was gradually getting fainter. The 8 Arms Devil General was still alive. His vitality was terrific. Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He felt helpless though. Were dark apparitions really so hard to kill? One general stage dark apparition was on par with 3 general stage human martial warriors. This was already startling enough. Yet, it was still alive after rounds of formidable attacks. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel powerless. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh startled everyone. Who is it? Lord Yang and Principal Yang's expressions changed abruptly. Wang Ting's heart also jumped to his throat. He looked towards the source of the sound and his pupils narrowed. The space beside the flames had started distorting. Then, a graceful figure appeared gradually. It was shimmering in black light and stood beside the flames calmly without any reaction. This was a female dark apparition, and she was gorgeous. Her figure was amazing, sexy, and charming. She had pointed ears and a long tail swaying behind her back. She gave off a seductive aura. Many male martial warriors started salivating involuntarily when they saw the female dark apparition. Even Lord Yang and Principal Yang were no exception. However, they quickly regained their senses. The next second, they turned grave and put up their guards. This dark apparition was able to enchant general stage martial warriors like them. It wasn't a simple figure. Wan Feiyu, Lu Xinghui, Yi Kaiqing, and the other young men below started blushing when they saw this female dark apparition. They seemed bewitched. Humph! Li Rongxue, Su Lingxian, and the other ladies at the side snorted softly. They had to admit that this dark apparition was mesmerizing, but she was a dark apparition. The human race was unable to coexist with the dark apparitions. This was a blood feud. It was humiliating to be captivated by her. Do you like her so much? Wan Feifeng twisted Wan Feiyu's ear and barked. Pain. 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 Sister, let me go. I didn't look at her on purpose. There's something amiss with the dark apparition. I can't control myself, Wan Feiyu shouted. Humph, men. Wan Feifeng sneered. The icy aura released by the other ladies caused Lu Xinghui and Yi Kaiqing to tremble. They collected themselves and said with a changed expression, that dark apparition can bewitch others. Don't find an excuse for your weak mentality. You are the only ones getting enchanted by that bitch. Look at Wang Ting. Look at how calm he is. He isn't affected at all. This is how a man should be. The 3 ladies were bound by a common hatred. Wan Feiyu and the other men raised their heads to look at Wang Ting. Indeed, he remained indifferent and didn't seem affected by the beautiful dark apparition at all. His willpower was astonishing. Is he the reincarnation of Liu Xiaohui? The 3 of them thought evilly. 1. Liu Xiaohui is an ancient Chinese character who remained undisturbed even with a woman in his lap. Hence, He is the epitome of a gentleman. Ha ha ha. The beautiful dark apparition in the sky laughed seductively when it noticed the people below getting enchanted by her. Then she immediately noticed that Wang Ting didn't seem affected by her. She asked in surprise, "Young man, am I not pretty?" "Not bad indeed." "I can't say that you're not pretty," Wang Ting replied honestly. "Why aren't you looking at me more then?" The beautiful dark apparition looked as though she was about to tear up. She gave Wang Ting a pitiful look. "Wang Ting, don't get bewitched by her appearance," Lord Yang and Principal Yang reminded him anxiously. They were almost tricked by this beautiful dark apparition, so they still had some lingering fears. In their eyes, if they were unable to withstand the temptation, a young and hot-blooded young man like him wouldn't be able to either. However, Wang Ting wasn't tempted. He said calmly, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in a female dark apparition." Female dark apparition. The beautiful dark apparition stared at Wang Ting in a daze, as if she had heard something unbelievable. She was stunned. Lord Yang and Principal Yang widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't help but respect Wang Ting. This young man was daring. "Young man, you're indeed cheeky. Aren't you afraid that it'll kill you?" The beautiful dark apparition's expression darkened. She glared at Wang Ting indignantly. "You can't touch me," Wang Ting replied confidently. "Because of that formation?" The beautiful dark apparition gave a look of contempt. "You must have consumed most of your energy during the fight just now. How much longer can you continue? Our reinforcements will arrive soon. I bet that you will regret it later if you don't leave now," Wang Ting replied. Just as Wang Ting finished speaking, a few powerful auras shot towards them from afar. They would arrive in Yang City soon. These auras belonged to general stage martial warriors. The beautiful dark apparition looked in the distance and turned serious. She said, "You're lucky." A long whip suddenly appeared in her hand. She swept it towards the flames and dragged out the body of the 8 Arms Devil General. The 8 Arms Devil General was in a miserable state. He was burnt and fresh blood covered his entire body. 3 out of his 8 arms were gone. No one knew where they went. Midas. He glared bitterly at Wang Ting before saying to the beautiful dark apparition beside him, "Why are you here?" "My dear idiot Zers, you would have been killed if I didn't come." The beautiful dark apparition smiled gently. "Don't you find it humiliating to get beaten up so badly by this young human?" "Shut up." Zers turned furious from embarrassment. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 322 Titan Arm. The beautiful dark apparition disregarded the anger of the 8 Arms Devil General and continued reprimanding it. "Zers, you failed your mission. The Master will be furious." The 8 Arms Devil General's expression changed. However, he forcefully calmed down and scoffed. "That's none of your business. I'll receive my punishment voluntarily." "Not bad, you're smart. I hope that you won't cry and look for your mummy." Midas covered her mouth and chuckled. The veins on Zer's forehead started bulging. He was bursting with anger, but he had to bear with it because he couldn't beat Midas. He stopped talking to her altogether. Midas pouted her lips. She placed her hand in front of her eyes and looked afar. "Sigh, they are coming." A few general stage auras were closing in at high speed. The frightening auras swept towards them like an enormous wave. Zers finally noticed them, and his expression underwent a huge change. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Oh, I forgot." Midas smiled beautifully. Zers felt helpless. Midas laughed happily when she saw Zer's expression. But, the next instant she was unable to smile because of a voice she heard. "Midas, long time no see." Midas' smile froze immediately, and a vicious look appeared in her eyes. She looked in the direction where the voice came from. She gritted her teeth as she squeezed out 2 words. "It's you." A few general stage forces of presence appeared above Yang City. Every single presence was extremely powerful. They were all general stage martial warriors, the top tier of the general stage martial warriors. One of the martial warriors spoke to Midas calmly. You were lucky and managed to escape in the past. How dare you visit the human race again? Dan Taixian, do you think that I'm afraid of you? Midas looked at the lady who was of equal beauty to her as she said in a cold voice. You will stay here today, Dan Taixian said indifferently. She seemed to be stating a common fact rather than killing a powerful general stage dark apparition. Midas got stimulated by her tone and trembled in anger. Master! Wang Ting called out at this moment. Without a doubt, this was his master, Dan Taixian. After all, there was only one Dan Taixian in the world. Dan Taixian turned and glanced at the formation below Wang Ting. She smiled. Impressive. She had obviously noticed that this array was a threat to general stage warriors. Although she was confused and puzzled about how Wang Ting managed to form this array, she still felt proud of him. As his master, she was naturally happy when her disciple was outstanding. But the other general stage martial warrior didn't seem to be in a good mood. His face even seemed a little black. This was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiao Nanfeng. Wang Ting had some grudges with the Crimson Tiger Troop in the past. Dan Taixian had disregarded his position as the chief commander and beat him up to take revenge for Wang Ting. Xiao Nanfeng was full of resentment when he thought of this. He couldn't find a way to vent his frustration. Why are you everywhere? Xiao Nanfeng said with disdain. He didn't bother treating Wang Ting politely. Xiao Nanfeng, are you asking for a beating? Dan Taixian glanced at him and said coldly. Xiao Nanfeng felt his lips twitching. Despite keeping quiet, he had already cursed Dan Taixian multiple times in his heart. This crazy bitch. Thank you for coming to help, but this isn't the time for a conversation. Should we kill the dark apparitions first? Another general stage martial warrior felt a little speechless. General Shen. Lord Yang and Principal Yang came over. Lord Yang. Shen Tuxiong cupped his fists at Lord Yang. Then, he nodded at Principal Yang and continued, I'm sorry that we came late. Are you all right? We are fine. Thanks to this young man, we almost killed that 8-arms devil general. Unfortunately, he was still saved, Lord Yang and Principal Yang replied. Shen Tuxiong had already noticed the impressive array below Wang Ting. When he heard Lord Yang and Principal Yang admitting it, a tinge of surprise flashed past his eyes. He nodded. Let's save the courtesies for later. The most important thing now is to kill these two dark apparitions. Ha ha ha! Midas suddenly laughed out loud. You want to kill us? In your dreams. How will we know if we don't try? Dan Taixian scoffed. She rushed towards Midas and Zers. Xiao Nanfeng and the others started moving too. They surrounded Midas and Zers and prepared to slaughter them in this land. Midas remained calm though. She raised her head to look at the pitch-black dimensional rift above it. Boom! A loud explosion occurred suddenly. An enormous arm forcefully squeezed out from the dimensional rift and grabbed at Dan Taixian and the other martial warriors. The arm was like a celestial pillar. It peeked out of one end of the dimensional rift and filled up the entire sky. When its skin rubbed against the edge of the dimensional rift, the sound of glass breaking could be heard. Space fragments dropped from the sky. Damn it! Xiao Nanfeng and Shen Tuxiong's expressions changed. Their hearts palpitated frantically. They could sense a massive threat from this arm. Combine forces! Dan Taixian's gaze flickered as she shouted in a low voice. Boom! The general stage martial warriors acted at the same time. Dan Taixian used her sword to create a magnificent sword glow. Her sword aura slashed through the air, turning into a tornado as it swept across the sky. Xiao Nanfeng's weapon was a battle blade. Blade glow surged out, wanted to chop everything in its path. The aura was scorching. Shen Tuxiong held his battle maces and started slamming them continuously. Lightning flickered and thunder roared. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning shot out from the battle maces and flew towards the Titan's arm. The other general stage martial warriors also executed their most powerful attacks and aimed them at the Titan's arm. Boom! The powerful attacks landed on the Titan's arm one after another. Wang Ting activated the formation to its maximum potential. He used his last ounce of strength to call out 8 flaming dragons and hurled them towards the giant arm. Fire engulfed the arm and it was set ablaze. The Titan's arm finally paused for a second after it suffered so many attacks. Cuts started appearing on it. But soon it moved forward again. It opened its gigantic palm, wanting to grab the people below. Retreat! Xiao Nanfeng and the others squinted and scattered immediately. The Titan's arm was too powerful. They were unable to stop it even when they combined forces. However, it was stuck in the dimensional rift, so its movement was limited. It wasn't able to capture the human martial warriors who ran away. It grabbed Zers and Midas instead, and went back to the other world on the other end of the dimensional rift. Young human brat, I'll remember you. Your death will come the next time we meet. Zer's voice came from the dimensional rift. Then, the dimensional rift started shrinking as though it lost its support. It gradually disappeared. Chapter 323 8-Level Devil Scripture. Zer's voice echoed out from the dimensional rift. It was filled with bitterness and hatred as if Wang Ting had done something indescribable to it. Everyone looked at Wang Ting strangely. How much did the 8 Arms Devil General hate him? He didn't pinpoint any of the general stage martial warriors, but he called out Wang Ting's name. Wang Ting cursed in his heart. What grudges do we have? What hatred do we have? Do you have to remember it so clearly? How narrow-minded. Although the other party was a general stage devil warrior, he didn't have the bearing of one. Wang Ting put on an innocent expression, but he felt helpless in his heart. If he had a choice, he would kill the 8 Arms Devil General right here, leaving no chance for his revival. He wouldn't let him leave with a grudge. My idiot disciple, how does it feel to be remembered by a general stage warrior? Dan Taixian came beside Wang Ting and placed her hand on his arm. She smiled at him cheekily. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at him happily. He was laughing at Wang Ting's plight. He deserved it. Aren't you a capable young man? Let me see how many days of sleep you can get when you get remembered by a general stage warrior. This was the first time Shen Tuxiong saw Wang Ting, so he didn't understand this young man. But he felt a little unreal when he heard the others talking about how Wang Ting used the array to torment the 8 Arms Devil General. He felt sympathy towards this young man. After all, he completed the array after Gorlin finished most of it. If he was to do it himself, he might not be able to create it successfully. Also, Wang Ting's ability was too low. He was a nobody when compared to the general stage warriors. He would be in trouble if he met the 8 Arms Devil General again. Yet Wang Ting remained calm and replied, "Nothing. If I meet him again, he might still get tormented by me." The general stage martial warriors all stared at Wang Ting. This young man was bold. You're daring. Aren't you afraid that your tongue will get twisted? Xiao Nanfeng smiled and mocked him. Haha, there's nothing wrong with a young man being confident. Shen Tuxiong smiled, feeling a little surprised. Dan Taixian glanced at Xiao Nanfeng before patting Wang Ting's shoulder. She said in a meaningful tone, "Good aspiration. Kill that 8-armed Zers and prove to someone that you can do it." Yes. Wang Ting nodded firmly. He didn't even look at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's eyebrows jumped. He felt frustrated, and there seemed to be a mountain pressing down on his heart. Kill! Sharp bellows sounded below them. The reinforcements finally arrived in Yang City. They immediately started fighting with the remaining dark apparitions. The Titan's arm had only saved Zers and Midas. The rest of the dark apparitions were left behind. The dimensional rift in the sky closed up quickly. Some dark apparitions flew towards the dimensional rift when they saw the 8 arms Devil General leaving. Their expressions changed when they saw the large number of reinforcements charging towards them fiercely. They increased their speed, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. "Where are you going?" Lord Yang, Shun Tuxiong, and the other general stage martial warriors blocked these dark apparitions with grim faces. The human race had suffered huge losses. How could they allow these dark apparitions to leave? They must let them stay in Yang City and accompany their dead friends in hell. The soldier-level dark apparitions were nothing in front of the general stage martial warriors. The distance was like a chasm, and it was impossible to overcome. "No!" The high-level dark apparitions screamed as they saw the dimensional rift disappearing entirely. They were filled with despair. These high-level dark apparitions were unable to resist the attacks of the general stage martial warriors. One attack, and they were killed on the spot. They were smashed into minced meat and fell from the sky. Boom! Then, they joined the battle below. Huge numbers of dark apparitions were annihilated in a matter of seconds. Wang Ting stood in the sky and scanned his surroundings. The astonishing number of attribute bubbles dazzled his eyes. "I can finally pick up the attributes." Wang Ting heaved a long sigh. He was exhausted, but he still felt invigorated when he saw so many attribute bubbles. He pulled them over with his spiritual power. He picked them up. Space *230 space *180 space *310. The appearance of the Titan's arm had squeezed the dimensional rift and destroyed it. Hence, a large number of space fragments dropped and turned into space attribute. Wang Ting picked all of them up. It was a huge gain. Space 2310/10,000. Wang Ting looked at the change in his space attribute on the attributes panel and smiled brightly. His space talent rose by close to a quarter. This was a huge step forward. He felt that he had grown more sensitive to space and could easily use certain spatial skills. This might become his biggest trump card in the future. After Wang Ting finished collecting the space attributes, his eyes shone as he looked for the attribute bubbles dropped by the 8 arms Devil General. The 8 arms Devil General had the highest cultivation out of all the dark apparitions. Thus, the attributes he dropped would exceed everyone present. He looked towards the spot where he attacked the 8 arms Devil General. As expected, he saw a few huge attribute bubbles floating there. Dark Force *450 Dark Force *360 Advanced Stage Dark Talent *38 Level Devil Scripture *1 Dark Force *410. A few attribute bubbles were starting to turn transparent. Wang Ting quickly picked them up. His eyes widened. This was a huge surprise. As expected of a general stage devil warrior, the attributes it dropped were amazing. His dark force was only at the 3-star soldier level, but it was soaring to newer heights now. He had already picked up some dark force earlier during the battle, so it broke through the 4-star level and went to the 5-star soldier level directly before stopping. The attributes dropped from 1/8 arms Devil General were enough for him to rise 2 stages. Dark Force 433 for 3000 5-star. There were also the advanced stage Dark Talent and the 8-level Devil Scripture. Before this, Wang Ting only had the intermediate stage Dark Talent. After rising to the advanced stage, his sensitivity to the dark force around him increased, and he was able to suck more dark force for his cultivation. He could also convert it easily and use it to raise his cultivation. As for the 8-level Devil Scripture, a huge and muscular figure with 8 arms appeared in Wang Ting's mind after he picked up the attribute bubble. It looked similar to the 8 arms Devil General, Zer's, but its face was blurred. Although the figure's body was an outline of light, the arteries on its body could be seen clearly. Small light dots were seen along the arteries. These were the acupoints. The figure sat cross-legged and started executing the skill. It was cultivating. These images in Wang Ting's mind allowed him to understand the 8-level Devil Scripture immediately. Sky Rank Scripture. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. This was an unexpected surprise. The cultivation of sky-rank scriptures was extremely fast, and they had special abilities. The 8th-level Devil Scripture helped in training one's physical body. The cultivator would have an impressive battle ability once he mastered it. People with the same cultivation as him wouldn't be his match. This 8th-level Devil Scripture was the main reason why the 8 Arms Devil General was so powerful. Chapter 324. A full harvest. But it hadn't ended. Although this 8th-level Devil Scripture is the Devil Race's scripture, it's still alright. Wang Ting's eyes glittered. He quickly accepted the background of this scripture. He was different from others. Other people didn't have dark talent, so they weren't able to practice the 8th-level Devil Scripture. If they wanted to possess the dark talent, they needed to convert using special method. Yao Hongshou was an example. That guy had almost turned into a devil. However, even then, there was a huge price to pay, and it wasn't perfect. A half-human, half-apparition state was the furthest one could go. Most of these converters would lose their conscience and turn into slaves of the dark. They would become low-level dark apparitions, killing tools for other devils. As for Wang Ting, he had used the system to gain his dark talent, so it became his innate ability. There were no adverse effects at all. Those semi-finished products couldn't be spoken in the same breath as him. Furthermore, he had also gained the 8 Arms Devil General's advanced stage dark talent. He was more powerful than many other high-level dark apparitions. Even among the dark apparitions, he was an outstanding talent. Thus, he could practice this 8th-level Devil Scripture without worrying about the repercussions. This was the extraordinary life of a bug. Wang Ting's pupils moved and scanned the entire place. There were many attribute bubbles, big and small, floating around Yang City. It was a grand, unforgettable sight. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could see this scene. It was time to showcase his collecting ability. He released his spiritual power and swept the entire city. The attribute bubbles floated towards him like beauties rushing into his arms. It felt refreshing. Fire Force *12 Earth Force *20 Dark Force *6 Enlightenment *10 Spirit *8 Advanced Stage Fire Talent *21 Advanced Stage Fire Talent. One particular attribute bubble caught Wang Ting's attention. His fire talent became the second talent to rise to the advanced stage, following closely behind his dark talent. He instantly felt the dark force swimming towards him like little tadpoles looking for their mother. Oh wait, he meant swimming towards their father. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to experience this. Most of the other attributes he collected were the standard 5-element attributes, enlightenment and spirit. Of course, dark force took up the main bulk of his collection. The invasion of dark apparitions meant that many dark apparitions were killed by the human martial warriors. Thus, a large number of dark force attributes were left behind. Wang Ting collected the fruits of everyone's labor with glee. He had broken through the 5-star soldier level recently, but now, his dark force rose and reached 6-star soldier level. Dark force 30/4006 star. His 5 elements increased tremendously too. He had already collected many attributes before this. Including the massive gains in this round, all his 5 elements entered the 6-star soldier level. Metal Force 28/4006 star. Wood Force 31/4006 star. Water Force 63/4006 star. Fire Force 60/4006 star. Earth Force 35/4006 star. They had all risen to the 6-star soldier level, but there were still many bubbles uncollected. It would grow even higher later. Even so, Wang Ting wasn't that happy. This was the first time he had witnessed the battle between the human race and the dark apparitions. Death was always present in a war. It was true that many dark apparitions had died, but a similar, or maybe even more, number of human martial warriors were sacrificed too. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, the martial warriors of Yang City would have all perished. This price was a little too much. It weighed down his heart. He sighed and didn't want to think about it anymore. The only way to ensure that this tragedy wouldn't happen again was to improve his skills so that he could be more useful in future battles. He continued picking up the bubbles. Dark Force *32 Shadow Assassin Sword Skill *1 Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he saw a battle technique bubble. Shadow Assassin Sword Skill. As the bubble merged into his body, a shadow appeared in his mind and started showcasing the sword skill. This was a sword skill with fierce killing intent. Once employed, only lingering shadows would be visible to the onlookers. The movements were unpredictable, making it hard for the opponent to gauge which was authentic and which wasn't. The Shadow Assassin Sword Skill was an Earth-rank intermediate stage battle technique. Normal martial warriors couldn't afford to buy an Earth-rank intermediate stage battle technique even if they sold their kidneys. Wang Ting sighed. A man could not get rich without a windfall. He had received the 8th-level Devil Scripture just a moment ago. This Shadow Assassin Sword Skill might only be an Earth rank, but he was already satisfied. A poor person would still pick up a $100 note even if he had found a 10,000 note a while ago. We couldn't be a wastrel. However, why is this another dark apparition battle technique? All it lacked was a note at the end of this battle technique more powerful when you use it with Dark Force. Am I going to sink into the darkness from now on? You're making life difficult for me. Wang Ting complained helplessly. Even so, he didn't slow down his speed of picking up the attribute. After all, there were so many bubbles on the battlefield. If he was careless, they might disappear. Wasting 1 second meant losing a few billion. Who could afford to do that? Emperor Realm Enlightenment *12 Ape King Fist *1 Ape King Fist Conscious *20 Emperor Realm Enlightenment, Ape King Fist, and Ape King Fist Conscious. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he felt elated. Emperor Realm Enlightenment was a rare attribute. The person who dropped it must be a top-class genius. On top of that, 12 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment were a lot. Then there was the Ape King Fist, an Earth-rank advanced stage battle technique. Another Earth-rank battle technique. Besides this, there was another rarer attribute. Fist Conscious. It was conscious, not presence. The force was even more terrifying after the jump in level. A martial warrior who had enlightened his presence was able to defeat a martial warrior at the same stage easily. However, a martial warrior who had comprehended his conscious was able to crush a similar realm martial warrior who had enlightened his presence. As the Ape King Fist Conscious entered his body, Wang Ting was in a daze for a second. Then, he immediately understood everything related to the skill. A frightening Ape King appeared in his mind. It was enormous, and it seemed to be holding the sky as it walked in the forest. Suddenly, a tall mountain blocked its path. The giant ape didn't go round the mountain. Instead, it lowered its gaze slightly and threw out a punch. Boom! The towering mountain exploded into rock. The giant ape stepped over the mountain without turning its head. It walked ahead and disappeared among the mountains. This was the Ape King Fist Conscious. Wang Ting was thunderstruck. How appalling was this power? He couldn't imagine it at all. If someone had to receive this punch, he might turn into a pile of minced meat. At least from what Wang Ting understood, if he executed this skill with his current ability, a normal 7-star soldier-level martial warrior might not be able to withstand it. King impressive. These were the only 2 words that could describe it. Chapter 325 Mother Earth is buying time for her poor kids. There were too many attribute bubbles, so Wang Ting didn't know where to look. He even found it a little difficult to pick them all up. Damn it, he couldn't collect all of them in time. Was this even possible? This was his first time witnessing such a large number of attribute bubbles. He never saw so many attribute bubbles in Jisan Martial House, Huanghai Military Academy, and even Yang City Academy. One could imagine how many attribute bubbles there were, waiting for him to pick up. Just thinking about it made him hopeless. Many bubbles disappeared without him noticing. This was too cruel. It was right in front of him, but after 1 or 2 seconds it was gone. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The area where the bubble existed a moment ago felt like an expressionless face, mocking him cold-heartedly. "You can't pick me. You can't pick me. You can't pick me," bleh, sticking out tongue. Wang Ting had to increase his speed. He tried his best to pick those bigger and darker attribute bubbles first. Based on the system's rules so far, the greater the number of attributes, the bigger the bubble. The darker the bubble, the higher the grade of the attribute. Wang Ting picked the bubbles attentively. He executed his spiritual power to the maximum and scanned the entire city, leaving no corners untouched. He would collect everything first and count them after he went back. The battle below had almost ended. The arrival of the reinforcements and the general stage martial warriors turned the tides around for the humans. The dark apparitions were almost completely annihilated. As far as the eyes could see, the entire Yang city was covered with wounds and scars. A victory should be celebrated, but there were no cheers or joy. The city was immersed in sorrow and dead silence. Too many people had died in the span of a single night. More than 60% of the martial warriors in Yang City were killed during this war. Many martial warriors were weary and seriously injured. They kneeled on the ground and burst into tears. When the battle ended, the civilians hiding in the emergency shelters walked out and looked at their hometown in ruins. They couldn't believe it. Tears welled up their eyes and flowed down their cheeks. The ground was soaked with blood and corpses were everywhere. This scene stung their eyes. While shedding tears, they searched for their families frantically. The lucky ones found their families, while others could only cry bitterly as they hugged their family members' bodies. 2402:800:6118, AAA7, F1BD, 7A95:3B1D. Bad cries of sorrow and wails of agony resounded in the city, making the scene even more tragic. Yes, they had won the battle, but their family would never come back. What a painful truth. Wang Ting stood on the city wall as he gazed at the city. Lord Yang, Shin Tuxiong, Dan Taixian, and the other martial warriors were also beside him. They didn't have any expressions on their faces as they watched the scenes unfolding below. However, if one looked closely, one could see the ripples of emotions in the depth of their gazes. They were general stage martial warriors who had experienced many tragic battles. But they couldn't remain indifferent even after witnessing all the deaths and separations. Life was meant to be respected. Is this what a war is? Wang Ting felt emotional in his heart. This was what the martial warriors had to face. They were exposed to dangers and deaths all the time. They didn't do it for themselves. They were doing it for their families. Zooming out, they were doing it for the entire race. It was at this moment that Wang Ting finally understood what martial warriors really meant. They weren't just a powerful presence. No, they were also the strongest shield and the sharpest spear guarding and protecting their race. As long as the shield didn't break, as long as the spear remained intact, the human race could live in peace and prosperity. Dan Taixian pouted. She organized her speech and said to Wang Ting, "It's because of the dimensional rift. Based on our investigation, more and more dimensional rifts are starting to appear on Earth, and the frequency is getting shorter. Our dimensional rifts are only connected to the Xingwu continent, but for some reason, the people from the Xingwu continent aren't able to travel to Earth through these rifts. Hence, the dark apparitions can't reach our world using the Xingwu continent as the springboard. However, once the dimensional rifts on Earth hit a certain number, the space of Earth will get extremely weak. The dark apparitions will definitely grab this chance to invade us. Wang Ting's expression was grim. He felt a little heavy-hearted as he asked, "Why can't the citizens of the Xingwu continent travel to Earth? This question has been bothering me for some time. Some people say that it's Earth rejecting them with its will." Dan Taixin hesitated before she replied slowly. Earth's will is rejecting them? Wang Ting was shocked. This thought had emerged in his mind before, but he found it atrocious. Yet, when Dan Taixin said it personally, he didn't know how to react. "Are you sure you're not joking?" he asked. "This is a viewpoint raised by the experts in the study of space theory. Who do you want me to ask?" Dan Taixin rolled her eyes and replied helplessly, "All right, the experts make sense." Wang Ting shrugged, saying half-jokingly, "That means that our Mother Earth is buying time for her poor kids." Dan Taixin was stunned for a moment before replying with a complicated expression, "That's an appropriate analogy." Wang Ting asked again, "Did those experts find the reason for the appearance of the dimensional rifts?" "The collision of worlds." These words spurted out of Dan Taixuan's mouth uncontrollably. She then explained, 30 years ago, one of the worlds collided with Earth and wanted to merge with it. That world was the Xingwu continent. That is what caused the changes on Earth and the arrival of the martial arts era. Collision, merger. Wang Ting finally got hold of the sequence of events. His understanding of the world collapsed completely. Chapter 326 Xiao Nanfeng picked up a huge rock. Wang Ting learned many secrets of the two worlds from Dan Taixin. These pieces of news were unavailable to ordinary people and warriors. It wasn't because they wanted to hide the truth. If the news was made public, imagine the chaos that would ensue. All the nations used a milder method to let their people accept the arrival of the martial arts era. At the same time, they gradually let them understand the underlying dangers. These thoughts spun in Wang Ting's mind. He asked again, "Will Earth and Xingwu continent merge in 2 to 3 years? The merger of two worlds would be a fascinating sight." "Of course not. The merger of the worlds isn't so simple. However, in 2 to 3 years, Earth's will won't be able to hold Xingwu continent at bay. It would also mark the dawn of the dark apparitions. At that time, chaos will erupt," Dan Taixin replied. Wang Ting nodded to show that he understood. Then, he slapped his forehead. He felt that it was better not to know these secrets. Once he learned them, he got a headache. You don't have to think too much. If the sky falls, the giants will hold it up. If the giants can't do it, there's no use worrying, Dan Taixin said. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts. "You're right." Wang Ting froze for a moment before regaining his composure. He laughed out loud. This was the truth. How could he save the world alone? At this moment, Lord Yang, Shen Tuxiong, and the others walked over. Shen Tuxiong smiled and introduced. "These two are the chief commanders of the troops stationed in Xingwu continent. This is Commander Xiao Nanfeng from the Crimson Tiger Troop and Commander Dan Taixin from the Black Sparrow Troop." Then, he introduced Lord Yang and Principal Yang to Dan Taixin and Xiao Nanfeng. "I've long heard of you. Thank you for traveling the distance to reinforce Yang City." Lord Yang thanked them sincerely. "You're too polite. This is what we should do," Dan Taixin said. "Earth and Xingwu continent offer mutual help and protection. Please don't regard us as outsiders," Xiao Nanfeng replied. "Yes, you're right. It's my mistake." Lord Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang City must have suffered huge losses from this invasion. Dan Taixin looked at the scene below the walls and sighed. "Yes." Lord Yang, Principal Yang, and Shin Tuxiong's expressions also turned sorrowful. "Speaking about it, we have to thank Wang Ting for standing up before you came. If not, Yang City would have been in a worse state," Principal Yang suddenly said. Wang Ting was listening quietly at the side when he suddenly got mentioned. He was in a daze. Wang Ting can be considered a peerless genius. I'm afraid that in our Xingwu continent, there might only be 2 or 3 youths who can rival him, Lord Yang commented. I've never seen such a genius in my many years in the education industry, Principal Yang said. Dan Taixian was startled. She didn't expect these two figures to have such high praises for Wang Ting. She smiled proudly and replied, "Haha, my disciple might be a good-for-nothing most of the time, but he's still reliable during crucial moments." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. "You can just praise me without mocking me. What do you mean by good-for-nothing? Am I that kind of person? What a joke. Ordinary people might misunderstand me, but you? How can you do that?" "This is extremely disappointing." Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Wang Ting involuntarily. He felt that this young man did have some capabilities. No wonder Dan Taixian, who never had a disciple for so many years, took him in. However, he couldn't help but rebuke when he heard Dan Taixian's proud tone. There are many outstanding talents in the younger generation and many more who haven't matured yet. It's too early to say this. Dan Taixian glanced at him. "Xiao Nanfeng, I remember your disciple is going to participate in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition this year, right? Why don't my good-for-nothing disciple compete with your disciple? Since you want to compete, let's have them compete." A glint appeared in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. He rolled with the flow and agreed to Dan Taixian. He hadn't vented his anger from the torment Dan Taixian gave him in the past. However, he couldn't lay his hands on Wang Ting as he was one of the younger generation. It was a good idea to release his frustration by letting his disciple beat Wang Ting up during the competition. It was reasonable and logical. No fault could be found. I must remind that young fellow when I go back. I'll tell him to give it his all and let Wang Ting have a taste of despair. Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself secretly. He admitted that he couldn't beat Dan Taixian, but he was confident if they were to compare their disciples. Wang Ting had reached the 5-star soldier level and had some accomplishments in rune studies. However, he felt that his disciple was stronger than Wang Ting. After all, his disciple had slaughtered his way through the battlefield for many years. He was different from normal martial warriors. He had even reached, ha. Xiao Nanfeng thought of something happy and smiled uncontrollably. Dan Taixian snorted. She remained indifferent and asked Wang Ting in a meaningful tone, "Are you confident?" "Master, you want me to take part in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. He had heard of this competition when he was in school. It was open to all young martial warriors 30 years and below. Typically, only the 4th-year students would participate in the competition. The others didn't have the capability, so participating would be an embarrassment. But it wasn't strange that his master had asked him to attend it. He was strong enough. "Why? You don't want to go?" Dan Taixian asked. "That's not it. I thought that you would wait until I'm in the 4th year before you released me to amaze the world by taking the first place in one go." Wang Ting sniggered. "There are no surprises if you take that path. Time is precious for a genius. You have already moved far ahead of everyone. What you need to do is to maintain this distance and widen it continuously. That is the only way you can ensure you keep getting stronger," Dan Taixian said. "As for the first place, since you're competing, you should have the mentality of fighting for No. 1. Have you forgotten what I've told you before?" Wang Ting was stunned. He instantly remembered the words Dan Taixian had said to him. The formidable path. This wasn't an easy path. But he wasn't afraid. "You're my master. Your words are my command." Wang Ting remained indifferent. He had the confidence that he would lead the crowd. In fact, this was what he planned to do even without Dan Taixian's reminder. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I was a little curious just now. Is Wang Ting your disciple?" Lord Yang asked in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Dan Taixian asked. Wang Ting just acknowledged the president of our Rune Society, President Gorlin, as his master. I didn't know that he's your disciple too, so I'm a little surprised, Lord Yang said emotionally. Wang Ting was an amazing child. Both his masters were well-known characters. It's all right. I only teach him martial arts. He can acknowledge any masters in other fields. However, I need to see this Master Gorlin. I have to thank him for taking care of my disciple, Dan Taishin said. How is Master? Wang Ting asked hurriedly. The president of the Alchemist Society went to help him. There shouldn't be any problem, Lord Yang replied. Chapter 327 Are You Really My Master? Oh, the president of the Alchemist Society came personally? Wang Ting secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The president of the Alchemist Society was a master alchemist. With him around, it should be fine. Gorlin kept the poisonous snake, so Master Ogu used its gallbladder to make the antidote. Gorlin will probably wake up soon, Lord Yang said. Let me visit him. Wang Ting was still worried. Let's go together, Dan Taishin said. Lord Yang and Principal Yang nodded. They all went to the Alchemist Society. Gorlin was inside, and there were many alchemists taking care of him. An ordinary person wouldn't receive such treatment. Oh right, is my friend here too? Wang Ting asked. Yes. He suffered greatly, but fortunately, he's still alive. He will recover completely after some treatment. Lord Yang nodded. He knew that Wang Ting was referring to Yao Hongsha's hostage, Lin Zhan. Thank you. Wang Ting sighed in relief again. He couldn't take care of Lin Zhan because of the Dark Apparition's invasion. He was anxious for him. Luckily, he was fine. If not, Wang Ting would feel guilty for life. He wondered what happened to the other members of the Tiger Warrior team. Although he felt uneasy, he still followed everyone into Gorlin's room. They lightened their footsteps as they walked into the room. But Gorlin was already awake. He was drinking water with Su Lingxuan's help. He seemed to be in a stable condition. When he saw them coming in, he pushed himself up and asked, Why are you here? How's the situation outside? Master, careful. Su Lingxian hurriedly held him up. Don't worry. The reinforcements have arrived. Besides the 8 arms devil general who escaped, the other dark apparitions have all been killed. However, we suffered a huge loss. Lord Yang introduced Dan Taishin and Xiao Nanfeng. He especially pointed out that Dan Taishin was Wang Ting's martial arts master. Pardon me for not being able to get up. Gorlin nodded to show his regards. Then, he looked at Dan Taishin and said, I've long heard of you. Wang Ting also mentioned you before. You're as charming and beautiful as he said. Really? This brat said good things about me behind my back? This is embarrassing. Calling me charming and beautiful is too much. Dan Taishuan laughed heartily when she heard Gorlin's compliments. Gorlin, Wang Ting, Su Lingxian, Xiao Nanfeng, Lord Yang. This was the first time Su Lingxian had seen Dan Taishin. She was stunned by her beauty, but when she heard Dan Taishuan's reply and her ear-shattering laugh, the expression on her face froze. She finally knew where Wang Ting learned his indecency from. Like master, like disciple. The edge of Gorlin's lips twitched. He smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. Pointing at Su Lingxian, he introduced her. This is my other disciple, Su Lingxian. What a beautiful young lady. Dan Taishuan's eyes lit up. She came closer and pinched Su Lingxuan's face, feeling a little depressed after her exclamation. Your skin is so smooth. It's good to be young, unlike me. Su Lingxian was overwhelmed when her face got pinched. She took some time to regain her composure. She laughed awkwardly and said, Sister Dan, you don't look old at all. You're so young. Wang Ting felt his lips trembling. Sister Dan? His junior sister pulled down his status by a generation. What plans does this little girl have up her sleeve? Haha, little Lingxuan's mouth is really sweet. Dan Taishin was elated. Wang Ting went speechless. No matter how powerful a lady was, she was still a lady. A lady would always believe these words, just like how they believed their stomach would get smaller when they rubbed it and their chest would get larger. This was the mind God gave them. Are you amazed? Come, you're Wang Ting's junior sister, right? This is the first time we're meeting. I didn't bring gifts with me, but this is something I received recently. Let me give it to you as my welcome present. A necklace appeared in Dan Taichuan's hand. She stuffed it in Su Lingxuan's palm immediately. This is, Su Lingxian looked at the gift. This wasn't an ordinary necklace. It was elegant and extravagant. There were runes carved on it too. This was a rare defense item. Even though her family was wealthy and she was a rune master herself, she hadn't seen such a beautiful item before. Wang Ting's master was too generous. She would accept it if it was an ordinary gift, but this… I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Su Lingxian declined hurriedly. Take it. It's useless to me. It will only collect dust in my place. Take it, take it, Dan Taixian smiled and said. Since Miss Dan is giving it to you, you can accept it, Gorlin said. Okay. Thank you, Sister Dan. Su Lingxian finally took the gift. Her eyes were twinkling with happiness. I planned to leave this necklace for my disciple's wife in the future. However, looking at him, I think he will remain single for life. Hence, I decided to give it to you, Dan Taixian lamented. Wang Ting, single for life? What kind of cruel curse is this? Are you really my master? You must be a fake. Su Lingxian. She felt that she was tricked by the other party. Was it too late to return the gift? Su Lingxian was already on the brink of tears. Dan Taixian was treating her like Wang Ting's spare tire. Who wants to be his wife? Although this fellow was strong and handsome, he was always indecent and bullied her. How could someone like him be her future husband? Su Lingxian imagined what would happen if she got married to Wang Ting. She would get bullied by him every day. She shivered in fear and looked at Gorlin pitifully. Master, save me, Gorlin. Gorlin wanted to shout at Dan Taixian. You bastard, how dare you lay your hands on my disciple? But, thinking about it, Wang Ting was his disciple too. If he scolded his disciple for the sake of another disciple, would it even be considered helping them? He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. This was a trap, a clever, intricate trap. This lady was hard to deal with. In the end, he coughed awkwardly and said, Let the younger generations decide their futures themselves. We shouldn't interfere. In this era, even our Xingwu continent doesn't have arranged marriages anymore. Is your world still the same? Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I'm too lazy to care about the youngsters' lives. Dan Taixian patted Su Lingxuan's shoulder and said, Don't worry. If you're unwilling, no one can force you. Su Lingxian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Oh my God, what a rude shock. Master, we'll be leaving. Master Gorlin just recovered and needs to rest, Wang Ting said in a helpless tone. You're right. Master Gorlin has to get some rest. We will have more chances to interact in the future. Dan Taixian gave Wang Ting a disappointed glare before smiling at Gorlin. Wang Ting. Chapter 328 Respect General Stage Warriors. Revere them. After leaving Gorlin's room, he bade farewell to Dan Taixian and the others and went to visit Lin Zhan alone. Lin Zhan had consumed the healing medicine, so his injury was better from earlier. But he was still very weak. He lay on the bed, deep in thought. How are you? Are you feeling better? Wang Ting walked into the room and asked. I won't die. Lin Zhan turned around and replied in a hoarse voice. Lu Yen and the others. Wang Ting hesitated and said. Don't worry. I brought up the rear and asked them to leave first. The Yao family didn't catch them. Lin Zhan knew what Wang Ting was worried about. That's good. I thought that. Anyway, it's good that everyone is fine. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief as he shook his head. Yes. If we lose anyone, the Tiger Warrior team will cease to exist except in name, Lin Zhan said emotionally. How did you get caught by the Yao family? Wang Ting asked. Do you remember the people who accepted the Yao family's reward to kill us? After we killed them, the Yao family laid their eyes on us. They personally sent someone to watch over Yong City. Once they discovered us, they would send a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior to stop us, Lin Zhan said. Don't worry. Yao Hongshou is dead. The Yao family doesn't exist anymore. I've taken revenge for you, Wang Ting said. Yao Hongshou is dead? The Yao family is gone? How were they annihilated? Lin Zhan exclaimed in shock. Yao Hongshou was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, and the Yao family wasn't weak either. How did they die? Lin Zhan hated Yao Hongshou and hoped that he would die quickly, but this felt a little unreal. I killed him, Wang Ting replied calmly. You killed him. Lin Zhan seemed to have heard something incredible. He widened his eyes in surprise. That is a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting smiled without replying to him. Lin Zhan looked at Wang Ting's expression and smiled bitterly. You're a monster. It's nothing. I'm still far behind the real formidable warriors. Wang Ting couldn't help but remember the 8 arms devil general and the Titan's arm that traveled through different worlds. He was sincerely too weak. As expected, the Tiger Warrior team can't keep you anymore, Lin Zhan commented, feeling a little regretful. He knew that Wang Ting belonged to the wider world. His Tiger Warrior team was just a shallow beach for the growing young dragon to rest. This was their limit. Don't say that. The Tiger Warrior team has helped me tremendously, Wang Ting said. Let's not talk about this. Lin Zhan smiled. He asked curiously, Oh right, why are you in Yang City? I came to travel the world. Wang Ting chatted with Lin Zhan for some time and left thereafter. He didn't want to disturb his rest. Wang Ting came to his room in the back garden of the Rune Society. Many buildings in Yang City were destroyed, but the Rune Society had a powerful defense array protecting it, so it had a narrow shave. Normal dark apparitions wouldn't be able to break its defense. Wang Ting sat down cross-legged in his room. He looked at his attributes panel seriously. There were many huge changes to it. First, it was his enlightenment and spirit. Both had already reached the Emperor realm, but they rose significantly after he collected all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield. Enlightenment. Emperor realm, 21/1000 spirit. Emperor realm, 165/1000. It was extremely difficult to increase the Emperor realm enlightenment and spirit. The ratio for the spiritual realm and the Emperor realm was 10:1. That meant that the ratio of normal enlightenment and spirit attributes to the Emperor realm ones was 1000:1. You could only get 1 point of Emperor realm enlightenment and spirit with 1000 points of normal enlightenment and spirit. This was crazy. Fortunately, the momentarily stunning appearance of the indomitable presence behind the dimensional rift had dropped many Emperor Realm spirit attribute. It was a gift for Wang Ting. How many Emperor Realm spirits would it drop if it appeared right in front of him? Of course, Wang Ting only dared to think about it. That terrifying presence wasn't something it could look in the eye, much less if it appeared in front of him. Many talents were sacrificed on the battlefield. Some had already hit the spiritual realm and even the Emperor realm for enlightenment. Thus, his enlightenment increased a little. Emperor realm enlightenment was extremely scary. Wang Ting found it a breeze when he practiced the 8-level Devil Scripture and the other Sky-rank Advanced Stage Force skill scriptures. He was able to understand them at a single glance. Not many people possessed such enlightenment. Next, it was his talent. Wang Ting had picked up many beginner stage talents, but once a higher stage talent appeared, it would be covered up immediately. Now, all his 5 elements talents were at the advanced stage. This was a frightening fact. Advanced stage talents were rare, but Wang Ting had all 5 for his elements. Others would be mind-blown if they knew this. As for the wind element and ice element, there were none. Special force talents were rare to begin with. He had also received an advanced stage blade talent. His understanding of blade skills rose immediately. He felt that he was about to achieve a breakthrough in his other blade battle technique. My sword skill talent is already at the advanced stage. Now, my blade skill is also on par with it. There are many things I can do with powerful blade and sword skills. Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered to himself. Below his talents were his force attribute. After collecting all the force attributes, his forces rose by a huge margin. Dark Force, 2890/4006 star, Metal Force, 2670/4006 star, Wood Force, 3110/4006 star, Water Force, 2963/4006 star, Fire Force, 3560/4006 star, Earth Force, 3350/4006 star. Wang Ting smiled uncontrollably. He wasn't far away from becoming a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Would the 8 Arms Devil General be amazed when he saw him again? Honestly, should he torment it one more time? He was getting a little arrogant. He needed to respect a general stage warrior. He must revere him. How could he talk so frivolously whether he wanted to torment it or not? He needed to advance to the general stage first. When this thought flashed in his mind, the edge of his lips turned flat, and he became serious. Besides the 6 forces, Wang Ting also received a new force attribute lightning. He couldn't help but play the situation just now. The one who used the lightning force seemed to be the general of Xingwu Continent's troop, Shen Tuxiong. Unfortunately, there was only lightning force and no lightning talent. Thus, he could only keep his lightning force in his force nucleus temporarily. He couldn't use it. Should he knock on Shen Tuxiong's head? He might drop a lightning talent. What the F***K, what was he thinking? That was a general stage martial warrior. Wang Ting felt that he was looking for death. However, this was the lightning force. It had a strong offensive ability, and it was rare. So, of course, it was enticing to him. Should I call Dan Taixian along to knock him down? This dangerous thought popped out and planted itself in Wang Ting's mind. It started sprouting and growing uncontrollably. Chapter 329 Divine Weapon MOK The lightning force was exceptionally powerful. In the same stage, the attacks of a lightning element martial warrior were stronger than a fire element martial warrior. Wang Ting quickly suppressed this dangerous thought. Knocking a general stage martial warrior in the head? And a lightning element martial warrior? He was looking for death. He continued looking at the attributes panel. Besides a massive rise in his force attributes, he had also picked up many skill scriptures and battle technique. Wang Ting had all the scriptures for his 5 elements. Now, he had scriptures for the ice element, the wind element, and the rarer poison and dark elements too. Besides the lightning element he just received, he could use all his other elements. If he executed all his 9 elements one day, that scene was unimaginable. He should continue keeping a low profile. These scriptures and battle techniques were all dark level and below. It wasn't of much help to Wang Ting, so he didn't plan to spend too much time, energy, and additional attributes on them. However, even if they were just yellow-rank scriptures and battle techniques, they were worth some money. There was no harm in storing these battle techniques in his mind. As the saying went, comprehend by analogy. The advice of others could serve to correct his fault. But there were still 2 or 3 high-quality scriptures and battle technique. Besides the 8-level Devil Scripture, Shadow Assassin Sword Skill, and Ape King Fist, he also received the Scorching Sky Finger, Overflowing Rain Blade, and Scattered Stars Spear. The Scorching Sky Finger, as its name suggested, was a fire element battle technique. This was Wang Ting's first time seeing a finger technique, so he found it interesting. Wang Ting lifted his finger and allowed his force to flow according to the route stated on the battle technique. The fire force congregated on his right forefinger. He pushed his finger out. A thick crimson light penetrated from his finger and landed on the wall. Immediately, a hole was formed in the sturdy wall as though it was made of tofu. Its edges were burnt. One could tell how powerful the attack was, as expected of an advanced stage dark-level battle technique. If I reach the perfected stage, it will definitely be many times more powerful. A glint flashed past his eyes as he muttered to himself. The overflowing rain blade was a water element blade skill. It was also an advanced stage dark-level technique. Water element attacks might not be very strong, but a water element blade technique shouldn't be underestimated. This blade technique derived its name from the phrase churning clouds and overflowing rain. It could give off a tremendous blade aura like the raging storm. Wang Ting placed high importance on this overflowing rain blade because he had also received the overflowing rain blade conscious attribute. Overflowing rain blade conscious. This was the second time he had received a technique's conscious after the Ape King Fist. The Scattered Stars Spear was an advanced stage dark-level metal element battle technique. Metal element had the greatest destructive power, but this was a spear technique. Wang Ting had never used a spear or similar weapons before. However, since he had this battle technique now, he could find some space for a spear in his interspatial ring when he was free. He didn't mind having more trump cards. If he didn't have enough trump cards during the recent battle with the Dark Apparitions, the ending would have been unpredictable. Normal martial warriors were worried that they couldn't handle having too many skills, but Wang Ting didn't have such concerns. As long as he had enough attributes, he could learn everything. This battle gave him a good harvest. His ability rose exponentially, and he also gained many powerful scriptures and battle technique. They were at least worth 10 billion and above. The next day, Lord Yang sent someone to call Wang Ting. Did he say what it is for? Wang Ting asked the butler of the Lord Yang residence along the way. I am not sure. However, it won't be something bad, the butler smiled and replied. They soon arrived at the Lord Yang residence. Wang Ting noticed that besides Lord Yang, Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng were present too. You're here. Dan Taixian nodded at him. Why did you call me here? Wang Ting asked. Lord Yang went straight to the point. He waved his hand and an item landed on the ground. He said instantly, "This is an item dropped by the 8 Arms Devil General. It's your war trophy." Wang Ting's gaze landed on the ground. A thick broken arm was holding a weapon that looked like a blade and a sword. It laid horizontally on the floor. This is the 8 Arms Devil General's arm," he exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that the 8 Arms Devil General had lost a few arms from the explosion of the flames. Wang Ting thought that with the power of the flames, his arms would be shattered into pieces, but it was still intact. Even more, it was holding a weapon. That's right. This is the 8 Arms Devil General's arm. The weapon it's holding isn't ordinary. It's a divine weapon made from devil pattern black gold, Lord Yang said. Devil pattern black gold. Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng looked at the strange weapon on the ground in surprise. Dan Taixian grabbed the weapon in her hand and shook it slightly. The 8 Arms Devil General's arm lost its grip and dropped to the ground. She carefully examined the weapon and nodded. As expected of the devil pattern black gold. She turned and looked at Wang Ting. You're so lucky. Devil pattern black gold. Wang Ting was an advanced stage blacksmith, so he was familiar with all types of rare materials. The devil pattern black gold was a special metal born in the land of wondrous cold. It was extremely tough and possessed icy trait. It was named after the black patterns on its surface. It was an excellent material for forging divine weapons. Devil pattern black gold was similar to the dark ice stone Wang Ting got in the past. They both possessed icy cold traits, but the devil pattern black gold was a bit inferior. Even so, the devil pattern black gold was an extremely rare forging material. All the weapons made of it would be hard and sharp. Also, they were larger than dark ice stones. They could forge huge weapons of different shape. This was rarely seen. Wang Ting took the strange-shaped weapon from Dan Taichuan's hand. His palm sank at once. So heavy! A hint of surprise shimmered in his eyes. Of course, the devil pattern black gold isn't light. Besides, this is a gigantic weapon. It's at least 1,500 kilograms or above, Dan Taixian said. Wang Ting nodded. He took some time to get used to the weight. He found it quite convenient to hold. He scanned the surface of the weapon and suddenly paused. There were 2 words he couldn't recognize written on the surface. This is a common language for the dark apparitions, Dan Taixian said. What does it say? Wang Ting asked. "MOK. I think that's the name of the weapon." Dan Taixian scanned the words and said. "MOK." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He smiled at Lord Yang and said, "You're really generous. It'll be disrespectful of me to decline this offer." "It's yours," Lord Yang smiled and said. Even though he was jealous of Wang Ting for getting this weapon, he was a general stage martial warrior and a member of the royalty of the empire. He wouldn't snatch other people's possessions. Also, he had high hopes for Wang Ting. He didn't mind passing him this war trophy in exchange for a good relationship. One as changeable as clouds and rain. Chapter 330 Honorary Baronet was his spoil of war, but if Lord Yang didn't pass it to Wang Ting wouldn't even know of this. It was all up to the other party's character. Lord Yang was a righteous person. He could tell this much from his performance during the banquet. However, this was still an act of kindness on his part. Wang Ting wouldn't be stupid and reject him. "Oh right, there's another matter," Lord Yang opened his mouth and said again. Wang Ting kept him okay and looked at the other party in confusion. "You've helped Yang City greatly this time. After our discussion, we've decided to bestow you with the title of an honorary baton." Lord Yang's words were shocking. Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng were astounded. Honorary Baron. The decision of the Xingwu continent meant that they had recognized Wang Ting's identity. Mind you, ever since the dimensional rifts appeared, no one on Earth had received a baron's position in the Xingwu continent. This was a special honor. It possessed immense significance to Earth. They couldn't help but look at each other. They saw many emotions in each other's eyes. Was this a signal by the Xingwu continent? Many thoughts went through their minds in an instant. However, they didn't arrive at any conclusion. They needed to report this to their superiors first. Let the people in charge of interworld relationships worry about this. Honorary Baron. Wang Ting didn't think too much. Every man should confine himself to his own duties. Although he was a student with a military rank, it was useless. It just sounded good to the ears. The meaning behind the position wasn't something he should consider. Instead, he was more interested in what benefits this title had for him. Currently, all he felt was amazement. After all, he knew that barons weren't assigned to people randomly for no reason. He felt that he didn't do anything, so why did the Xingwu continent give him this title? Honorary Baron is just a title with no lands or official positions, Lord Yang smiled and explained. Just a title? Then what's its use? Wang Ting asked curiously. He was a little disappointed, to be honest. He thought that the Xingwu continent would give him a small piece of land. It felt good to live his life as a wealthy villager. It has many uses. For instance, with this title, no locals will treat you as an outsider, whichever city you go to. They will even treat you like a VIP. Also, many people from Earth come to our world to do business. If you are thinking about doing business, you will enjoy many special treatments. Lord Yang explained patiently. That doesn't sound bad. Wang Ting thought to himself. He smiled and said, "Thank you. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Lord Yang laughed. He took out an item and passed it to Wang Ting. This is the token for an honorary baron. We made this in a rush, so we didn't carve the elaborated runes. Take this, and you will be an honorary baron of the empire. I can be an honorary baron with this badge? Wang Ting sized up the badge. It was gold in color with a picture of a bird on it. That must be the representation of the baron's position. He was curious. If someone snatched it, he would be able to fake his identity, right? Let's see who dares to do it. They must be seeking death. There's a special method to distinguish the badges. You just need to drop your blood on it and it will bind to you. No one can impersonate you, Lord Yang said. That's convenient. Wang Ting followed his instructions and dropped his blood on the badge. In an instant, a golden ray shone on the badge before it returned to its original state. The blood traces also disappeared. This world needs our blood all the time. It wastes a lot of blood, Wang Ting muttered in his heart. However, he smiled as he kept the badge in his space ring. Xiao Nanfeng was a little jealous. First, Wang Ting received a divine weapon MOK, and now, he was given the title of an honorary baron. These were things he couldn't achieve, even with his position. What did Wang Ting do to gain such recognition from the Xingwu continent and be bestowed with such gifts? On the other hand, Dan Taixian was extremely happy. She felt proud since it was her disciple who was so outstanding. Wang Ting, Dan Taixian, and Xiao Nanfeng left the Lord Yang residence. Lord Yang and Xin Tuxiong sent them to the door. Xin Tuxiong asked, "Why did the higher-ups give a baron title to someone from Earth? What's more, this is a young man without any status." "You're wrong. He does have a background." Lord Yang gave a meaningful smile. "Oh? I'll love to hear more," Shen Tuxiong said. "First, he's the disciple of the chief commander of the Black Sparrow Troop. Then, he's also Gorlin's disciple. This is unprecedented. He also helped Yang City to overcome this crisis, and his other identities aren't sensitive. These 3 points are all important," Lord Yang said. Shen Tuxiong's gaze flickered. He remained silent for some time before he said, "The Empire wants to use this opportunity to get closer to Earth." "That's right. Things have already reached this state. A merger will benefit both parties. There's no retreat anymore," Lord Yang said with a deep gaze. Wang Ting didn't know about their conversation. Besides, it wasn't his turn to care about the direction of the world. The year-end exam is coming soon. You should prepare for it properly. Dan Taixian said, "The national #1 martial arts competition will be held after the year-end exam. I'll also be there." "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. The year-end exam was half a month earlier than his past life. There was ample time to prepare for the martial arts competition. Dan Taixian and Xiao Nanfeng would remain in Yang City for a few days, while Wang Ting prepared to go back to Earth. "Master, I'll be going back first." Gorlin had already returned to his house in the Rune Society. Wang Ting called Su Lingxian and accompanied them for the last meal before he left. Gorlin looked up when he heard Wang Ting's words. He smiled and said, "Go ahead. I know that you're preparing to leave. Come back and visit this old man when you are free." "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. Su Lingxian always complained about Wang Ting for bullying her, but when faced with separation, she felt a little sad after the meal. Wang Ting bade farewell to Gorlin. Su Lingxian accompanied him to the entrance. "You don't have to come with me. Take good care of Master." Wang Ting turned around and said, I know. Go ahead." Su Lingxian waved her hands impatiently. "You little girl." Wang Ting shook his head and turned around to leave. Su Lingxian looked at his back, and the impatience on her face subsided gradually. "Senior brother, stay safe." Wang Ting came to the Force floating airship docking bay. He saw someone unexpected. "Why are you here?" he asked in surprise as he looked at Li Rongshu's beautiful face. "I came to send you off as a friend," Li Rongxue smiled and replied. Thank you, Wang Ting said. You're treating me like an outsider. Here, I've bought your ticket. Li Rongxue passed a force-floating airship ticket to Wang Ting. I won't be polite then. Wang Ting smiled as he accepted it. He waved his hand and said, I'll go first. We'll meet again if fate allows us. Li Rongxue felt emotional as she looked at the force-floating airship. Standing by the side, her maid asked her, Princess, why didn't you stop him? What right do I have to stop him? He doesn't belong to this city. Li Rongxue smiled and replied. Wang Ting sat at the edge of the platform on the force-floating airship, gazing at the galaxies in the universe. The spirit flame ghost crow floated down slowly. Ever since he came to the Xingwu continent, Wang Ting had let it loose. It had already grown to about 1 meter long and reached 2-star level. It looked more and more like a wild beast. It was starting to take after their parents' magnificence. We're going home. Wang Ting stroked its hard feathers and said. They came together and left together. Chapter 331 Return and the Year-End Exam Earth. Wang Ting walked out of the dimensional rift and stood on the street outside. The crowds of people and their chatter sounded in his ears. He sensed the aura of a modern city surging towards him, feeling as if a generation had passed. Phew, I'm back. Wang Ting sighed. He felt relaxed for some reason. Since it was night, he directly headed to school. He walked into the dormitory and washed up. Then, he laid on his bed and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, he went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Earth's breakfast felt nostalgic after being away for so long. He almost cried when he ate the most normal steamed bun, fried dough fritter, and soy milk. This was so delicious. Although the food in Xingwu continent was also tasty, he still felt the most comfortable eating something he was used to. Why didn't he notice that it was so delicious in the past? Wang Ting highly suspected that the cafeteria's chef had changed. Brother Ting. A voice sounded behind his back. Ho Pingliang. Wang Ting turned around and saw Ho Pingliang, Song Shuhang, and the others behind him. They were looking at him with uncertainty. He immediately smiled and said, Everyone, long time no see. F******K. Ho Pingliang screamed when he realized that it was indeed him. He ran over and said, It's really you. I thought that I saw wrong. Where have you been recently? I went on a trip to the Xingwu continent, Wang Ting said casually. Song Shuhang, Lu Shu, and Bailey Qingfeng walked over. They were shocked when they heard him. You really went to the Xingwu continent? How have you been? Wang Ting smiled and asked. The same. We attend lessons and cultivate every day. However, we did do a few missions, Ho Pingliang replied. Not bad. Have you advanced to the 2-star soldier level? Wang Ting asked. How can it be so simple? Ho Pingliang and his friends laughed bitterly. Why did it sound so simple when Wang Ting asked them if they had risen from 1-star to 2-star soldier level? No one from our batch has advanced to the 2-star soldier level yet, Ho Pingliang added. Really? Wang Ting nodded. He didn't probe further. They chatted about the recent happenings in school. There weren't any huge affairs. They were all minor matters, such as students fighting over jealousy or a senior challenging someone in the top 100. Wang Ting listened to them, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Once someone's ability reached a certain level, their perspective of the world would also follow suit. Ho Pingliang and his friends asked about the Xingwu continent too. Wang Ting chose what he could tell them. Upon hearing his tales, they were left flabbergasted. They had never been to the Xingwu continent before, but once they did, they would realize that that was it. I've finished eating. I need to go to the principal's office to do some handovers. Let's chat when we have time. Wang Ting got up and said to them. Ho Pingliang watched his back as he left, feeling emotional in his heart. Why do I feel that Brother Ting has gotten stronger? Song Shuhang touched his chin and said. I have this feeling too, Lu Shu said. Same. Bailey Qingfeng nodded. That means he has really gotten stronger. Ho Pingliang reached his conclusion and nodded. He was amazed. The four of them glanced at each other uncontrollably. They couldn't help but spurt out a word, pervert. Wang Ting went to President Peng Yuanshan's office and knocked on the door. Come in. President Peng's stern voice came from inside. Wang Ting pushed the door slightly and popped his head in. He smiled at Peng Yuanshan, who was behind the office table, and said, President, I came to report to you. I know that it's you. Come in quickly, President Peng replied calmly without raising his head. Wang Ting didn't feel surprised. When he walked into the office, Peng Yuanshan said, Tell me what you've experienced. That is a long story. Wang Ting recounted his journey this time. Of course, he omitted some details. Peng Yuanshan finally raised his head when he heard about the invasion of the dark apparitions. His expression turned stern. He only opened his mouth when Wang Ting finished speaking. Even the principal and the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop were alerted? That sounds serious. That's right. Many people died, Wang Ting said. I understand. It looks like you have grown stronger. Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Ting, wanting to see through him. However, it was useless. There are some improvements. Wang Ting chuckled. You're still hiding it from me. Peng Yuanshan shook his head. He continued, I won't ask you too much. I'll wait for your year-end exam. No problem, Wang Ting replied confidently. After walking out of Peng Yuanshan's office, Wang Ting went to head Tong Hu's office to report. For the next few days, he attended lessons normally and started his daily ritual of picking up attributes from the various institute. Soon, to their amazement, all the students and instructors noticed that Wang Ting, who was nowhere to be seen, had come back. After a moment of astonishment, they felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. Everyone continued with their lessons. Only the students with whom he was familiar came to chat with him. The school had entered the revision period. Everyone was busy. Some seniors who went out for missions had also returned. Hence, the school atmosphere started to get livelier. After a few days, the year-end exam started, and the entire school entered examination mode. The exam lasted for 2 days. As Wang Ting was a little special, Peng Yuanshan arranged a private room for him. Wang Ting looked at the room that was specially prepared for him. He felt speechless. Is there a need to do this? Yes. President Peng nodded. He continued, I'll give you 1 day to finish all the subjects. Is that enough? You think too highly of me. I can manage with some effort, Wang Ting replied. Take the exam then. If you hit my requirements, you can play freely next semester. Peng Yuanshan turned around and left after he finished speaking. Play freely. Wang Ting felt his lips twitching. Did President Peng just say that? He didn't expect President Peng to be this kind of person. Wang Ting sat down helplessly. After scanning the exam papers prepared for him on the table, he started writing with passion. One day, he would finish it in half a day. When Wang Ting walked out of the room, the invigilators glanced at each other. That's fast. Did he manage to look through all the questions? Did he just randomly answer the questions because he doesn't know the answer? All kinds of speculations flew through their minds. They didn't find it convincing. I don't care. Collect the papers and give them to the various instructors to mark. The invigilators collected the pile of papers on the table and ran to find the president. The instructors quickly finished marking Wang Ting's answers. They passed them to Peng Yuanshan. Peng Yuanshan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the papers in his hand. He shook his hand and looked at them carefully for a long time. Then, he sighed. This brat is indeed a monster. Chapter 332 Participants List. The year-end exam ended quickly. Besides theory exams, there was an actual combat assessment for all the students too. However, Wang Ting was the only exception. President Ping gave him a special privilege. He didn't need to participate in the actual combat assessment. Peng Yuanshan knew Wang Ting had made tremendous improvements during his trip to the Xingwu continent. He could judge as such from his experiences. It would be a heavy blow to the other students if he participated in the assessment. There was no point. After the year-end exam ended, the tense atmosphere in the school subsided immediately. Laughter filled the air, and the students could finally let loose their taut nerves. Only a few students who didn't score well were frantically training in the actual combat training building. The students didn't leave the school right away. Some continued training while others went to do missions. News of the national #1 martial arts competition kept spreading around. Some new information would pop up about it every day in the martial warriors' world. To the martial warriors, this was an extremely grand event. The whole younger generation of martial warriors would participate in it. In history, literature had no winner, while martial arts only had a single winner. The national #1 martial arts competition was named the #1 competition because it wanted to choose the most outstanding and powerful martial warrior among the younger generation. The winner would receive a massive amount of resources and a huge reputation. There were ample benefits. Thus, many young martial warriors went after the title like a flock of ducks. The universities were where young martial warriors congregated. More than 70% of the martial warriors came from universities. There were relatively lesser self-taught martial warriors and martial warriors from other organizations. Thus, in the school, the news of the national #1 martial arts competition became the focal point of all the students. After all, it was closely linked to them. Even the freshmen would gather in small groups and discuss this event. They were excited and exhilarated, as if they were able to participate in the competition and fight for the #1 position. But most of them were only at 1-star soldier level. They didn't possess the right to participate in the competition. At this moment, Wang Ting was having a meal with Ho Pingliang and his friends. They were talking about the martial arts competition too. I remember that the first position has belonged to the first university for the past few years, Ho Pingliang said as he ate. 3 years. Song Shuheng added. Oh right, the first university has been the champion for 3 consecutive years. But it isn't that hard to understand. They take in the top talents in the country, so it's easy for them to groom the most powerful young martial warrior, Ho Pingliang said. I heard that all the universities have groomed many young talents in the recent years. They are all strong contenders for the top position. They are holding back so that they can fight for the first position. It won't be easy for the first university to hold the title this time, Lu Shu interrupted. Indeed. Senior brother Pang Kuo from the Capital Military Academy, senior brother Li Guangqi from the Jinlin University, and senior sister Ma Xiaoxia from the Donghai University are all strong young martial warriors. I heard that they have a post in the military and execute missions on the battlefield all year round. They're remarkably capable, Song Shuheng nodded, agreeing with him. Don't boost other people's morale and destroy our own. The 4th-year students from our school are strong too. The overall ability of Huanghai Military Academy is on par with the Capital Military Academy, Jinlin University, and other famous universities. Last year, our school took 3rd place, Ho Pingliang said. Senior brother Wu Hao was present last year. An amazing young martial warrior like him is rare. I wonder how strong the 4th years are this year? Lu Shu frowned and wondered. They are not weak, Ho Pingliang replied. I know that our school isn't weak, but am just a little worried. After all, the school hasn't confirmed the candidates yet, Lu Shu replied. You're right. The other schools have already announced their participants, but our school hasn't released theirs yet. Is there an accident? Song Shuheng touched his chin and asked curiously. Wang Ting felt a little confused as he listened to his friends talking about this matter with great familiarity. Even though the names they mentioned might be talented martial warriors, He didn't recognize any of them at all. He was like a wild man living in the primary jungle. Embarrassing. This was too embarrassing. Control your expression. You mustn't let them know that you're ignorant. Wang Ting maintained a stern face as he listened to their discussion. He would nod and shake his head occasionally as though he was agreeing or disagreeing with their opinions. He acted like he knew what was going on. At the side, Bailey Qingfeng remained indifferent. He didn't care much about this matter, so he didn't interrupt them. He just listened to them and digested all the information they revealed. What the F******K? A sudden shout startled the whole table. Even Wang Ting got shocked. What the hell? Why are you making such a jarring sound? Why are you shouting? Ho Pingliang, Lu Shu, and the others looked at Wang Ting as though they were looking at a ghost. Brother Ting, are you participating in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition? Ho Pingliang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he asked in disbelief. Huh? I haven't received the notification yet. How did you know? Wang Ting looked at them in surprise. So that means that you're really participating. The others immediately understood Wang Ting's meaning. They were dumbstruck. Ho Pingliang pointed at his phone. It's announced here. When they mentioned that their school hadn't announced the candidates list, they logged into their school's website to check. That was when they realized that the list was actually released today. Wang Ting's name was on the list. They rubbed their eyes a few times before confirming that they were right. It was really Wang Ting's name. There were some descriptions written behind the name. After some comparison, they ascertained that it was indeed this fellow who was eating with them as though nothing had happened. It's already announced? Why didn't they inform me? I don't have any mental preparations at all. Wang Ting shook his head. Hey, that isn't the main point. Ho Pingliang felt agitated. Brother, you're just a freshman. Why are you participating in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition? Are you confident? He suddenly felt that as Wang Ting's friend, it didn't seem right of him to speak like this. Hence, he said hurriedly, I'm not looking down on you or anything like that, but all the candidates are extremely powerful, talented martial warriors. They have cultivated many years more than you. You won't have many chances of winning if you fight with them now. That's right. You don't have to participate. You can wait for a few years. At that time, you might be able to get the No. 1 spot for our school. Bailey Qingfeng had a startled look on his face. He couldn't control himself and spoke up. Sit down, sit down. Why are you all so agitated? Even if I have no chances of winning, it's a good opportunity for me to gain more insight and experience, Wang Ting replied calmly. Chapter 333 Attention of all parties. Wang Ting had to spend much effort before Ho Pingliang and his friends finally accepted the truth. They were anxious because they cared about him. As Wang Ting's closest schoolmates, they hoped that he wouldn't join the martial arts competition to get tortured. He might get some haunting memories that would be harmful for his future cultivation. Wang Ting was touched. Although his psychological age was older than most of them, he had slowly gotten used to his current status and lifestyle. He had a great time interacting with them. These might be friends worth making. One didn't need to wait until a crucial moment to show that a friend in need was a friend indeed. Some things could be seen in daily lives. After the participants of the Huanghai Military Academy were announced, Wang Ting's name became famous. The students in the school were dumbfounded and puzzled. They knew who Wang Ting was. Even if they didn't, they would know after asking around. The No. 1 freshman, Wang Ting, was quite famous in Huanghai now. They were startled and confused precisely because they knew who he was. The No. 1 freshman was still a freshman. When was a freshman able to participate in the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition? It was atrocious. The outsiders were also perplexed by the Huanghai Military Academy's decision. Ho Pingliang and his friends paid close attention to the Capital Military Academy, Jinlin University, and other famous universities. Similarly, the other schools followed the Huanghai Military Academy with interest. The instant Huanghai's name list was released, they knew about it. They weren't surprised by the other names, but Wang Ting. Who was he? Everyone was in a daze. They then looked at his description. A freshman. Huanghai was sending a freshman to participate in the National No. 1 martial arts competition? Did they think that it was child's play? Even though they complained and felt puzzled, they still obediently looked up Wang Ting's information. He was the top scholar of Donghai and had received special admission invitations from the various top universities because he was at the 1-star soldier level. In the end, he chose Huanghai. Wang Ting's information laid in front of all the different factions. It wasn't detailed, but that was all they could find. He's interesting, but this isn't enough. Some people exclaimed. They felt that although Wang Ting had great potential, he didn't have the right to enter the National No. 1 martial arts competition currently. Wang Ting had entered university as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Only 1 semester had passed. How much could he advance? 2-star soldier level? 3-star soldier level? The 3-star soldier level was the maximum, and it was already extremely difficult. However, he would be at rock bottom if he participated in the competition at this level. What was the Huanghai Military Academy thinking? Many people were still baffled. They sent people to investigate Wang Ting but to no avail. At this moment, Wang Ting felt a little helpless. People were staring at him no matter where he went. They seemed as if they wanted to penetrate him with their gazes. He went all the way to the actual combat training building and went up to the 4th floor. He entered a spacious training room. There were already some people standing in the room. Peng Yuanshan and the 5 faculty heads were all present, along with 10 unfamiliar seniors. The moment Wang Ting walked in, all their gazes turned to him. "I'll get embarrassed if you look at me like this." Wang Ting scratched his head and said shyly. "Han Zhu. Do you?" "Ling Jiming. Wan Baiqiu." The 5 faculty heads. Peng Yuanshan raised his eyebrows secretly. He said without any expression, "Get over here quickly." "Coming." Wang Ting ran over obediently. He stood in front of President Peng and asked, "President, what orders do you have for me?" Peng Yuanshan ignored him. He glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words. The National No. 1 martial arts competition isn't a small matter. It will affect the school's prestige and reputation. At the same time, this is a massive stage for universities to show their talents to the world. The higher authorities are all watching over the competition. They will grade a school's potential based on the students' performances during the competition and use it to allocate next year's resources. Hence, you must do your best. This is not just for you, it's for the school too. Do you understand?" he shouted in a low voice. "Yes." Han Zhu and the others sat properly with their backs straight as they replied loudly in unison. As for Wang Ting, he stood there lazily and replied in a normal voice, "Yes." The difference was obvious when he opened his mouth. The seniors frowned slightly as they looked at Wang Ting after giving him a glare. Peng Yuanshan said to the others, "I know that you don't understand and might even suspect why we put Wang Ting on the list. I won't explain anything, but I'll give you the chance to prove that he has no right to take part in the competition." F***K. Wang Ting widened his eyes in surprise. "President Peng, you're creating trouble. Again." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 10 gazes got fixed on Wang Ting, their intentions unknown. There was intense hatred in one particular pair of eyes. This was a young man carrying a long sword behind his back. He had short layered hair, and he was very handsome. He walked out and said directly, "Im Zhang Fengyu, number 5 of the top 100. The school is going to send 10 people to participate in the martial arts competition. The top 5 will be the first-tier team, while the last 5 will be the second-tier team. Because of your appearance, I was squeezed out of the first tier. I won't be convinced until I have a duel with you. Really? Why don't I give it to you? I'm just going there for the experience. The second-tier team is good enough, Wang Ting replied. The moment he said this, the expressions of the other students changed. You are looking down on me. Zhang Fengyu squinted. Stop fooling around. Let's start, Ping Yuanshan said helplessly. Zhang Fengyu nodded. He took out the battle sword behind his back. Hey, don't be agitated. I meant what I said, Wang Ting shouted. Zhang Fengyu. Zhang Fengyu took a step forward without saying anything. He slashed his sword. A dense sword aura engulfed Wang Ting in an instant. Hey, why are you so serious? Wang Ting moved his body slightly and managed to evade all of Zhang Fengyi's attacks easily. Zhang Fengyi's sword skill has become stronger. The other students commented quietly. When they looked at Wang Ting, they frowned. This fellow isn't simple either. Wang Ting easily evaded all the attacks. He tapped his foot on the ground and floated backward gently, widening the distance between them. Senior, if you really want to compete, I'll make my move. Wang Ting looked at the other party with a serious expression. Zhang Fengyu didn't reply to him. His actions were the answer. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a sharp sword presence spread out instantly. 5th-level sword presence. Zhang Fengyu has enlightened his 5th-level sword presence. The muscles on the other students' faces moved slightly as they stared at the scene. Would Wang Ting be able to handle Zhang Fengyi's powerful attack? You still have time to admit defeat, Zhang Fengyu said calmly. Bring it on, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Zhang Fengyu fixed his gaze on Wang Ting. He slashed his sword, and the sword glow cut through the air, aimed right at Wang Ting. Boom! Wang Ting released a punch in the face of this powerful sword glow. It was just a single punch, yet the sword presence disintegrated, and the sword glow shattered. Everything disappeared without a trace. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 334 You Owe Me Again, One Punch. A single direct punch. Everyone found the results a little unreal. Zhang Fengyu was number 5 in the top 100 students, so there was nothing to say about his ability. But when he fought with Wang Ting, the result was obvious. Are you really a freshman? Not only the students but even the heads were also astounded. I lost. Zhang Fengyu stared intently at Wang Ting and shook his head bitterly. He wasn't injured and could still fight, but there was no point. The difference between their battle prowess was as clear as day and night. He would be asking for humiliation if he continued fighting. This fellow is a monster. He couldn't compete with him. He kept his long sword and retreated to the side. Thanks. Wang Ting didn't act proud or flaunt himself. He remained calm as he looked at Ping Yuanshan. Since there's no problem, the candidates list is finalized. Ping Yuanshan paused for a moment. He looked at everyone before continuing. Han Zhu will be the leader. Any objections? The students exchanged glances with one another. Then, they looked at Wang Ting. Based on his ability, he might be on par with the top 3 in the ranking. However, they had never fought before, so they didn't know how strong he was. A powerful person would always be respected. Thus, they all looked at Wang Ting unconsciously when the leader's role was mentioned. After all, he was the only exception. Why are you looking at me? You can decide the leader yourselves. I'm only going there for the experience. Don't care about me, Wang Ting waved his hand and said. Everyone. Going there for experience? Do you think we'll believe you? You are so powerful, yet you pretend to be a newbie. So evil. I don't care if you're going there for experience or not. I only know that if you don't get a good ranking, someone will take care of you. Ping Yuanshan glanced at Wang Ting from the corner of his eyes. Wang Ting's expression froze. He suddenly recalled Dan Taichuan's personality. If he really played the fool during the competition, he would be in for a beating. He couldn't help but recall the fear of being pounded by Dan Taichuan's iron fist. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior now, but he still had no confidence in front of Dan Taixian. He would die tragically, right? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what riddles Peng Yuanshan and Wang Ting were playing, but from Wang Ting's expression, it wasn't something good. They felt excited for some reason. A smile appeared at the corner of Peng Yuanshan's lips. He said, "All right, this is the arrangement. Go back and prepare. We will head to capital Xia tomorrow." "Yes." Everyone replied and left. Tong Hu exclaimed as he looked at the students leaving, "Wang Ting is extremely talented. However, he's a little cheeky." "You're right." The other heads nodded in agreement. They had weird expressions on their faces. "What ranking do you think he can get?" Su Jing, the head of the command faculty, asked. "It's hard to say. I feel that he hasn't revealed his true ability. He's still hiding his power," O Chongsong, the head of the smithery faculty, replied. "He has the capability. I think he's comparable to Han Zhu," Tong Hu said. "Seriously? Comparable to Han Zhu?" The other heads felt that this was impossible. Han Zhu was the number 1 of the Huanghai Military Academy, yet Tong Hu said that Wang Ting was on par with him? Maybe even stronger. Peng Yuanshan suddenly said. "Even stronger?" The heads looked at President Peng in unplanned unison. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, since these words came from President Peng's mouth, they must be true. President Wang Ting, Tong Hu gulped. There was excitement in his eyes. If Wang Ting was really stronger than Han Zhu, it meant that Huanghai Military Academy would be able to squeeze into the top 3 again. As for the champion, that would depend on how powerful the other school's talents were. This was an unknown factor. "Let's wait and see." Peng Yuanshan didn't deny it. I understand. Tong Hu immediately gave an expression as if he understood everything. "Ha ha ha, hiding his ability is good. Let's give the other schools a rude shock during the martial arts competition." The head of the Dan faculty, Chui Heng, felt happy just thinking about the other schools' reactions. "You're right. Ha ha ha." The other heads started laughing unscrupulously. They seemed to have guessed the interesting scene they would see in the future. Wang Ting didn't have much to prepare. All he needed for the competition was his weapon. He could buy the other miscellaneous items along the way. It wouldn't be a problem. He went back to his dormitory and started his daily cultivation. He needed to practice the powerful battle techniques that he had just received. They might come in handy during the competition. Imagine if he used the Scorching Sky Finger and the Ape King Fist one after the other. What a beautiful sight! He wondered if he could amaze the crowd. If he couldn't, he would execute the Shadow Assassin sword skill, the Overflowing Rainblade, and all the other skills he knew. That should be enough. At night, Wang Ting received a call from Lin Chuhan. "Hello?" Wang Ting immediately smiled. "Why did you suddenly think of calling me?" Lin Chuhan replied, "I saw your news. You are participating in the national number 1 martial arts competition?" Wang Ting wasn't surprised when he heard the startled voice on the other end of the phone. "Yes, I'll be leaving tomorrow for capital Xia." Lin Chuhan lamented. "I didn't think that you'd become so strong. Our distance is getting wider and wider." Wang Ting laughed. "There's no chance of you catching up anymore. However, a woman's success is conquering a powerful man. Do you want to consider it?" Lin Chuhan snorted. "You must be looking for death." Wang Ting chuckled. Lin Chuhan continued, "Oh right, I've transferred the money to you." Wang Ting was slightly stunned. Then, he understood and said with disappointment, "Why are you in such a rush to return it to me? I hope that you will always owe me." In the past, Lin Chuhan had borrowed money from Wang Ting to find a cure for her younger sister. If she hadn't mentioned the matter now, Wang Ting would have forgotten about it. Who would remember a few tens of thousands? However, Lin Chuhan remembered it all too well. She was a martial arts student now, so earning some extra money wasn't a problem. She returned the money to him as soon as she had it. Lin Chuhan said angrily, "I don't want to owe you forever." Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and sniggered. "You can't make that decision. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news for you. Which one do you want to listen to first?" Lin Chuhan suddenly had a bad feeling. She gritted her teeth and said, "Good news. The good news is, I found a cure for Chuxia," Wang Ting replied slowly. "Really?" Lin Chuhan's voice raised a few octaves. "Of course." Wang Ting gave an evil smile. "I'll tell you about it when I'm back." Pant, Wang Ting could already hear Lin Chuhan's anxious breathing. She wished that she could crawl through the phone and grab Wang Ting's neck to demand a clearer explanation. "What's the bad news?" "The bad news is, you owe me again." Wang Ting smiled. "You're ruthless," Lin Chuhan said furiously. Chapter 335 Up South Donghai University. As Lin Chuhan hung up her phone in the lattice dormitory, the proud expression of a certain someone appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but smile. At the same time, a hint of happiness flashed past her eyes. Her younger sister's problem was finally solved. At first, she wanted to wait until she got stronger to search for a solution, but Wang Ting was already one step ahead of her. Although she had to owe him a favor again, it was a good thing. The faster it was solved, the quicker Chuxia could resume her normal life. Living alone in the world of darkness was too cruel for a young lady. "Chuhan, were you calling your little boyfriend? Why are you smiling so happily?" Lin Chuhan's roommate squeezed over and nudged her. "What? Don't spout nonsense." Lin Chuhan blushed. She kept her phone quickly and pretended that nothing had happened. We're not bullshitting. Look at the expression on your face. You have love written all over you," Su Wantong teased. "So sad. Little brother Wang Ting's already eaten by you before I could get his WeChat." The other roommate, Tian Xiaoxiao, immediately pretended to hold her heart and spoke with sorrow. "Go away. What do you mean by eating? Tian Xiaoxiao, you're a pervert." Lin Chuhan found her words too cringy. "Ha ha ha, Chuhan, you've also finally admitted that she's a pervert." Su Wantong laughed out loud. "Humph. I'm not a pervert." Tian Xiaoxiao scoffed. "Oh right, Chuhan, is he the Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy who's participating in the competition?" Su Wantong asked curiously. "Yes." Lin Chuhan nodded. "It's really him. That's surprising," Su Wantong said. "Little brother Wang Ting is amazing. He's a freshman, yet he's already participating in the martial arts competition." Tian Xiaoxiao had to admit that the guy had gut. "That fellow seems to have gotten stronger," Lin Chuhan exclaimed. "Let's go to Capital Xia to watch the competition," Su Wantong suddenly suggested, her eyes shimmering. Ordinary people might not be able to get the tickets for the national #1 martial arts competition, right? Although Lin Chuhan was interested, she was still hesitant. "That's right. I heard that the price has already been raised to 50,000 for one ticket," Tian Xiaoxiao said. "It's okay. I have a way." Su Wantong patted her chest and boasted. "Really? That's great." Tian Xiaoxiao jumped up in happiness. "But the tickets are so expensive." Unlike others, Lin Chuhan was in a dilemma. "What's wrong? We're sisters. There's no need to care about this. Also, they are internal tickets and won't cost much. If we don't take them, it will be a waste." Su Wantong waved her hand nonchalantly. "Then," she continued, "you can come to my house to play for a few days too. Let's go, let's go. Chuhan, don't you want to watch little brother Wang Ting in action?" Tian Xiaoxiao persuaded her from the side. In the end, Lin Chuhan had no choice but to give in to their coercions. She knew that as friends, some things didn't have to be split so clearly. Haggling over such matters would just ruin their relationship. Hence, the three ladies decided to head to capital Xia to watch the national #1 martial arts competition. Wang Ting didn't know anything about Lin Chuhan's decision. However, similar situations were happening everywhere. Many people wanted to head to capital Xia to watch the competition. Even some well-informed people came to take a look. After all, this martial arts competition was like the Olympic. It was a grand national event. A saying described the situation perfectly: the country is strong if the youths are strong. The national #1 martial arts competition was a platform for the young generations to fight with each other. The country held this tournament to ignite the youth's desire for improvement and promote healthy competition. One would only grow stronger when there was competition. The young martial warriors were the future of the human race. Notification. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he continued cultivating. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Ting gathered with the other fourth-year seniors in the stadium and waited for the head. They would be personally leading the teams for this competition. Yesterday, Wang Ting took some time to learn more about the top 10 senior brothers and sisters in their university. In the past, he scrolled through their names because he needed to challenge them. However, after going to the Xingwu continent, he completely forgot them. Among the 10 seniors, the people he needed to pay most attention to were the top 3. They were the strongest. They were senior brother Han Zhu, senior brother Du Yu, and senior sister Wan Baiqiu. They were ranked first, second, and third, respectively. These 3 were the most powerful students in the entire university. They had ample battle experiences, and ordinary martial warriors couldn't be compared with them. "Seniors, you're up early." Wang Ting greeted them from afar as he walked over. The 10 fourth-year students all had different expressions on their faces when they saw Wang Ting. Even until now, they found the display of his powers yesterday unreal. Extremely outstanding people made others uncomfortable. It was hard for them to incorporate such people into their circle, but some of them didn't mind. "Morning." Han Zhu smiled and replied. Du Yu and Wan Baiqiu nodded at him too. "The heads are not here?" Wang Ting looked around and asked. "They should be here soon," Wan Baiqiu said. "I knew it. Bosses sure like to be late." Wang Ting shook his head. Cough, cough. Han Zhu and the others immediately started coughing when they heard Wang Ting complaining about their heads fearlessly. They had been in the school for 4 years, but their respect towards the heads was deeply rooted in their minds. They didn't dare to complain about them like this. Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting with a weird expression. This junior was extremely bold. "What guts you have! How dare you talk about us behind our backs?" A rough voice rang out suddenly. Wang Ting put on a smile before he turned around. "Head, that's not right. I'm a good student who always respects my teachers. Why would I say bad things about you? You must have heard wrong." "Humph." Tong who gave him a meaningful smile. The other heads shook their heads and also let out a smile on their faces. They couldn't be bothered to fuss over this matter. "Is everyone here?" Peng Yuanshan asked. "Yes," Han Zhu replied. "All right, let's get on the bus and leave." Peng Yuanshan nodded. He went up the bus parked at the side. The others followed closely. The bus drove out of school and headed straight to the airport. Then, everyone sat on the plane especially prepared for them and flew to capital Xia. This treatment was amazing. Even on Earth, there were dangerous birds flying in the air. If they attacked the plane, the consequences would be ghastly. As a result, these planes had all been modified. They possessed a defense shield and had martial warriors guarding them all the time. They wouldn't be attacked easily. Even so, the cost for a normal person to ride a plane got higher and higher. Most people preferred road transport. Chapter 336 Dragon's Den Capital Xia. Wang Ting and the other students alighted the plane and stepped on the land of their country's capital. This felt no different. Wang Ting looked around curiously. Forget it, they were still at the airport, so he couldn't tell the difference just yet. People were walking back and forth everywhere, and it was even more bustling than his past life. After some time, the bus stopped gradually. They alighted the bus and immediately saw an enormous and strange building standing tall and upright not far away from them. This building looked like a colossal nest made of steel. A large dragon was circling around the building, seemingly bellowing at the sky. It looked imposing and magnificent. There wasn't just one dragon around the building, either. As martial warriors, even from a distance, they were able to see that this building was made with many dragons circling it. It looked unique. Lakes surrounded the building, and lush green trees provided a pleasant shade. The environment was beautiful and picturesque. This is the Dragon's Den. Han Zhu and the others gazed at the building in the distance. They seemed mind-blown. Dragon's Den. Wang Ting was also surprised. He felt that he was looking at something strange. It seemed out of place. In his past life there was a similar structure too. The style was the same, but the construction was a little different. It was the same with its name too. It was different. Although it was a nest, it was the dragon's nest. It sounded impressive. Wang Ting was speechless. He shook his head and stopped thinking about all this nonsense. Junior Wang Ting, are you all right? Wan Baiqiu couldn't help but ask. Oh, I'm fine. Wang Ting smiled in embarrassment and shook his head. It's spectacular, right? A lot of resources and considerable manpower were invested in the construction of the Dragon's Denver. The national #1 martial arts competition 2 days later will be held here. You can see how much emphasis the country places on martial arts from this. Instructor Chen smiled and said. Everyone stopped for some time to appreciate the view. Instructor Chen then said, Follow me. I'll bring you to your lodging. Under his lead, Wang Ting and the others entered the hotel behind them. The hotel was a property of the official government body. It was built to house the participants from all over the country for the martial arts competition. Of course, not everyone could stay in this hotel. Only the top universities and some factions recognized by the official body had the privilege of staying here. Other participants could only find their own lodging. Some distance away, many private hotels were built to solve the lodging issues for these participants. Of course, it was first come, first serve. There were a limited number of hotel rooms, so those too late could only accept their unluckiness and live in hotels further away. Also, they had to squeeze in the subway. Would they go crazy from traveling? Instructor Chen sent everyone to their rooms and left. You can roam around the city, but don't cause unnecessary trouble. The waters in capital Xia run deep. A sweeper you meet on the street might be a powerful martial warrior. Of course, although we don't create trouble, we're not afraid of it either. If you meet any matters you can't solve, as long as you're in the right, the school will stand up for you. Han Zhu, watch over them. Peng Yuanshan gave some instructions and left with the heads. No one knew what they went to do. Everyone, settle down in your rooms and let's have lunch together later, Han Zhu said. No one had any objections. They went to their rooms. This treatment is not bad. Wang Ting entered his room and looked at the decorations and furniture inside. He was impressed. He couldn't tell from the appearance of the hotel at all. It was low-key in appearance, but the internal decorations were exquisite and complete. Bedroom, living room, entertainment room, bathroom, it had everything. No wonder Wang Ting felt that the treatment was good. Everyone had a room to themselves, and they were spacious and comfortable. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of the bed. You could see the Dragon's Den when you opened the curtains. The view was amazing. Wang Ting walked around the room to familiarize himself with it. When it was lunchtime, he went out and had lunch with his seniors in the hotel's restaurant. The things in the hotel were all free, even the meals. When they arrived at the restaurant, they noticed that there were already many people inside. Most of them were youngsters. Their aura penetrated their bodies, spreading to their surroundings. They shouldn't be underestimated. When Wang Ting and his seniors arrived, they turned to size them up carefully. Wang Ting and his seniors didn't mind. They glanced around and found an empty table. Then, they went to take their meals. The meal was buffet style. There were all kinds of food, and there was even a section for forced dishes. Everyone could get one serving as there were limited quantities. Wang Ting took some meat, fruits, and vegetables. He sat down and started eating and chatting with his seniors. "Old Han, are the people here for the competition too?" Wang Ting asked. "Yes, I think so." Han Zhu didn't mind the way Wang Ting addressed him. He glanced around him with a grim expression as he nodded. "It looks like you guys will need to fight hard." Wang Ting sniggered. Honestly, these people's abilities had exceeded his expectations. It will be a tough battle ahead. Chapter 337 An elder and a cute newbie in the hotel's restaurant. Han Zhu and the others were secretly observing the other participants too. People who could live in this hotel must be from impressive backgrounds. The talents groomed by these factions weren't simple figures. On the other hand, Wang Ting was much more relaxed. Until now, he hadn't met an opponent he needed to be careful of. "Those are the students from Donghai University, right?" Wan Baiqiu turned around and suddenly lowered her voice. "They're here too." Han Zhu and the others followed her gaze and saw a bunch of youngsters in their prime. In Donghai, Huanghai Military Academy and Donghai University were the top two universities. Both had their pros and cons, so it was hard to say which one was better. Based on their ranking in the national #1 martial arts competition, they had their ups and downs. They would take turns beating each other. Since they came from the same city, they would unite against the other provinces. However, the internal competition was intense too. No one wanted to give in to the other. Wang Ting looked at them curiously. Han Zhu explained, "The one in front is the top student at Donghai University, Xiao Yunfan. He's probably the leader of their group this time." "How strong is he?" Wang Ting asked. "Peak 4-star soldier level," Han Zhu replied. "Quite strong." Wang Ting nodded as though he meant what he said. "You shouldn't get too close to him." Han Zhu hesitated but still said it. Wang Ting was puzzled. At this moment, the students from Donghai University also noticed them and turned to walk towards them. "Han Zhu, long time no see." There was a smile on Xiao Yunfan's handsome face as he greeted them. "It hasn't been that long yet. I met you 5 days ago in the Xingwu continent." "Your memory is quite bad," Han Zhu replied seriously. Actually, he didn't like Xiao Yunfan. Although Xiao Yunfan looked friendly and kind on the surface, he was scheming and evil in his heart. It would be too naive to think that one could become real friends with him. He might betray you, and you would still have to clean up his spilled milk. Xiao Yunfan's lips twitched. He just came to greet him. Did he have to be so serious? "Humph, you're still the same. You came here just to say this?" Han Zhu retorted. Xiao Yunfan's breathing paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and smiled. "I heard that Huanghai has sent a freshman to participate in the martial arts competition, so I came to take a look at the real person. I want to see if he has 3 heads or 6 arms." "Senior Xiao, I'm sorry, but you'll probably be disappointed. I'm not a monster," Wang Ting squinted and said with a smile. Xiao Yunfan had an elegant aura. He seemed like a friendly person, but for some reason, when Wang Ting saw his smiling face, he wanted to punch him. What was wrong with him? By right, this fellow was only a little good-looking. He couldn't be compared with Wang Ting's handsomeness at all. There was no need to destroy his face, right? Unless... He recalled Han Zhu's reminder. Did this fellow have some fetish, so when he smiled, it made people want to hit him? His. Wang Ting felt his butt tightening and he shuddered. This is so scary. F***K, what's with this fellow's expression? Xiao Yunfan felt frustrated in his heart. He could perceive dislike and distaste from Wang Ting's look. He softened his expression and sized up Wang Ting. A glow appeared in his eyes. Only the peak of 2-star soldier level? He was confused, but he didn't take it to heart. This man was at most 3-star soldier level. Thus, he smiled and said, "You're indeed outstanding to have this ability as a freshman. Impressive. However, there are many formidable warriors in the martial arts competition. Wang Ting, you have to be careful. Of course, since we are all from Donghai, if you meet any seniors from Donghai University during the competition, well, show some mercy. You're only a freshman, so you will have many chances to participate in the future. The experience is most important for you now. The ranking isn't crucial." He seemed to have confirmed that Wang Ting was just here to take a look around. As for the ranking, he shouldn't even think about it. Then, he turned and said to his companions, "Everyone, take a good look at him. If you meet him, don't be too tough." He nodded at Wang Ting after he finished speaking, looking like an elder taking care of a cute little newbie. The seniors from Donghai University suppressed their laughter as they nodded in agreement. They would take care of this little junior, all right. Wang Ting, Han Zhu and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They knew Wang Ting's combat prowess. Most of these students from Donghai University might be tormented badly if they took him lightly. The muscles on Zhang Fengjia's face twitched. He had fought with Wang Ting before, so he knew his fearsomeness much better than others. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. The latter was wearing a smile on his face, as if he didn't mind what Xiao Yunfan said. However, for some reason, Zhang Fengyu felt that Wang Ting seemed scarier now. These students from Donghai University were looking for death. "Thank you, seniors. I hope that you will take care of me in the future," Wang Ting smiled and replied. Of course. Xiao Yunfan laughed and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries, they found an empty table not far away and started happily chatting while eating lunch. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. "Don't take it to heart." Xiao Yunfan, Han Zhu didn't continue. He just shook his head. "Don't worry. I won't be affected by verbal stimulation." Wang Ting smiled calmly and replied. "Good." Han Zhu noticed that he didn't mind the provocation, so he didn't continue. Wan Baichu changed the topic. She smiled and suggested, "I plan to go shopping later. Who's interested in accompanying me?" "Me, do you said?" "Me too," Wang Ting replied. He rarely came to capital Xia, so he wanted to have a good look around. "Let's go together." Han Zhu smiled. In the end, 5 of them decided to go while the remaining students wanted to rest in the hotel. They planned to adjust their mentality as they waited for the martial arts competition to start. In the afternoon, Wang Ting and his seniors drove 2 cars out of the hotel to tour the street. The hotel provided free cars for traveling to. It was extremely convenient. All the students were youngsters. Han Zhu and the others usually wore the military uniform in school, but now they had all changed into their casual attire. In school, or when they represented the school for events, they were always stern and serious. At the moment, though, they were all dressed fashionably, carrying a DSLR camera and small backpack. They turned into cool guys and girls. Wang Ting was stupefied. He looked at Han Zhu, who was beside him. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses with a crew cut. He held the steering wheel with one hand and used the other to turn on the sound system. He looked quite cool and dashing. Wang Ting was unable to associate this young man with the person he was talking to before. He then glanced at the rear mirror. Senior sister Wan Baichio was wearing jeans with a white shirt. She had a short black leather jacket around her, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Although it was simple, it made her look youthful and beautiful. Her charisma exploded once she changed her outfit. Chapter 338 Don't lie to your fellow countrymen. There were many places of historic interest and scenic beauty, famous snacks, and modern and prosperous business streets in capital Xia. These were all must-go places for these youngsters. The trip consisted of eating, shopping, and doing anything that made them happy. Wang Ting and his companions didn't have any particular plans, so they just had fun wherever they went. Time passed quickly. After dinner, they went back to rest. The next day, they continued their tour. They went climbing the Great Wall early in the morning. The national #1 martial arts competition was commencing soon. So many people were gathered in capital Xia. Even foreigners had come to take a look. Thus, the number of people in capital Xia currently was comparable to the holiday period. It was jam-packed and lively. There were many people on the Great Wall early in the morning. The Great Wall was built during the Warring States period. After more than 2,000 years, it had become an icon of China. Some people even listed it as one of the 8 wonders of the world. This represented how important it was to the country. Every person who came to capital Xia would come to the Great Wall. If not, the trip wouldn't be worthwhile. Wang Ting and his companions climbed the Great Wall casually. They looked at the beautiful sceneries around them and felt a magnificent aura assaulting their senses. Han Zhu took a photo and looked at the result. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "There's a saying that there's a divine dragon hiding below this wall. That's just a rumor. Dragons are mythical creatures." Du shook his head. Even martial arts has appeared now. Also, many star beasts have the word dragon in their names. Although I've never seen them personally, it means that they exist. Hence, it's possible that there's a dragon below our capital city, Wan Baichu said. If it really exists, which part of the Great Wall will the dragon be hiding in? Wang Ting smiled and asked. Who knows? China has many winding mountain ranges. There are many guesses as to where the best place for a real dragon nest is. Everyone has their own opinion. No conclusion has been reached so far. Wan Baichu shrugged. That reminds me about something. I remember that some people claimed to have seen the mythical creatures in certain mountains and rivers. Based on the experts' prediction, these creatures are similar to dragons even if they aren't real mythical creatures. Some beasts might have mutated and grown to look like a dragon, Han Zhu said. If the mythical creatures really exist, it will be fun. Wei Jing, the other lady in their group, smiled and said. It might not be that fun. It might turn out to be a disaster. Han Zhu shook his head and replied. The atmosphere turned a little heavy after he said that. Earth was still able to control the situation now, but once a large number of frightening and powerful star beasts appeared, it would spell tragedy for the human race. The powerful martial warriors would protect the country, but there were too few of them. Everyone followed the flow of the crowd and walked forward. Suddenly, a commotion in front attracted their attention. Come, let's take a look. Wan Baichu squeezed through the crowd and moved ahead. Han Zhu and the others shook their heads as they hurriedly followed her. At the same time, the discussions of the crowd entered their ears. Gradually they frowned. These Africans are outrageous. How dare they bully our people on our soil? Is there no one taking care of them? Let's go. They are martial warriors. We can't provoke them. Are we going to let them bully the young ladies without doing anything? What else can we do? I saw a piece of news in the past. A few Africans bullied an old man who cleaned shoes. One person stood up for the old man, but he got beaten badly by the Africans. Do you know what happened after that? Let me tell you. The man who stood up got caught and had to pay the Africans for their medical bills. It was quite a large sum of money. What? Who will dare to help another person in the future? The crowd discussed among themselves, but no one dared to stand up. Some people even squeezed out of the crowd and left the scene. SIC Wang Ting and his companions reached the front easily. 4 African young men were surrounding 2 ladies, flirting and teasing them. The ladies wanted to evade them, but the other party kept pestering them like flies and forced them into a corner. They even pulled their arms and prevented them from leaving. The two ladies were in a panic. They glanced at the crowd with fear and begging in their eyes, hoping that someone could help them. Many people couldn't bear to see them like this, but they instinctively evaded their gazes. To an average person, a matter like this was out of their capabilities. Han Zhu and his companions were furious when they understood what happened. They wanted to help the ladies. Let the ladies go. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted in anger. 3 men walked out of the crowd. They pointed at the African youngsters and glared at them. The 4 African young men turned around. They were tall and muscular and had black skin. In addition, they were martial warriors, so their bodies were a bit larger. They gave off a strong force of presence that only martial warriors had. "Hey, this has nothing to do with you. Don't be a busybody," one of the African young men stared at them and said. The 3 men almost took a step back involuntarily because of the overwhelming aura of the African young men. However, they stopped themselves forcefully and mustered up their courage. "Who says this has nothing to do with us? These 2 ladies are our countrymen. How can you bully our countrymen in our country? This is our business." They were attracting the attention of the people at the scene. There were many Chinese here. If everyone gathered together, they would be able to scare the 4 African young men away. As expected, many people were filled with righteous indignation after hearing their word. They started making a clamor. "That's right. If you bully our countrymen, it is our business. Everyone, let's do it together." I don't believe that they dare to offend the crowd. This is China. This isn't a place for your indecency. Everyone had courage and uprightness in them, but as normal people, they couldn't afford to offend the strong. Thus, they could only choose to disregard it. Now, when someone took the lead and riled up everyone, it gave others the courage to stand up too. They joined the crowd. "I want to see who dares to be a busybody." Lest the 4 African young men weren't afraid when they saw this. Instead, their ruthlessness was triggered, and viciousness flashed in their eyes. They acted immediately and rushed towards the 3 men first. They could tell that these 3 men were the ones stirring up the crowd. The others were just putting on a bold front and wouldn't dare to act. They were afraid of nothing, daring to injure someone in front of the whole crowd. How unbridled! The 4 African young men were all martial warriors. They raised their fists and aimed for the 3 men. The force of the punch created a whooshing sound. The 3 men turned pale in fear. The 3 youngsters were just ordinary people. They didn't expect the other party to act suddenly. They couldn't retaliate at all. "Be careful." The 2 ladies that were pestered got anxious. They shouted to remind the men. The people around them also retreated in fright. They were terrified in their hearts, and some of them even closed their eyes. They didn't have the guts to see the tragedy that was about to happen. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. This didn't sound right. Everyone looked at the scene. They noticed that a few figures had appeared in front of the 3 men and had blocked the attacks of the Africans. There were 3 young men and a young lady. They stood there, tall and straight. It was Wang Ting and his companions. They appeared thin and weak in front of the 4 African young men, but everyone noticed that they were easily grabbing the men's fists. Martial warriors! Martial warriors of our country! Only martial warriors could block the attack of martial warriors. Everyone regained their senses at once, and excitement appeared on their faces as they cheered. The 3 men heaved sighs of relief. They felt cold sweat on their backs, and their legs were a little weak. They were barely standing up. "Move back," Han Zhu turned around and said. The 3 men nodded fervently. They held on to each other and retreated to the side. "You guys are seriously infuriating." Wang Ting looked at the 4 tall and black men in front of him. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. The 4 African young men struggled furiously. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break free from the 4 people's grip. Their expressions changed slightly. "Who are you?" Us. Han Zhu's gaze was cold. We are just here to defend our people. How dare you touch us? Do you know who we are? One of the African young men shouted. I don't care who you are. Even if the emperor came here, he wouldn't be able to save you. Wang Ting smiled angrily. He stopped talking nonsense with them and released his grip. Then, he swept his leg and kicked the head of the African young man he had picked. Bang! The African young man's big and bulky body flew out immediately and slammed heavily on the city wall. One side of his cheeks was swollen. Mark! The other 3 African young men were flabbergasted when they saw their companion getting hit. How dare you hit him? You're dead. You're dead, you hear? They shouted in shock and anger. I don't know if we're dead, but you all are confirmed dead. Wan Baichu felt indignant in her heart. She punched out and hit the nose of the African young man in front of her. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, blood spurted out of the nose. The African young man hurriedly covered his nose and screamed in pain, tears and mucus dripping down his face. You bitch, you're dead. You still have the guts to spout nonsense. Wan Baichu raised her eyebrows. She kicked the person without any mercy, causing him to fly a few meters back and tumbling on the ground. On the other side, Han Zhu and Du Yu made their moves too. They beat the other 2 African young men until they rolled on the ground with swollen faces. They were all martial warriors, but in front of Wang Ting and his companions, they had no chances of retaliating. They could only get beaten. This feels good. Wang Ting and his companions only stopped after hitting the African young men for some time. They sighed and felt refreshed. Go away. Otherwise, we'll hit you again if we see you. Wang Ting kicked the African young man's butt and shouted. The 4 African young men left instantly with hatred and bitterness in their eyes. Chapter 339. Eve. The crowd couldn't help but cheer loudly when they saw the 4 foreign young men fleeing with their tails between their legs. Thunderous applause erupted on this section of the wall. This was how humans were. They didn't dare to voice up for certain matters, but they always hoped that a hero would appear. Wang Ting and his companions fulfilled their hero dreams. The 2 victim ladies heaved a huge sigh of relief and came forward. They thanked Wang Ting and his companions gratefully. Thank you for saving us just now. You're welcome. It's not a big deal. Wan Baichu waved her hands casually. Wang Ting and his companions didn't really take it to heart. To them, it was a piece of cake. The 3 men came forward and thanked them too. If it weren't for Wang Ting and his companions, they might be dead. Although your intention was good, you should be careful in the future when you meet a similar situation, Han Zhu reminded them. We didn't think that they would actually attack normal people. The 3 men smiled bitterly. They still felt fearful when they remembered the scene just now. Anything is possible. Most martial warriors won't attack a normal person, but there's no lack of reckless people. Be careful in the future, Han Zhu said. The 3 men were grateful. They nodded furiously. The 2 ladies turned and said to them, Thank you for speaking up just now. You're welcome, you're welcome. We are countrymen. Anyone will step up if they see this. The 3 men waved their hands hurriedly in embarrassment. The 2 ladies gave a forced smile. After this matter, they knew clearly that not everyone dared to stand up when faced with this situation. After exchanging some polite remarks, Wang Ting and his companions left. The people around them and the 3 men and 2 ladies started guessing Wang Ting and his companions' identities. They are so young. They must be here for the competition. Of course, if not, why are they so strong? The 4 foreign youths couldn't even resist. They were beaten up badly. I wish that I was as strong as them. Some people were envious, some were jealous, and some felt respect towards them. The 2 ladies and the 3 men exchanged WeChat. It looked like there might be good things happening in the future. However, the numbers didn't match. There were 2 ladies and 3 men. Someone would have to be alone. Wang Ting and his companions went to tour the imperial palace after they finished looking at the Great Wall. The day ended quickly. At night, they found an authentic and old Mongolian hot pot restaurant for dinner. "We're lucky we came early. If we had arrived a little later, there might have been no seats left." After they ordered their dishes and were preparing to eat, they saw customers streaming into the restaurant. They felt fortunate. The mutton used by the restaurant wasn't ordinary. It had been washed by force, so the meat was more tender and juicy. It was like star beast meat and was delicious. This was how the shop got famous. Many more were attracted by its fame, and there was a constant stream of customers. Delicious! Han Zhu took a piece of mutton and dipped it in chili sauce. He placed it in his mouth, even though it was steaming hot. Sweat poured down his head as he ate. Wan Baiqiu and the others weren't slow either. As martial warriors, their appetite was amazing. Despite chatting with each other, they still stuffed food in their mouths continuously. Was it all right to hit those foreign young men today? Wang Ting ate a mouthful of vegetables and asked. "Don't worry. Our president said that as long as we are in the right, the school will back us up even if the sky falls. Do you think we were wrong today?" Wan Baiqiu winked at him and sniggered. Wang Ting looked at Han Zhu and Duyu. They were chuckling too. Their expressions seemed meaningful. Wang Ting felt a little speechless when he saw their faces. They had obviously done this many times before. They were wily old foxes. He was worried for nothing. Hence, he stopped mentioning this matter. They continued eating. Outside the restaurant, snow fell from the sky, and the temperature dropped. Inside, though, it was warm and lively. Tomorrow was the national #1 martial arts competition, so they had to go back early. After they finished eating, they stopped loitering outside and drove back to the hotel. Some time later, around 8 p.m., Peng Yuanshan and the other heads gathered everyone in their room. "Did you have fun for the past 2 days?" Peng Yuanshan smiled and asked. "Not bad, not bad." Everyone exchanged glances and chuckled. "You have played well. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. It's time to be serious." Peng Yuanshan retracted his smile and said sternly. "Yes." Han Zhu and the others replied. "Many factions are participating in the competition, so the opening ceremony will be a little tedious. Tomorrow is where everyone will meet and listen to the higher authorities' useless speeches. There's nothing to take notice of. However, there's one thing you have to pay attention to." Peng Yuanshan paused and scanned everyone. Everyone's attention was attracted to him. The martial arts competition was just too important, so they didn't dare to be careless. Furthermore, President Peng was reminding them personally. Tomorrow, the First University, Capital Military Academy, and many other students from the top universities, as well as the talented martial warriors from factions all over the world, will appear. You need to take note of your opponents. After the competition starts, when you're free, you can look at their fights. Knowing your opponents will give you a better chance of winning, Peng Yuanshan finally added. "We understand." Han Zhu and the others nodded. "All right." Peng Yuanshan glanced at everyone. He wasn't worried about the other students but Wang Ting. This fellow always appeared indifferent. He wondered if he truly understood his advice. "Wang Ting, be serious during the competition. You're not the only talent in the world. There's always someone more powerful than you. Don't fall here. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer to your master," Peng Yuanshan said, feeling his head hurt. Wang Ting was speechless. Was there some misunderstanding? He was calm because he felt that his ability was enough, so there was no need to be too nervous or serious. It wasn't because he didn't care. However, President Peng seemed to feel that he was too arrogant and singled him out. He couldn't explain himself though. In the end, he nodded in frustration and replied, "President, don't worry. I won't look down on any opponent." Peng Yuanshan nodded. He didn't repeat himself. Once was enough. Wang Ting wasn't a child that needed to be watched all the time. That's all. If there's nothing, you can leave. Have a good rest. Ping Yuanshan dismissed everyone after he finished his reminders. Wang Ting said good night to his companions and went back to his room. Everyone went to rest. That night, the hotel wasn't as crowded as the past 2 days. It turned quiet early at night. Everyone seemed to be making preparations for the National No. 1 Martial Arts competition tomorrow. Chapter 340 – The Start of the National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition. The next day, the National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition started officially. The Dragon's Den was packed bright and early in the morning. Reporters surrounded the building, squeezing to the front of the crowd while clicking their cameras non-stop. A black sedan drove over from afar. It slowly came to a stop outside the Dragon's Den. Someone came down from the car. Quick, take a picture. Look, the president of the Martial Arts Association is here too. That is the governor. The bosses arrived at the scene one by one. Under the protection of the staff, they strode into the Dragon's Den. The people outside were excited and kept talking with each other. It was hard to see these bosses during normal times. Now, all of them had appeared in one place. They didn't know where to look, feeling like they had expanded their horizon. When they went back, they could boast that they saw this and that person in capital Xia. Lin Chuhan and her roommates had arrived a long time ago. They came to capital Xia a few days earlier, just like Wang Ting. They had been playing for 2 days, but they didn't meet each other. After all, capital Xia was huge, and their itinerary might not be the same. Tian Xiaoxiao smiled and tiptoed. She glanced around her and said directly, "Chuhan, why didn't I see your love?" "Pfft, what do you mean by love? Don't say that." Lin Chuhan immediately turned red. "Ha ha." Tian Xiaoxiao laughed evilly. Su Wantong pursed her lips and smiled. "The important figures will come first before the participants. However, I heard that they will go through a special passageway. Speaking about it, I wonder if our seniors have a chance of entering the top 10, Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly said. It's hard to say. The National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition is filled with talent. Our Donghai University never had a good ranking in the past, Su Wantong said dejectedly. What about Huanghai Military Academy? Lin Chuhan couldn't help but ask. Oh my Chuhan, you are here, but your heart is somewhere else. This is outrageous. Su Wantong pretended to be angry. I'm not. I'm just asking. Lin Chuhan felt embarrassed. Was she too obvious? I remember that Senior Xiao Yunfan has good feelings towards Chuhan. He never stopped looking at you during the last school event. Tian Xiaoxiao nudged Lin Chuhan. I think so too. Chuhan, Senior Xiao Yunfan is outstanding. I heard that the Ali Corporation has high hopes for him and signed a contract with him already. He has a bright future ahead. Do you want to consider him? Su Wantong teased her. There's nothing between us. We never met each other again after the school event. Don't talk about this or I'll get angry, Lin Chuhan said sternly. All right. We're just joking. Look at how agitated you are. Su Wantong noticed that she really was unhappy this time, so she shrugged and stopped teasing her. She continued, Huanghai is stronger than us. Normally, they can enter the top 10. They even got into the top 3 last year. That was their record high. However, it's hard to tell if they can get into the top 3 again. After all, the competition for the top 3 positions is strong. Look, another important figure is here. Tian Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. Glaring lights shone continuously. One could always believe in the reporter's lightning speed. It's CEO Ma from Alibaba. That's the car of Tencent's CEO. They came together. So punctual. Many top figures in the business world have come today. Besides reporters, the hosts from various live broadcast channels were present too. The atmosphere was bustling, and the splendor of the occasion surpassed anything seen yet. The bosses entered the venue quickly. Then, the staff opened the audience passage and allowed the audience to enter the venue. The crowd was already getting impatient. Once the passageway was opened, they started pushing one another to get in. The entire Dragon's Den was close to 300,000 square meters. There were close to 10,000 audience seats, and it could hold many people. The audience surged into Dragon's Den through the different passageways. Very soon, the Dragon's Den was packed and no seat was left empty. A vibrant and boisterous atmosphere filled up the entire venue. It was electric. Keeping the large numbers in mind, the entrance alone took more than 20 minutes. A lot of staff was present to maintain order. The internal arrangement of the Dragon's Den was unique. There were big and small arenas scattered around the venue. The arenas at the edge were smaller. The closer they got to the center, the bigger their size became. In the middle, there was a high platform with tables and chairs on it. All the important figures were already seated on the platform in the middle. Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted, "Silence!" His voice wasn't loud and he didn't use any loudspeakers. However, his voice formed sound waves that spread throughout the venue. It covered all the other noises. Everyone turned quiet. He was a formidable martial warrior. "Everyone, please maintain silence and find your seat. The martial arts competition is a grand national event. I hope that everyone will treat it with respect." The audience immediately turned quiet. They could sense the respect the important figures placed on this event. Most of the people present were ordinary. Although they didn't understand martial arts, they still felt something special. The martial warrior glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. "Now, let me announce the official launch of the National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition." Everyone was stunned. This was it? Shouldn't the leader's speech be long and lengthy? Shouldn't the important figures reveal themselves one by one? This wasn't how the script should go. The audience was used to hearing long-winded speeches from their leaders, so they couldn't get used to this pace. At that moment, voices suddenly came from the loudspeakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you. I'm the martial arts commentator, Zhang Jun. I'm the martial arts commentator, Su Xiao. We'll be hosting the National No. 1 Martial Arts Competition this time." More than 10 large screens were hanging in midair in the middle of the Dragon's Den. At the moment, the cameras were focused on a lady and a man. Zhang Jun and Su Xiao. They are commentators for CCTV. What a surprise! Many people recognized the two people on the screen, and a commotion arose in the spectator stands. Zhang Jun's voice came from the screen again. "I'm delighted to be hosting this martial arts competition. Now let me explain the rules of the competition. The competition will be in single-player elimination mode. The opponents will be picked randomly by the computer. There are 108 arenas in Dragon's Den. They will be split into 16 sections, and competitions will be held simultaneously in these sections until the top 16 appear. Of course, to be fair, there will be a revival system too. Some martial warriors who lost can return to the arena through the revival matches and continue the competition. After the top 16 are out, they will continue the ranking competitions in the big central arena and fight for the championship title. Today is the opening ceremony, so let's meet the young and talented martial warriors from all around our country. Zhang Jun paused at this moment. Then, Su Xiao opened her mouth. "Now, let's welcome all the talented martial warriors from the various universities and factions." Chapter 341. A gathering of talents on the screen. As Zhang Jun and Su Xiao announced the entrance of the participants, high-spirited music started playing all around the venue. A row of people walked out from the participants' passageway. Zhang Jun flipped the documents in his hand and said, "First, we have last year's champion, the first university. The most outstanding young martial warriors are all in the first university. There will always be one or two astonishing talents every year. This time, once again, they are strong contenders for the championship title. The leader of the first university is the famous Ji Xiaoming. Ji Xiaoming is the top martial arts scholar of 05 batch in capital Xia. He was specially admitted into the first university as a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. The first university made great efforts to groom him over the past 4 years, and Ji Xiaoming didn't disappoint them. He displayed incomparable talent and has always come out at the top of the list. He's the leading figure of the first university. Su Xiao took over the conversation and said, Ji Xiaoming is a rare talent indeed. I'm sure that he will perform well in this national #1 martial arts competition. Everyone, please look at the team that's entering the stage. The first student is Ji Xiaoming. He's quite a handsome young man too. As the commentator introduced the entrance, the audience saw a row of youngsters walking into the dragon's den through the participants' passageway. The person in the lead was a tall young man with a sword behind his back. His eyebrows were straight and slanting upwards, and his eyes were bright like stars. His aura was exceptional, his appearance handsome and charismatic. So handsome! Many ladies screamed unconsciously when they saw him. They were mesmerized in an instant. Ji Xiaoming. Some ladies who knew him kept waving their hands and shouting his name. They looked like they had seen an idol or a celebrity. It looks like Ji Xiaoming is very popular. The competition hasn't started yet, but there are already so many ladies cheering for him. Not many people can receive this treatment, Su Xiao smiled and said. I feel a little jealous. Zhang Jun laughed. He's like fresh meat while you're a piece of old bacon. How can you even compare? Su Xiao teased him. I can't. Even if I was 10 years younger, I can't fight with him. Zhang Jun furiously waved his hands. The two commentators livened up the atmosphere with their casual and light-hearted conversation. The audience couldn't help but laugh along. These two commentators are quite interesting, Tian Xiaoxiao said to her roommates. Of course. They are CCTV commentators, a pair of professionals, Su Wantong said. Ji Xiaoming is so handsome, just a little less than little brother Wang Ting. However, his aura is outstanding. It adds points to his overall appearance. Tian Xiaoxiao smiled. Lin Chuhan and Su Wantong rolled their eyes uncontrollably. She was love-struck again. Senior Ji Xiaoming is very popular. Almost all the university students know him. He's the idol of many ladies, Su Wantong added. Is he very powerful? Asked Lin Chuhan. Very. The commentators weren't exaggerating when they said that he's a leading figure, Su Wantong replied. As the three of them were conversing, Ji Xiaoming had already led the other students from the first university to the arena closest to the central platform. The standing positions of the universities were decided based on last year's ranking. The first place would stand on the first area and so forth. Next, we have the team from Capital Military Academy. Capital Military Academy is the first military academy in our country. It produces many military talents for our country every year. The martial warriors they groom are always fighting on the front line, sacrificing their lives for the country on the battlefield. They are fearless and deserve our respect. The leader of the Capital Military Academy is Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng is the 05 batch's top martial arts scholar. He belongs to an ordinary background and aspires to join the army. He entered Capital Military Academy as an extreme martial disciple. His ability rose tremendously in the past 4 years, and he has killed many enemies on the battlefield. The commentator's introduction caused everyone to turn their attention to the leader of the Capital Military Academy. A young man in military uniform strode onto the second area. He had a crew cut and his features were distinct. He remained calm under everyone's stares, giving people a stern and mature image. The audience couldn't help but exclaim how impressive this young man was, as expected of a talent groomed by the Capital Military Academy. This is quite interesting. Last year, the fight for the second and third positions was extremely fierce. What's more, both of the competitors came from military academies. But, in the end, Capital Military Academy won by a slight margin and achieved second place. The Military Academy in third place comes from the South. They are one of the top 5 universities in the country, Huanghai Military Academy. Now, let's welcome the students from Huanghai Military Academy who have come all the way from Donghai. Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the venue. A row of students walked out from the passageway under the audience's cheers. They were wearing military uniforms too, but the design was different from Capital Military Academy's uniform. It made the students appear taller. As they walked, they gave off the presence of military students. Su Wantong turned and smiled at Lin Chuhan. Wang Ting's here. Yes. Lin Chuhan nodded. She looked at the group of students that came out and saw the familiar figure. Little brother Wang Ting is so handsome when he wears a military uniform. Tian Xiaoxiao clutched her heart. She was smitten. As expected, little brother Wang Ting is more handsome. Su Wantong went speechless. This lady was hopeless. Lin Chuhan didn't hear her roommate's chatter at all. Instead, her gaze was fixed on that familiar figure. This was the first time she saw him in military uniform. This fellow indeed looks quite handsome when he dresses like this. She wondered to herself. The leader of Huanghai Military Academy is Han Zhu. Han Zhu is the top martial arts scholar in the 05 bat. He entered university as an extreme martial disciple and has great potential. I wonder if he will give us surprises during the competition? Zhang Jun said. Anticipating his match with Luo Qing, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, I hope that they will meet each other. It will be a fierce fight between 2 evenly matched participants," Zhang Jun replied. On the arena, Luo Qing lowered his head and looked at Han Zhu. When their gazes met in midair, sparks seemed to be flying. Their eyes were equally sharp and proud. Han Zhu sported a crew cut too. His features were mature, and both opponents' auras appeared similar. But, in comparison, Luo Qing felt a bit flamboyant, while Han Zhu was like a piece of steel that had been forged multiple times, reserved and blunt. The audience couldn't help but compare the two of them. They happily discussed their abilities and anticipated their matches. Oh right, there's another person from Huanghai Military Academy who has received great attention this year. Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something. You must be referring to the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year, Wang Ting. Su Xiao picked up from where he left. You're right. Some people might not know, but Wang Ting was already a 1-star soldier-level marital warrior when he entered university, just like Ji Xiuming. I heard that the first university sent someone to Donghai to enroll him, but he chose to stay in his hometown. He went to Huanghai Military Academy in the end. Zhang Jun flipped through the documents in his hand as he explained. The audience's curiosity was ignited. Only the martial warriors circle knew that Huanghai Military Academy had sent a freshman for this competition. Ordinary people didn't understand the significance of this decision. They only knew the names of a few famous and young martial warriors like Ji Xiuming, Luo Qing, and Han Zhu. The people who already knew this matter were in deep thought. They shot a questioning gaze at Wang Ting, who was standing among the students of Huanghai Military Academy. Many important figures followed Wang Ting with interest. After all, this was the first time in many years a university had decided to send a freshman to the competition. It made them curious. Unfortunately, when they glanced at Wang Ting, they couldn't glean anything from his expression. Wang Ting's ability seemed to be covered by a mist. They couldn't tell what his true ability was. Did he use a special method to cover up his cultivation? Many people frowned, their interest in him getting stronger. Ji Xiuming lowered his head and looked at Wang Ting, when he heard that Wang Ting had also entered university as a one-star soldier-level martial warrior and even rejected the offer from the first university. Wang Ting didn't expect the commentators to call his name. Sending the numerous gazes shooting towards him from all corners, he felt a little helpless. When you're too impressive, you will be in the limelight wherever you go. Sigh, I feel so helpless sometimes. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze locked at him. He looked up involuntarily and met Ji Ziyiming's eyes. This fellow is a little handsome. However, I'm still better looking than him. Surprisingly, Wang Ting arrived at the same conclusion as Tian Xiaoxiao when he saw Ji Ziyiming's appearance. If he knew that Tian Xiaoxiao had the same thinking, he would immediately make her his confidant. Wang Ting glanced at Ji Xiaoming. Their gazes were intent, and their expressions were indifferent. After some time, they shifted their eyes away. Interesting. In the audience stand, Su Wantong said, Wang Ting was specially mentioned by the commentators. This time, he will receive even more attention. Will someone try to play tricks on him? Asked Lin Chuhan worriedly. You're getting muddle-headed. This is a grand event, and many important people are paying close attention to it. Who would dare to play tricks here? You're just too worried. However, there will be people wanting to test his ability after the competition starts, Su Wantong replied. How strong is little brother Wang Ting now? Tian Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. I'm not sure. I hope that he can get a good ranking, Lin Chuhan said. Su Wantong shook her head. She didn't think highly of Wang Ting. This was a huge gathering of talents after all. He was just a freshman, so the difference in their abilities was vast. The result might not be good. On the other side of the audience stand, Li Xiaomei pulled Wang Xingguo and said excitedly, Our son, that is our son, she felt proud. Chapter 342 Hearing about sex for the first time Wang Ting wouldn't have imagined that his parents were also here in capital Xia. They came to view his matches personally. He was worried that there might be deaths and injuries in the arena, so he didn't inform them. He didn't want them to worry. However, he had underestimated the attention parents gave to their children. How could they not know of such an important matter? They wouldn't have cared if Wang Ting didn't participate, but since he was a candidate, they must come and see him in action. Li Xiaomei and Wang Shengguo didn't understand the martial warriors' world that much. They only knew that becoming a martial warrior could bring glory to their ancestors. The national #1 martial arts competition was a grand event. The government organized it personally, and it was internationally renowned. They felt extremely proud to be a part of this event. Their son was so promising. Grandpa Wang wanted to come too, but he was getting old. Everyone persuaded him to sit tight at home. In the end, he decided to stay and watch the live broadcast. Wang Ting's appearance caused a huge commotion. Many people were talking about him. No one knew how strong he was and why Huanghai Military Academy sent this freshman for the competition. Maybe he wasn't that weak either, and the main reason was to let him experience the martial arts competition for future preparations. Some live stream channels were also broadcasting the competition. There were even people setting up betting stands, wagering on Wang Ting's ability and what ranking he would achieve. Instantly, numerous people placed their bet. Public opinion varied, and the topic remained trending for a long time. Wang Ting wouldn't have guessed that his appearance could cause such a huge reaction. Everyone was debating about him. Alright, Wang Ting is very handsome, we know, but can everyone stop staring at him? Let's give some time to the other students too. After the Huanghai Military Academy, we have. Zhang Jun opened his mouth once again and continued his commentary. All the famous universities appeared one by one in front of the audience. Then, the other factions made their entrance. It was an eye-opener for normal people. This was when they knew that there were so many martial warrior organizations in the country. Of course, some of them were already aware since this martial arts competition had been hosted many times. Hence, they weren't surprised. Following the entrance of every faction, the commentator would introduce them briefly to the audience. The Leitang Martial House is one of the top 3 martial arts academies in the country. This time, we have Ren Qingtsang as their leader. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this young martial warrior. He's the direct disciple of the president of Leitang Martial House and is extremely talented. I heard that he is determined to get the championship title for this martial arts competition. Suddenly, a name caught Wang Ting's attention. Ren Qingtsang. Was it that Ren Qingtsang? Wang Ting had a sudden thought as he looked at the person in the lead. This was a young man around 20 years old. He had long hair with sharp features. He was exceptionally handsome and arrogant, and his aura was distant and cold. This fellow seems like a show-off. Wang Ting pouted and complained in his heart. Ren Qingtsang raised his head, as if he had sensed Wang Ting's gaze. Wang Ting smiled at him, revealing his pearly white teeth. Ren Qingtsang was stunned for a moment. Then, he remembered something and squinted his eyes slightly. He had heard the commentator's introduction just now. This was Wang Ting from Huanghai Military Academy. He couldn't remember who he was just by listening to the name, but memories flashed in his mind when he saw his face. This was probably the young man his grandfather had told him about. A glimmer flashed past his eyes before he looked away from Wang Ting. He was just a freshman. No matter how talented he was, how strong could he be? This was a nobody whom he could get rid of during the competition. Is he looking down on me? Wang Ting smiled when he saw his reaction. In the past, he had heard that Ren Qingtsang was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wondered what stage he was at now. I hope that he won't disappoint me. Zhang Jun continued his commentary. Qianyuan sect is the top sect in our country, second to none. It has a long history. Ever since the Force invaded Earth, their legacy started shining with a newfound brilliance. Recently, Qianyuan sect has accepted many gifted disciples because of their strong legacy. Among the participants for this year's martial arts competition, we have an extremely talented young martial warrior. He's the young master of the Qianyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Wang Ting was stunned when he heard Zhang Jun's introduction. Sect? There are sects in this world? There was rarely any information on sects available online. Even if something was found, most people would think that it was a rumor and couldn't be trusted. After all, in modern society, sects sounded a little ancient. Even though there were martial warriors, they were new-era martial warriors. They would either take the martial arts exam or join a martial arts academy. Sects were scarce. However, some people had insider information and looked astounded after being in a daze for a moment. Those sects are appearing in front of the public now? A few more sects appeared after the first one. These factions hadn't participated in martial arts competitions in the past. Hence, they were the last to make an appearance. Time passed quickly. The opening ceremony was boring in comparison to the rest of the competition, but the audience enjoyed it. They were curious about the young martial warriors, commenting from head to feet excitedly. Many important figures were sitting on the second floor in the audience seats. At this moment, someone smiled and said, "There are several top-tier talents in this batch. It will be a heated competition. Although there are many talents, my disciple, Ren Qingtsang, is destined to suppress the crowd. There's no doubt that he will be the champion." One of the muscular hunks laughed arrogantly. This person was the president of Leitang Martial House, Lei Zhenting. President Lei, it's too early to draw conclusions now. A carefree middle-aged man sniggered. Yi Jisun, don't worry about me. This year, your Jisun Martial House doesn't have any presentable talented martial warriors in your ranks, Lei Zhenting smiled and said. The carefree middle-aged man was the famous president of Jisun Martial House. If Wang Ting saw his appearance, he might be dumbfounded. Are you sure? Yi Jisun replied indifferently. I heard that Wang Ting is from your Jisun martial house, right? Someone at the side jumped into their conversation. Indeed, he's from my Jisun martial house. I didn't expect Huang Hai to let him participate in the martial arts competition, Yi Jisun said with a strange gaze. Old Wu, why did you start paying attention to him? Wang Ting will have a chance to win the competition a few years later. This year, he's just joining in the fun, Lei Zhenting said nonchalantly. I heard that Jisun Martial House gave him an SSS grade proposal, the president of Balian Martial House, Wu Lian, said. I remember it now. My subordinates did mention this matter to me. Yi Jisun, is this fellow really worth the price? Lei Zhenting asked in bewilderment. You will know whether it's worth it or not later, Yi Jisun said. What are you acting so mysterious for? You are so evasive, Lei Zhenting said with disdain. Ha ha! Wu Lian burst out laughing when he heard this. What happy things are you all talking about? An ordinary-looking scrawny man walked over at this moment. Mr. Ma. The three presidents turned around and saw CEO Ma from Alibaba. They smiled and greeted him. Their martial arts academies had long-term collaborations with Alibaba, so they knew him personally. We're talking about this year's participants, Wu Lian smiled and replied. Mr. Ma, you must be looking for people to bring into your company. Of course. Martial warriors are strategic resources. Businesses need their help too, Mr. Ma said. Mr. Ma, has anyone in particular caught your attention? Lei Zhenting asked. I can't touch the students from the military academies, but I feel that your disciple, Ren Qingtsang, is not bad, Mr. Ma smiled and said. Ha ha ha, you've got good taste. We can have a chat after the competition, Lei Zhenting laughed and replied. On the screen, Zhang Jun slowly opened his mouth. All the competitors have entered the venue. I'm sure that everyone has a brief understanding of them now. If you want to know them better, you will have to wait for the competition to start. I dare to say that there will be many elite figures emerging from these participants many years later. Some of them may even become general stage martial warriors. There was an uproar from the crowd. General stage martial warriors. To many ordinary people, general stage martial warriors were an indomitable presence, just like the three presidents of the martial arts academies and the generals in the military. They were all big shots. Hence, they were dumbstruck when the commentator said that some of the young martial warriors would become such mighty figures in the future. Of course, many of them found it reasonable. After all, these young martial warriors were all gifted. Given enough time to grow, many of them could reach the general stage. This is the end of the opening ceremony. We will now raise our flag and play our national anthem. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. The national anthem sounded after the commentator finished speaking. Everyone looked towards the center, where the flag was rising steadily. Everyone left. The opening ceremony was screened to the entire country through various media. It was even transmitted to other nations. A rumpus had occurred on the internet. Many people were talking about the national number 1 martial arts competition, commenting on the participants from the various universities and factions. More and more people took notice of this event, and it trended higher and higher on the internet. The next day, in the morning at Dragon's Denver, the audience stands were packed with people, and discussions never stopped for a single moment. At 8 a.m. sharp, the name list for the duels was revealed on the screen. The zone number and the arena number were displayed too. Wang Ting searched for his name. His opponent was a fourth-year student from Jinlin University. Looking at the name, it wasn't a famous talent. Arena 66. Wang Ting smiled when he saw his arena number. This number was good. He found the arena and stepped onto it. The judge was already in position. His opponent had arrived too. You will have some time to prepare. When I shout start, you can start the competition. Once someone admits defeat or loses his ability to fight, the duel will end. The judge was a martial warrior, and he wasn't weak. If there was a need, he could step in to stop the participants and prevent accidents from happening. Wang Ting nodded to show that he understood. After some time, the judge blew the whistle and shouted, "Start!" 1-6 can mean amazing in Chinese. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.